patient outcomes. It is the foundation on which modern medicine stands. Today, as we explore groundbreaking advancements, we reaffirm the critical role diagnostics play in empowering clinicians, saving lives, and shaping healthier communities. This forum is not just an event. It is a platform for action. Action that drives innovation, fuels collaboration, and ignites change. Today, we will witness the change of ideas that will shape the future of diagnostics and healthcare. But none of this would have been possible without our incredible partners and contributors. So let's take a moment to thank those who have made this day possible. Our associate partners, Shimadzu, Horiba, C3 Logistics, Kriya Medical Technologies, Transasia. Contribution partners, Redcliffe Labs, Dr. B. Rao Clinical Labs, CRL Diagnostics, POC Lab, Roche, IT Doors. Hospital partner, SUT Pattam Hospital. Academic partner, D.Y. Patil University. And our knowledge partner, Praxis Global Alliance. Our deepest gratitude to our advisory committee members for their tireless efforts and guidance in shaping this forum into the impactful platform it is today. Now, before we dive into our power-packed agenda, let's take a moment to reflect on the journey that has brought us here. So let's watch a short video showcasing the highlight of the last two editions. Can we have a round of applause for this amazing, successful edition of National Diagnostic Forum? And here we are at the third National Diagnostic Forum and Awards, ready to unlock the future of diagnostics. So let's get started. To officially inaugurate this prestigious event, let us embrace tradition with the lamp lighting ceremony, our symbol of knowledge, enlightenment, and progress. May I kindly invite our esteemed dignitaries to join us on the stage for this auspicious moment. Dr. Naveen Nishil, Mr. Sanjay Jha, Dr. Daksha Shah, Dr. Ravi Gaur, and Dr. Avinash Phadke. Please join me in welcoming them with a warm round of applause. आरोग्यं धनसम्पदं शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदं शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदम् Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Let's have a huge round of applause. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to shift gears to our inaugural session to set the tone of this remarkable day as we now commence the inaugural session. First, we have the opening session addressed by none other than Mr. Sanjay Jha, Secretary of Voice of Healthcare. He will share his thoughts with us. Sir, may I please have you on stage? Following this, my welcome address by Dr. Naveen Nishal, the visionary founder of Voice of Healthcare. Then, the special address by Dr. Daksha Shah, Chief Executive Officer, Public Health Department, Municipal Corporation of Greater Mumbai. Ma'am, can we please have you on stage? Dr. Ravi Gaur for theme address, founder DRG Path Lab and Chairman Medical Advisory Committee, Onquest Laboratories Limited. I request Mr. Sanjay Jha to please come on the stage for opening address.
Thanks, Simran. Good morning, everyone. It's an absolute privilege to welcome all of you to the National Diagnostic Forum and Awards 2025, organized by Voice of Health. This is the third edition of our flagship event, and it's truly heartening to see how far we have come in creating a space where ideas, innovations, and collaborations take center stage. A warm welcome to our distinguished speakers, whose expertise will guide and inspire us today, to our delegates and industry leaders who represent the driving force behind the progress of diagnostics in India, and to each one of you who has joined us here. Your presence is what makes this gathering special and impactful. Diagnostics is the backbone of healthcare, and its importance cannot be overstated. From early detection and accurate diagnosis to enabling preventive care and evidence-based treatments, diagnostics is where the journey of healthcare truly begins. Today, as advancements like AI, molecular testing, and personalized medicine revolutionizes the field, the role of diagnostics has expanded beyond laboratories to become a cornerstone of global health. This forum is not just about discussing these developments, but also about exploring how we can harness them to make healthcare more accessible, affordable, and impactful for all. We are incredibly proud to say that the first two editions of this forum were a resounding success. They sparked insightful conversations, meaningful collaborations, and left a lasting impact on everyone who participated. Building on that momentum, this year we have carefully curated sessions, panels, and discussions that address the most pressing challenges and exciting opportunities in the diagnostic industry. And let's not forget, we will also take a moment to recognize and celebrate the individuals and organizations who have made exceptional contributions through our National Diagnostic Awards. I encourage each of you to make the most of this platform. Don't just listen, engage, connect with your peers, share your ideas, discover new ways to work together. Let this be a space where boundaries are pushed, partnerships are forged, and innovation thrives. On behalf of Voice of Healthcare, thank you for being here today and for your commitment to advancing healthcare in India. Let's work together to make this day not just productive, but truly transformative. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jha, for the opening address. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Dr. Naveen Nishchal for the welcome address. So,
thank you very much, Simran. Good morning, everyone. Respected Dr. Daksha Shah, Dr. Ravi Kaur, Dr. Vinash Patke, all senior diagnostics leaders, colleagues, and audience who is viewing us online through our various social media channels. I formally welcome all of you to National Diagnostics Forum and Award 2025 on behalf of Voice of Healthcare. Dependent to domination. When I look back at my entrepreneur journey, I started as an entrepreneur in 2010, when I was building hospital chain in tier 2, tier 3 cities. I built 10 hospitals, 150-bedded hospitals in tier 2, tier 3 cities of India. When I was building those hospitals, at that point of time, diagnostics is a branch which was considered as a dependent branch. People used to say this is a dependent branch, and mainstream is all other branches. And I still remember when I was building hospitals, I used to allocate a very small budget for laboratory. I think time has changed. Nowadays, diagnostic industry is dominating healthcare, and it has become an important part of decision making for all our clinicians, physicians, doctors while treating any patient. So I would say it's no longer a dependent branch, it's a dominating branch. And if I look at value of this industry in terms of business, according to statistics, we are at $15 billion market, and it is going to be $30 billion in the next 5 years. It's a huge market, I would say. When as a physician, I'm a advocate of public health, and when I wear a public health lens, I see that in terms of accessibility, we are doing really very well. But in terms of accessibility, even today, 80% of business is being generated by urban India. But rural India, which needs more of healthcare, because 70% of our population lives in rural India. So here I see huge opportunity in terms of accessibility. And when I think about affordability, I feel that India at large, we are a very affordable healthcare ecosystem, especially if we compare it with the Western world. Today, we are getting all these tests done almost at very reasonable price. I remember my daughter who studies in the US, she wanted to get her thyroid profile done. I had to pay $15,000 for simple thyroid profile, which we can easily get it done in $500. And I can vouch for the quality of our Indian diagnostics. We are really doing good job in terms of quality. I think last 10-15 years, I would attribute that we have really worked on quality, but a lot has to be done in coming future as well. When I see future of diagnostics, two, three things come to my mind. I think artificial intelligence is one thing which is going to take over everything we are doing in diagnostics or even healthcare. Whatever we are doing, AI is going to take over everything. And second, I think the next revolution is point of care diagnostics. And last but not least, the least is I think genomics are these days are very up, and precision medicine is going to change the entire landscape of not only diagnostic but entire healthcare. So exciting times ahead of us, and I see a really good future for diagnostics. To conclude, today we have some powerful sessions lined up. Let's take this opportunity to learn from thought leaders. Let's network, let's collaborate, and innovate together. Once again, welcome to NDF 2025. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nishal, for the welcome address. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Daksha Shah for the special address of the event. Ma'am. Respected Dr. Gaur, Dr. Nishal, Dr. Jha, Dr. Fatke, our seniors, my friend Kazan, and many participants, many respected dignitaries and researchers and visionaries and leaders. It gives me immense pleasure and pride to be part of BOH today, the third edition. Right? In fact, when I was being invited, I was just thinking what a public health person will do in this high-end diagnostic forum. And I was just going through some of the documents, diagnostics, evolutions and things. And I was really excited to see the launch of the Genome Data Project by our Honorable Prime Minister. So I would just like to share that. Can I have my first slide? I just have 4 or 5 slides. So our Honorable Prime Minister, I think 2 days back, has launched, first slide, the Genome India Project. I'm sure you must have heard this news. And this project basically signifies a very historical step our country has taken. And it has positioned our country in the world, basically in the genomics. It's a milestone for biomedical research, and it highlights the progress in bioeconomy. A 10,000 whole genome sequencing samples will be available for the researchers and to be put on the portal, and this will be available for the personalized healthcare and medicine. And collaboration of 20 big research institutes has been made, and I am sure that this is a historical step which our country has taken. Just after a pharmaceutical hub, we are now becoming a diagnostic hub. As now Dr. Navin Nishal has already mentioned, how India has positioned itself, and we are becoming slowly the hub for the diagnostics also. I was also going through some of the reports and the latest. I thought that, let's read what's happening in the diagnostics. I was very intrigued to read this World Economic Forum 2023 piece. There are 4 surprising smart technologies transforming health diagnostics. The first was seeing the symptoms through the smart contact lenses. Now, probably you can diagnose the glucose, by having some nanoparticles and, in the tears and the thing without a glucometer, which is really exciting. The second is the smart toilets. I don't know whether you've heard of this, but of course there are some researches going on in this, by collecting samples in the bathroom itself and putting up the data on the biomarkers on the platforms and for illness like colorectal and urological cancers, and smart watches for detection of Parkinson's. What was most interesting was this trolleys. The sensors in the trolleys when we are putting in the malls. And these sensors can detect your heart rhythm and probably diagnose some, upcoming stroke or situations like that. So when I was going through this, I was really intrigued and I was thinking, oh my God, sky is the limit.
So rightly this forum, I'm sure that is going to address a lot of innovations, use of these innovations in the public health and for the good of the mankind. So with this, I want to just share that we are entering this 2025 and we are completing 78 years of independence. And we witness a remarkable strides in the nation, in the healthcare, particularly the diagnostics. There is a huge transformations in every sector of the health, diagnostic the most, being a public or be a private sector in terms of improving infrastructure, technological advancement, rising health awareness, and changing policies. Everything is happening in the country. As you can see over here, there is a lot of transition in the landscape of healthcare system and its policies and priorities. So beginning with Sustainable Development Goal, I'm sure that we are aware of SDGs 2030 targets. That is ensuring the health and well-being for all at all ages. This is the SDG goal, and central to this is universal health coverage. The universal health coverage, as Dr. Mishra and Dr. Jha has already mentioned, that making the healthcare accessible and affordable to each and every person in the community, be it the remote areas or the deprived population. So these are all the center stage. If you look at the transition, of course, the pandemic preparedness takes the main stage post-COVID. And then the surveillance. We all know all the laboratories are now mandated to upload their data in the national portals, the IDSP and IHIP portals, which are there. All the diagnosis of the communicable disease is now being informed to the government also. And the right decisions based on this data analysis, be it lepto, dengue, malaria, or any other influenzas. We are doing this data analysis in and out. We itself, in Public Health Department, have an entire MSU unit which are looking at the data which is being now fed by all the laboratories. Also, we have a direct communication with most of the labs which are now, reporting some of the influenza and the recent being the monkeypox. So we have this kind of communications from the government with the private sector also. The second is, of course, the transition and the health trajectory, that is from shifting from communicable disease burden to the non-communicable disease. We all know that NCDs causes 65 to 70% of mortality. The deaths which are reported almost are attributable deaths due to NCDs, the cancer and cardiovascular disease being the main. So the future is, the policies, the future of prevention is going to be mainstay is the NCDs. Then talking about the others, that is environment health and climate change. The California fire, all throughout the year we are witnessing the floods all around the world. And then the effects of these in the population health. So of course, the diagnostics is going to play a major role in all of this. The heat resilience. We just had, the other day I got a call that we are making a plan for heat resilient cities. So I said, what is it? So how do you diagnose, or whether there are any tools to diagnose, whether we can predict, these kind of things. So of course, on the weather part, we are collaborating with so many other departments for even touching on those aspects. And last but not the list is AI-based algorithms, digital platforms, and digital transformations. We all know about the telepathology, teleradiology, and it's used post-COVID. During the COVID, we have shifted our base from a home, from a lab-based testing to a home-based testing. And even now, the patients are monitoring their own health. They're using the testing and they're uploading their own data. Like COVID, there were tests where, you buy the test, you do the test yourself and upload the data. This was, it was there for some time. So this is the entire transition which is taking place in the healthcare system and its priority. And I feel the center to it should be the patient orientation or the patient-centric approach and the community health. So if you want to improve the patient outcomes, all this, connecting all this, public and private sector collaboration is the most important part. And we don't have to forget that when we talk about the advancement, innovation, diagnostic, we have to ask ourselves whether it is really reaching to those who need it the most. So I'm sure that this deliberation today will also dwell on this. There are many topics which I've seen, but somehow whole genome sequencing has been, I think, removed from this topic. But I would just like to touch upon that even in the public sector, we are using a lot the whole genome sequencing. We have a lab in Kasturba Hospital. We are planning to have a TB project, the targeted genome sequencing, and use of this information and data for managing the TB and VRTB patients. We've already completed a pilot project through our SMILE project, and we have the information and the data available for MDR pattern, the culture DSTs, etc. We are also planning to do something on chikungunya recent outbreaks, whether the whole genome sequencing can answer some of the severity, why there were severe outbreaks of chikungunya compared to the earlier years. So again, whether there are any mutations, we are trying to find out this, we will soon initiate those things. Influenza, of course, we have a network in the public sector across the country. There are certain network laboratories. Kastuba Hospital of BMC is one of them, and we will be sending samples, and there will be entire surveillance system which is in place. The outbreaks, molecular diagnostics also play a very big role in outbreaks, its trajectory and its evolution, and the mutation and development of the vaccines. We all know this all informations are very, very crucial as far as public health measures and actions is concerned for the well-being of the mankind. This all whole genome sequencing, AI platforms, everything, predictive analysis and predictive diagnosis, testing, wearable devices, artificial intelligence. Ultimately, it is there to improve the health outcomes, prevent disease and reduce the disease burden and health disparities. But it comes with its own challenges, and it comes with a lot of opportunities. I'm sure that this forum will explore these opportunities and challenges both together. Now, just some of the points to ponder is, the question is healthcare accessibility, which he has already mentioned. I would just like to say that when even I was in US, some of my colleagues, had this headache. And she was pregnant, and I was asking her, why are you not seeing your gynae? She said, I'm getting an appointment after 15 days. So this was right in Washington, DC, where I was working in WHO office. And this was, I was shocked. I said, even you are a pregnant lady and you have to wait for 15 days for your headache? She said, yeah, I'm not getting the appointment. And I was like, okay, back home, we are much better. We just give a call, we ask people, or we just walk into a gynec clinic, and you get an easy access. Even in the public sector, there are a lot of things which is happening. If you look at this, the government of India has recent initiatives. There's a revamp of entire healthcare initiatives. I'm sure you are aware about the PHAY, ABDN, which Dr. Naveen Nishkalanza has mentioned, Ayushman Bharat Digital, which is now connecting the patients with the providers, be it in public or the private sector. There is a unique ID which will be given to every patient. Every provider, hospitals, labs has to register under ABDN. And this will be an interoperability system where the digital locker, where the data of the patients will be available in this particular portal. So this is going to really help in a very long run as far as the data is concerned for individualized patient care. Not going much into detail about every initiative, but yes, there are tremendous progress which is happening at the government of India level. And be it in the public sector, even in the local level, we are doing many things to make the diagnostics and the healthcare accessible to the every corner of the city. I just want to touch upon the last part next. Is a Lancet Commission Diagnostic Report 2021, where still it says that 47% of the global population does not have access to diagnostics. And it has got 10 core recommendations. Some of them is create a national diagnostic strategy, an essential diagnostic list, which is already there now, published by WHO. Make essential diagnostic available at the primary level. And it also says that 1.1 million deaths can be prevented only by bridging the gaps in the diagnosis of these priorities diseases like diabetes, hypertension, HIV, tuberculosis, and syphilis, and so on. So with this, I feel that we have come to an era where it is a time for collaboration, partnerships, also building the frameworks and guidelines, adhering to that, balance innovation, when and how and where to use these innovations, and then, of course, prioritizing the affordabilities and accessibility and fostering the culture of quality. Increasing the awareness of the providers as well as the patients, and empowering them to make a right choices as far as the diagnosis is concerned, treatment, and the prevention. So I feel that in conclusion that we look at this all as a comprehensive care and diagnostic being positioned centrally and using it wisely and rationally. So with this, I really wish you all a very great success, and I hope that in coming years, this will really set an example and it will help the people to use some of the learnings and use for the patients better outcomes and improving the community health and the public health in this city and in the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Ravi Gaur for the theme address. So,
Well, good morning, everyone, and it's my pleasure and honor to be here at this Voice of Healthcare Summit. In fact, and that's especially diagnostics. I always start with something. I think diagnostics is the voice of healthcare. I think without that, nothing really moves. And it's a pleasure and honor to hear Tusha. She talked about the innovation, what are the steps government is doing, and I think what's the future forward. Thank you, Dr. Naveen, and for putting this forum together. I think, it's my pleasure also to be here and meet my mentor and was industry leader of Diagnostic. Thank you for being here, to all of us to motivate us and to take it forward. So let me just start. I think, this is a diagnostic national event. And diagnostic is, I think, you all know, pre-COVID. I think it was probably, and as Dr. Naveen did mention, we were talking about the hospital. Anyway, if you want to look at diagnostic space, okay, one remote call in the hospital, that space allotted to you. And then that was something which would be sitting outside in a basement here and there. But I think of late, almost like I say the last 15 years, maybe 2 decades, but COVID has actually accelerated that. People now showcase the diagnostics. Because that's where hospitals are not putting the diagnostic right in the OPD space, the glass all around, and so this is where the center is. That means from the periphery, they've come to the center, we're piloting the healthcare for that matter. So it's, again, an honor and privilege to address you as we are dealing with the subject, not only define the present, that's what it is, but also the future of healthcare, that's diagnostic. Diagnostic has been a very quiet force that transforms lives. Often we've seen that without, we don't get much of recognition, but yes, the impact of this happens in every step of the treatment, every step, without that nothing moves. And I always carry by a mythology of the profession. Like how to think the man of science is blind without diagnostics. They really can't. They're probably just puzzles. I think we are the one that actually it's time for us to come forward. I'll just take an example here. Of late, you mentioned about what initiatives government is doing, but I think over 35 years of my diagnostic experience, I happened to go to a small on a holiday trip to somewhere in Switzerland, and we remote village. And my son probably had fever, and I think he was not well. I thought, let me go to a local. We were carrying some medicine, but somehow the medicine we want was not there. The fever, paracetamol or dolo, whatever we call it, is not there. So I just went to the next door, some kind of clinician out there, and he says, this is what it is, can you help us submit a prescription? I was surprisingly examined and all that. He says, I'll just give you 1/2 tablet. You write 5 tests. These basic tests are done. And after that, he says, this test you want to done here for a year. Without that, we'll not be able to give anything. And then the report will even vanish. We get reporting 46 hours ago. You had the test. And he came back to you. He gave a prescription. Then we went to pharmacy, got the drug, and came back. But surprisingly, I was thinking, had this been a remote part of India, maybe not remote, 200 kilometers from Delhi or maybe from Mumbai outside. Mumbai is called Maharashtra, better organized out. But I think various far. What could have been the first step? I would have probably just gone straight to the pharmacy, picked up a medicine. And I mean, not been a doctor. Just pick up medicine, then come back. Had something for 2 days. Fever has never gone, not responded. Then I would have gone to a doctor. Doctor must have prescribed another 2 medicines, I'll take that. If it doesn't respond, then now let me test done. And then the real diagnosis will come, and then the prescriptions are given. And that's the scenario probably in almost like 40%, or probably 60% of India today, what we have. That's reason being simple. Probably we don't have that infrastructure in the remote areas. Like 47% of the world population, probably I think half of them in India, right here. We don't have the infrastructure. We don't have the diagnostics. But I'm sure today this is what we try with diagnostic, tier 2, tier 3, and working. I think we have been a leader out making sure that quality diagnostic, not only in Mumbai, but probably the remotes of Rajasthan, remotes of Mizoram or Agartala, everything is available. And that's the need. We need to bring the diagnostic part in the center. Probably diagnostic not only the illness, but also for the preventive of illness. And that will probably help us out in making sure that diagnostics is a core and that's a real sign. As only a responsibility to make it affordable and accessible. Affordability is really important, not compromising quality. We have various industry leaders today here. They'll be talking about how to bring down the cost. And that's where comes innovation. Because, today we live in an era of artificial intelligence. We have data analytics, great data. We don't know what kind of data what we have. Probably to filter it out, make it a meaningful data. Then that makes precision tools, and then making the diagnostic more faster and better accurate. So it's not really today making something which is a tool for detection, but it's today actually become a heartbeat of healthcare, and without that we will not be able to survive. Just mention something about smart, the center, diagnostic center, the technology is right in here. I think I have been fortunate enough, and this is one of my favorite topic. I have always talked about every forum. We just mentioned smart toilets. Like somewhere I think pre-COVID, IBM has patented a technology, and that was what to do. Because IBM, many CEOs, many of the corporate heads, they have fixed time. I'll have coffee at 12 p.m., I'll have coffee at 2 p.m., I'll have this kind of thing. They started technology to grow. And the campuses are used, especially like a Facebook, Google, all around you go there. Wherever the CEOs are, well, noon, don't will deliver a copy to them. They'll reach that space, and they got it. They patented the technology still exists today. May not be much in use, but that's there. Why can't we do this in diagnostics? And I think that's where the smart toilets ideas come up. Because we have today for 20,000 such smart toilets working in the US. All research phase, validation also happened. Japan also is working on it. When you get in the morning, you go to the washroom, and by the time you come out, all the parameters are in charge, basically. And you'll be surprised sometimes, but you never know, because that's connected to your mobile, back to your healthcare provider, and the data. You never know when you come out of the washroom, the ambulance is door comes up. Some sugar is very high, rush to the hospital. That also can happen. But I think that's something we're looking for, making it accessible and early diagnosis, and that's what technology will be helping. Screening, triage, it needs a lot of validation. It needs a lot of trust. It's not easy to develop technology diagnostic. Probably conventional wisdom many times overrules that. And that's important because health is a matter of, it's a care, it's life, you can't play with that. Lastly, I think I always believe that as we embrace innovation, we must not forget the human element in healthcare. Diagnostic is not just for data, it's actually a lifeline. It's not just a test, it's a bridge between the uncertainty and clarity. It's a bridge between question and answers and illness and hope. And equally important is that every test tells a story. And that story of hope, healing. And when technology brings the precision, I think compassion delivers the care. And that's the message we should have in diagnostics with compassion together. Technology put it together, human element together, and that's what future probably could be. To do it together, we can transform care. I think that start one test at a time, and that's the national, the essential test list is out. I think the second draft is already out. All of you probably must be knowing. Otherwise, go back and have a look. Yesterday was the last day to give some comments, but I think you already did. This is already out on the website, and anybody who wants to add on something, there's something that's probably that's most welcome. And probably that could be another step with any primary healthcare center. But only thing is, I think we are all here, the private player,
We have some government officials right here, and we think that the message goes across to the all policymakers. It's time to integrate and collaborate together. I think without us, we cannot, without them, probably this is not possible. And without them, again, it is not possible. It's a very important time to have collaboration, develop a public-private partnership model, and take diagnostics. There's basic 5 tests or 10 tests, whatever we can find, that start in the country, but let's start and make it happen. Thank you so much for being here, and look forward to see you all in that. Good day.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gaur, for your address. Now, it's my absolute pleasure to announce this special invite to Dr. Avinash Phadke on stage. Founder Dr. Avinash Phadke Labs, President and Mentor of Diagnostics. Dr. Avinash is a veteran of diagnostic industry. May I have a huge round of applause for him? And I would request to sir to grace the event with his blessings and words of wisdom. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much. Good morning, and it's absolute pleasure to meet all of you on the 3rd edition of National Diagnostic Forum organized by Voice of Healthcare. It's always great meeting fellow pathologists and those who are from the same industry. Now, we have already learned that medical diagnosis is generally 70% of it is dependent on pathology investigation. That's a known fact. The rest could be clinical or dependent on radiology investigation. So broadly, you would see how it has evolved over the decades. So broadly, I classify diagnostics into 4 or 5 major categories. First is what we call as preventive diagnosis. Then diagnosis of infectious diseases, which used to be the main focus of our country. Last 20 years, we are dealing with epidemic of hypertension, prediabetes and diabetes. So now diagnosis and management of diseases which are lifestyle based. Unfortunately, we are also facing an epidemic of malignancies and increased incidence of cancer. So diagnosis and management of cancer. And as lastly they have said, the nation is coming out with the essential diagnostic list at 5 levels, right from village level to district level, different tests are offered. And it's a very well drafted list. We have already given our inputs, and it's very practical, easy to follow. And most of I was surprised that at the final level, most of the tertiary tests are also available at level 5, which is a great thing. So having said that, let's start from the beginning. Now, when we say preventive, generally we think of what health checkups have been offered. And then we get to hear that in our grandfather's time, there was no health checkup and people were living till 80s and 70s and they were much better off than today. The thing is, now we do a lipid profile, and earlier we concentrated on LDL cholesterol. Then we started concentrating on non-HDL cholesterol. Then we started concentrating on ApoB as the main risk factor. Now, if you ask a cardiologist, ApoB is a bad molecule which is combination of your LDL, combination of your VLDL, also some component of lipoprotein A, and non-HDL. So all is getting covered in ApoB. So we don't look at only LDL now, we look at also ApoB, and you will see plenty of cardiology articles. Now in India, unfortunately, what we are missing, this I am just telling you as an example, when you talk about preventive, we do all that, but we normally don't perform lipoprotein A levels. And in Southeast Asian, in Indians, about 8 to 12% of the population has very high lipoprotein A levels. And it has more cardiac risk association than LDL cholesterol. But it gets unnoticed. So when you hear of somebody who has a sudden death while jogging, running, or there is a family history of sudden cardiac death, lipoprotein A is a must. Then people ask me that there is no specific treatment for lipoprotein A. As on today, you have injectable cholesterol-lowering drugs, which are called PCSK9 inhibitors. They bring down lipoprotein A, but statins don't. Then why you do it? The thing is that if you have lipoprotein A in a young population, you have to treat them aggressively with statins to lower the risk of cardiac disease as much as you can. We are now also aware that statin itself increases the risk of developing diabetes. So you have to be very cautious in which patients you would use them. So luckily we have a newer statin called pitavastatin, which doesn't increase the risk of diabetes. This is about why preventive checkups are important. Then we come to diagnosis of infectious diseases, and like Dr. Ravi Gaur mentioned and Dr. Daksha mentioned, nation has made strides mainly thanks to COVID. The same platforms are getting used for diagnosis of various diseases. So now we don't have to wait for chikungunya IgM antibody to develop on day 7. We can do a PCR on day 2 or day 3. We can detect typhoid, scrub typhus, chikungunya, dengue, malaria, everything by molecular tests, everything. So that's a huge change because we had access to various molecular platforms during COVID time, and now we are using them for multiple other things apart from COVID. So now we have ongoing viral epidemics. So if you ask me today, if I take a throat swab of all cough and cold patients in Mumbai, somebody is having influenza A, somebody para-influenza, swine flu persists. And we also have, now we talk about human, everybody of you have heard about the current metapneumonia virus. Now, all of us know it's not a new thing. Your all BioFire panels included it for last 5 years. But the cost of BioFire is 18 or 20,000, and they test about 27 pathogens. So it was, though reported, it was not a news, but then suddenly came into news. But trust me, now individual PCR kits are already available for that, and it won't be a major issue for us to test it. And we also know that the pathogenicity of this virus is, first of all, it's not a new virus, and it's not as infectious as COVID, and the long-term sequelae are not as bad as COVID. So this is about infectious diseases. What bothers me most is the advent of lifestyle diseases. And all of you know about 30% to 40% city-dwelling population is hypertensive. About 15 to 18% is diabetic, and 15% is pre-diabetic. So you have a nation which is having 30% glucose intolerance or diabetes plus pre-diabetics, and 40% having hypertension. And I think these are the ones which have made India capital for what? Capital for youngest heart attacks, capital for youngest strokes. So when we are just getting rid of TB as a major issue for us, we, through our own lifestyle, we are having these new challenges which are coming up, which we need to do, which we need to address. And that can be done by various other means, and the answer to lifestyle intervention for lifestyle diseases, lifestyle intervention is the major answer. You have seen 30% of us have fatty liver. Now, you hear like there are weight loss medicines, semaglutide. What it does, it suppresses your hunger. It is not acting through any other pathway. At the cost of what? At the cost of having thyroid cancer, increased risk, at the cost of pancreatitis, at the cost of developing retinopathy. Those who are already having retinopathy, their retinopathy worsens, some cases of renal failure, and most importantly, if semaglutide is not tolerated, whatever weight is lost, moment you gain it, you gain the bad component, that is the fat. Because what you lose is muscle plus fat, what you gain is only fat. Now, this is not known, so the answer to lifestyle diseases has to be lifestyle first before medication is prescribed. And lastly, I come to oncology. Unfortunately, I go to all hospital boards and they are discussing what are our new growth areas for hospital industry. And you know, in India, 75% of the beds are coming in the private hospital space. And these are listed companies, whether it's our own Fortis, Narayan Rudnanan, Apollo, Shelby, SCG, I can name 20 hospital companies. So these are listed in stock exchanges. Their financial performance is judged on quarterly basis. So they are always looking at opportunities for having more growth. The sad part is these opportunities are coming in oncology, which is growing much faster, and probably by 2029 will be a leading cause of death overtaking the heart attack. Also, just remember the fact that unlike in the West, where head and neck cancer accounts for 5% of our cancer, in India it accounts for 27% of the cancers. The answer to cancer treatment is also getting individualized. Now you of course know that through various molecular intervention, all lung cancer decisions are based on molecular tests to block particular pathway. So this is the current landscape of diagnostics, and which are the various situations in which it can be used. And I hope our nation addresses the problem of oncology not only through treating them in an individualized way, but prevention. And the prevention starts from our environmental pollution to our soil water pollution to various pesticides and insecticide use. So it's a subject which is very vast. And trust me, all of us think that dust particles are something inert. You know, it's an inert molecule and it's only a dust which will produce an allergic asthmatic response. Dust particles attract moisture. Moisture attracts bacterial growth. These are biologically active particles which are capable of causing infection. Unfortunately, compared to pre-COVID situation in Bombay, our air quality today is 180, 200 in many days. Delhi is unbelievable, it's 350, 400. So small children can't breathe. Now we don't want a country where children can't breathe. And if you see India's map, most of the country is in red zone. And our ranking in environmental index is one of the lowest. So that is something which we have to pay attention, because just focusing on narrow part of treatment of oncology, treatment of healthcare issues won't sort it out unless we change our ecosystem and unless environmental issues and healthcare issues become election issues. And then they become a priority to be addressed for the nation. Thank you so much. Thank you.
So I would request to please stay back for the felicitation. And that's what we call the words of wisdom, the kind of experience, the kind of insights and knowledge he has. No person in this hall, I believe, has that. So I would request Dr. Naveen Mishra to please felicitate Dr. Avinash Phadke. Dr. Ravi Gaur. Dr. Daksha Shah. Mr. Sanjay Jha. Now, I would request Dr. Avinash to please felicitate Dr. Naveen Mishra. I would request all the speakers to please come on the center of the stage for a group photograph. Thank you all the speakers for enlightening us with the words. And now it's time to move on for our next panel discussion. Can we have a huge round of applause for all our speakers? Now, as we move forward with the day, it's time for our first panel discussion. This session sets the stage for a crucial conversation on leadership in diagnostics, building resilient and future-ready systems. So diagnostics is not just a cornerstone of healthcare, it is the foundation on which resilient, innovative and adaptable systems are built. Leadership in this space is pivotal to driving change, fostering collaboration and shaping the future-ready ecosystem. To guide us through this important discussion, we have an exceptional panel of thought leaders and innovators who bring wealth of knowledge and have experience on the table. Now, I would like to invite the esteemed panelists for the discussion, Dr. Avinash Phadke, founder Dr. Avinash Phadke Labs, president and member of Agilus Diagnostics. So, can we please have you on stage? Mr. Vijay Kumar, Chief Commercial Officer, Transasia Biomedicals Limited. Dr. Puneet Gupta, Chief Operating Officer, POCT Services. Now, I would like to invite a moderator for the session, Dr. Ravi Gaur, founder, DRG Path Lab and Chairman, Medical Advisory Committee, Onquest Laboratories Limited. Let's welcome all our speakers with a big round of applause as they take their seats. Over to you, sir.
Well, morning again to everyone. I think after this inaugural, I think we just come back to the important session here of leadership. How does the leadership in diagnostics, which helps building the future-ready systems. That's the theme we're talking about. It's my honor again, a pleasure to have on my industry seniors, my mentor, one of the most distinguished pathologist country, of course, the industry leader, Professor Dr. Avinash Phadke. So thank you so much for being here, and I look forward to hear from you. I think probably your wisdom and I think knowledge, whatever we have, probably for the future generation. Also, with me on that, I have Puneet. Puneet is again one of the new generation person. Not that I'm ready, all new generations there, but I definitely he's trying to build up something what we need today. And that's something, what we talked about, the diagnostics, reaching the remote area, the diagnostic accessibility, point of care technology. He's head the POCD and pleasure to meet you. With me also on the slide, we have Vijay. Vijay is also the, he is, again, from the diabetes industry, but with a huge, experience of innovation and scaling up the diagnostics. He's come from Asia. He is now probably heading that business, and we're looking forward to hear from you, Vijay. Thank you so much for being here. Without wasting time, we heard a lot about diagnostics. Diagnostic is, again, and I start from the very first sentence, because without that, nothing moves. And because today it's an era of evidence-based medicine, precision medicine, personalized medicine, and technology in changing very, very fast at a rapid pace. But the aim of technology is to get a precise diagnosis, number one, and second aim is to make sure that where diagnostics is not reached yet, we saw a figure called 47% of the global population don't have access to diagnostics. How do we address that? And this is a very big challenge, especially for leaders of the current day. And globally, for that matter. I think already everybody is working on that. So I start with the first question with Dr. Avinash Phadke, sir. And my first question to you is, have you started, I think, way back, almost 40, 50 years back, I'm sure your father, you started from there. We have a huge experience and knowledge. What were some of the biggest challenges you faced when you first started in the diagnostic industry? And how do you overcome them? Because it's not easy today. Even today, diagnostics, setting up a lab, running a center, it's not easy. It's a very highly diagnostic professional challenge to all of us. But you have established very well. Number one, as someone who has mentioned many diagnostic states, who has mentored us, probably I am also learning from you, and I still keep learning from wherever you there, whatever you're doing. I think we adopt that. What leadership qualities do you believe are essential for building a resilient system? It's very important because ups and downs will happen, how to come back, and particularly in the ever-changing industry, the diagnostic. Sir.
Thank you so much, Ravi. It's a pleasure to have known Dr. Ravi for almost 25 years plus now, and we have worked together for many years, and it's always a pleasure to connect with him on any platform. Now, regarding your question, I did my post-graduation from Tata Memorial Hospital in 1980 and started private practice. And just like any other proprietary concern, it was a family practice which was started by my father in 1965 and I joined in 1980. Subsequently, of course, my son also did his post-graduation from KM and joined me 15 years back. The first half of my journey was as a pure proprietary concern where, you at that time semi-auto analyzer had come, then IRBA hemato analyzer had come. So it was changing. The earlier decades, I had seen pathologists functioning with a microscope and calorimeter for 20 years. So between let's say 1960s to 1975, 1980, nothing changed in pathology. There was a generation of pathologists who started with calorimeter and microscopes and their careers ended with almost the same thing without anything major happening in their field. And luckily, we had huge development in pathology, more so in last 20 years, but even at that time, 84, 85 onwards was the first advent of ready-to-use kit. At that time, it was a novelty because we used to prepare our own reagents and suddenly we had ready-to-use kit made it so simple. But still the final endpoint was calorimeter. Then there came advent of semi-auto analyzers and then immunoassay analyzers and it just moved on. And from 2001 onwards, the sector has seen a lot of molecular pathology coming up, a lot of cytogenetic coming up. And now, of course, we know we take a child acute lymphoblastic leukemia or any myeloid leukemia, the remission is not only just on morphological examination of a blood smear, but by cytogenetic studies from the bone marrow. So this is a vast change which has happened over a period of time, and we were lucky that we got to be in the field. And I would say amongst the various fields in pathology, the maximum change happened in microbiology. If you see, whether it is rapid identification of a TB through gene expert, which also picks up whether you have rifampin resistance, and the new gene expert picks up rifampin and Isonex resistance separately. From that period to having a biofire-like equipment, which tells you from a CA set that what is the pathogen, where we used to do protein and cell count and guess that this is TB meningitis or pyogenic, but without etiology of pyogenic, and the patient was treated with both. And here we are in a position to say, no, this is herpes encephalitis or this is cryptococcal meningitis in no time. Of course, we have now MALDI-TOF in microbiology, which essentially has a data bank of lakhs of pathogens, and that includes not only bacteria and fungi, various subspecies. So you are able to identify organisms which you have never heard of. So these huge changes have happened in each field, and particularly in molecular pathology, in cytogenetics, and in field of microbiology. So that is the first answer to his question, that this is the evolution I have seen over last 4 decades. The second question is interesting, and my answer you may find it little different than what the conventional wisdom says, that what are the qualities a leader should have and how do you develop leadership? Now people think that leader has to be the most intelligent person. The answer is no. He has to be the smartest person. The answer is no. He has to be somebody who works like the recently L&T chairman said 90 hours a week. The answer is no. So then what he should be? Leadership is all about having a team building capabilities with good interpersonal skill is the first aptitude. Because if you are intelligent but if you are incapable of working with a group of people who look up to you, you can never be a leader. They won't accept you as a leader only because of your designation. They have to accept you out of respect. And that you won't earn it unless they feel it that way. So first, you have to be capable of having good interpersonal skill and identify a good team is the first quality. The second quality is astonishing, which people don't talk about, is integrity and loyalty. Suppose you are intelligent, suppose you are brilliant, you are an innovator, but you are hopping jobs from one company to another, taking data from X company to Y company. Your previous client relationship, you are taking from X company to Y company. To me, as a company, you are not that good a leader because you were capable, you were developing your own team, you were capable of handling interpersonal relationship, but you had no loyalty and integrity towards our organization. So whatever you develop, you just maintain for additional sum of money. That doesn't mean that you should not progress in life. But I have seen that this has become a crucial question. Various hospital boards are on various international panels where we appoint CEOs for different organizations. And I personally look at this. And the third is very interesting, which I have realized now we should include is a psychometric evaluation. Now this is very, very important. Abroad it's a standard. We don't do it because one interview doesn't tell you much about that person. Even if it's a 1 hour interview, you don't know who is the leader, whether he is capable of handling that particular job or not. So apart from all the first two, which are loyalty, integrity, ability to develop team, having good interpersonal skills, we also need a psychometric evaluation, also need a reference check. And the last, which we aim, the leader has to be a secure person. Secure in his own self, otherwise he never allows his team members to come up. So any innovation from team members, he takes the credit himself. And he thinks he's being smart about it. You must have seen that some of you must have published scientific papers and it's the HOD whose name comes the first because he's the HOD. He has not done anything. He's just the head of the department. So that shouldn't be the case. So those who are working with me, if they write a paper, their name comes first and my name comes last. Or if they are achieving something, I am the one who will highlight them. So in our organization, we have very tall stalwarts. We have Dr. Borges who worked with me for 20 years, Dr. Roy Trivedi from Calcutta, who are seniors whom I personally respect and look up to. Just because I am president doesn't mean I am any better than these stalwarts. So I must be secure enough to allow them their own space, which is far bigger than my stature, and recognize that they are contributing much more than I am contributing. Once that security is there in the leader, then he will allow his team members to flourish, and then the whole organization benefits.
Thank you so much for that. These are, I think, the pearls of wisdom. I think all of us should take it forward. I think one personal example because what he really said that the allow the space where the people grow, and I think in the field, and that's something which he's allowed me, and probably with that I've been able to come to wherever I am today. Thank you so much, sir. I think we have many more, something more to hear from him, and I think probably we'll come back to you, sir. We move to the next question to Vijay. Vijay is, basically he's been today driving Transsia, the chief commercial officer, and He has done, many such issues are there. Which is, this is an era today we talk about innovations in diagnostics and technology. And, and that's, we have to make it being commercial, we have to make it viable also in the company. Now, can you just share what strategies or something, what we should be actually following and what you've implemented in the past with maintaining that innovation and technology as relevant as possible and maintaining affordability and of course scalability. That's something we will do.
I think, thanks, Dr. Gore. I think very important question and very close to my heart. And the backbone which drives innovation, according to me, is several of the principles which Dr. Avinash just mentioned. The leadership behind the organization, because now I strictly believe that the days of Einsteins might be gone, and now it's the team leadership, a team of Einsteins, which makes the next level of innovations happen. In Transasia, it's been a few days now, and I've had the opportunity to observe the organization pretty closely. And what I have clearly come to understand is ambition is an emotion which drives a lot of innovation. Today, the organization is looking for not just a global footprint, but a global leadership. And this is the ambition which is driving the organizations towards heavy innovation and crunching the timelines to innovation. Because there was one more discussion which happened in the morning, and that was related to availability, immediate availability of, for example, doctor's appointment, which is very easy in our country. And same thing goes for innovation in diagnostics. If we want to bring out a new technology, should it take years or should it take months? And if it takes months, then should we compromise on quality? Absolutely no. The idea here is no compromises, but speed to market has to be crunched to months, not years. And this requires heavy innovation, heavy integration of R&D efforts on the back end. I was also fortunate to actually get into a lot of R&D details recently, and I found, I was talking to our R&D head and I asked him this question, that today we are, let's say, having 120 tests available on a biochemistry analyzer, but what will it take us to scale it up? And the answer amazed me. We can go to 500. We can go to 500 in a matter of maybe 12 months. But the idea is, again, coming to commercial feasibility. And this requires global leadership, because the kind of scale, the kind of commercial feasibility that is possible with a global leadership is probably not easy when we are operating in a single country, even though our country represents a lot of opportunities. So that's a little bit about innovation, but coming to the other points related to quality, related to accessibility for our country, I think stretching ourselves, and that again comes from ambition, is key to maintaining quality standards. Our country has rolled out, we know, the internal quality certifications which are going to facilitate innovation coming to market in India quickly. And therefore, it's the question that we started asking ourselves, that in addition to global quality standards, in addition to adhering to US FDA CE certifications, can we also go out and stick our neck out to get BIS certification? And you know, BIS certifications are hard. I don't know how many of us know that there is a drop test. The drop test includes kicking the instrument, dropping the instrument from a height, and then see that the parts are not all over the floor. How sturdy the instrument is, how sturdy all the components in the instrument are, and this is the kind of certification which BIS involves. And I'm again, proud of some of the achievements that Transasia has brought, which includes BIS certification for some of the biochemistry analyzers, and this is ongoing effort now in multiple directions, in additional instruments. But that being said, I think the point that I'm trying to make is leveraging the country standards to build strong presence in the country, and that is really required. The last thing which I want to talk about is simplification. Having R&D and manufacturing which is in-house is honestly a luxury, and I can feel that. I can feel that because simplification, accessibility of skilled workforce across all pin codes in India is a very known problem. We all know it. We can have the best of the machines, but if we don't have the skilled workforce, we will struggle as a country. Now, simplification is something which can go in multiple directions, but one of the simplifications that I have come across is reducing the number of components, the number of reagents that are required to run the instruments. Can we crunch this? Imagine having a washing machine which requires 10 different detergents, and would you be comfortable in running that washing machine in our homes? I don't think it's possible. Why increase complexity to that level? And this is one of the areas which I see at least in our team going very strongly. Can we reduce the number of reagents? Can we club? Can we bundle so that everything is in the same bottle? And these are really going in the right direction and will go a long way in terms of simplification of adoption of technology across all corners of our country. So I think that's what I think about commercial leadership, because everything has to follow, and then commercial leadership will happen. It's not just about price, or it's not just about cost.
I think rightly said, Bobby, you feel that the strategies have to be decided first, and that all aspects of business revenue, or it's probably the one point we touched about the validating. That's an instrument like normally they do the cars. The cars are driven at a very high speed against the wall, and let's see what happens. I think that validation is a very important factor in diagnostic technology. This is where the trust comes. Trust of clinicians, trust of the people who are performing the test, and of course the customer. And the validation is probably a very important factor. In the leader, I think one of our role is to make sure that test is actually validated in diverse settings, multiple settings, and multiple types of things. I think that's a very interesting point, probably we can talk about that move forward. My next question actually goes to Puneet. Puneet is like, we today, and I'm straight away come to the POC, point of care testing. That's an area which is like, when you talk to the bigger labs, and we still have reservation, why should they be using it? But the fact is, like, POCTs are the need, and I think how to balance it, you have to do something where the most instruments are available, the test numbers are less, probably you have to make sure that something is there that to do the testing. So how do you motivate your team? That's a very, this is a product, go and sell. This is why I have a huge machine in that one, whatever it is. Now I'm getting a small. I think that's the important role to play, and making sure that how do you place in the market, how do you motivate your team? That's the leader's role for that.
Thank you so much, sir. First of all, thank you so much for having me on this panel, and I must give a special thank you, Dr. Fatke, sir, because my journey of diagnostics started with LLS, so you played a instrumental role in my journey into diagnostics. So, coming back to the question, like the POCT services has been quite instrumental in strengthening, operationalizing, and enhancing the government laboratory infrastructure. As on date, POCT Services is engaged in managing almost like 350 district hospital labs, more than 35 prestigious medical colleges, AIMS, PGIs, and now further penetrating up to the community health centers in various states like Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, Odisha, Madhya Pradesh. Now there we are actually talking about penetration into the absolute tier 3, tier 4 towns and touching the masses. There, having the point of care testing devices play a very, very instrumental role because in many of these essential tests are being performed and it's not everywhere possible to place a very large equipments like you said Abbott and Roche. So there are these smaller equipment which can test a single test with a single reagent, cassette or a kit plays a very vital role in giving the conclusive diagnosis to such kind of a patient. Now here, the leadership in engaging, asking the people to actually go and install these devices at such remote inter-towns requires a very, very strategic vision. And more importantly, aligning the entire team towards the organizational goal because the goal of the organization is not only the commercial but a social also because here you are actually reaching out to the masses of the country. So two things which is very, very important as a leader is first is lead by the example wherein first we have to go into those towns and get those things done and showcase that what is the actual benefit it is giving on the at the grassroots level. When they see that, when the leader is himself not hesitant in going on the ground and making his hand dirty, so they get motivated to do that. Second is their continuous education and training because when you train them repeatedly, they get a very clear communication at what is expected out of implementing this particular innovation or a new device or a new application or a new process. So that also inculcate a culture of continuous improvement. So people feel that they are being heard for the challenges what they are facing in their day-to-day operations in implementing that strategy or implementing that innovation. And when they feel heard, they automatically becomes motivated to go down in the field and implement that. Because it's when they see a small change is actually bringing a large impact into the overall impact into the healthcare system, in the life of the people who are coming to such government medical colleges or the institutions, because those are like poor people who really cannot afford to go to a elite lab chain and but they really need of the diagnostics. Then lastly, but not the least, celebrate the success with them when it gets implemented. And if it is failing, then as a leader, we have to accept that responsibility that you have put in your best effort, but I think it was a mistake in some of our vision or maybe the R&D or somewhere where we have not been able to achieve the desired outcome what we have been looking at. So, all in all, I would say a leader has to think 360 degree and more from the execution perspective rather than the strategic perspective, so that any strategy or any innovation, when it gets implemented, it becomes successful.
That's a nice thought. I think, I don't know whether right or wrong, but I probably feel that what he's saying is no harm, think about it, and in case required, take a U-turn or take the team along with you. I think that probably can make it forward. I think now we have the less time. Now I'll just come back, start from you. Just within 2 minutes, I'd like to hear from you. Where do you see this variable and now there's a lot of smart devices coming out? How do you take it forward? How do you think, how do you integrate in that integrated system? What's the role? How can a leader make sure that you get integrated system?
So yeah, it's just a very, very important thing. Now the wearable devices are being used quite frequently and at a very aggressive level. So the most important thing is integrating these wearable devices with the proper laboratory information system and the existing electronic health records, and ensuring that all these data records are being compliant with the regulatory of HIPAA or GDPR, which is a very important regulation for ensuring the data privacy and motivating the technology team to build such a cybersecurity around these devices and the integration. Data is flowing from one system to the others and it cannot be hacked. It should not be, have any unauthorized access because it's a very sensitive data wherein we are going to use it for the very positive outcome, but yes, people may use it for the negative outcomes.
Yeah, that's nice. The leaders are always going to make sure that patient-sensitive data is actually taken care of. And of course, I'm sure the era is not far away when everything is integrated. I'm always an advocate of something called as fat cafes, where you just walk up and probably drop a blood. Within 7-10 minutes, you have all the reports. By the time you have your coffee, your reports are ready. Maybe something like that, if the future is not far away. That's the need today, probably. That will address a lot of remote areas, challenges. Of course, quality, no compromise. It has to be integrated well into the system. And I mean, which I come to that integration I can completely use. And again, just have 2 minutes more, probably. Collaboration is an answer, right? In the industry, diagnostic healthcare for that matter. It's ultimately what Kurt K said about team is the answer. Same thing with various providers altogether. Do you feel like we had the morning government perspective also? So what do you feel that collaboration, private-public partnership, how do you change the leaders in that ecosystem place? There is a lot of PPP happening, but still a lot of uncertainty on it. And your thought on partnership, how do you make the system strong?
See, I can, Dr. Gaur, tell from my own personal, recent experience of again discussions. The ambition of the organization was to reach 2,000 pin codes across the country. For 2,000 pin codes, we realized because of the breadth and depth of our country was not enough. We deliberated on reaching 1,000 pin codes, cold chain presence in 1,000 pin codes across the country, and that was pretty much a stretch, but was doable. But reaching 2,000 means a lot, and that requires the right kind of collaboration, because I think one thing we should not hesitate is to accept that yes, we need help and we need the right kind of partners who bring the right kind of strength to get that reach possible. And therefore, public-private partnerships are extremely important, specifically the kind of lifestyle disease states that Dr. Farki was also referring to. If 30% of our population is diabetic, how do we gain that reach? And that happens without, that cannot happen without government collaboration, but that also cannot happen without partner organizations who have that kind of reach across nooks and corners. So the idea is to build the right kind of feasibility models which make it feasible for government, make it feasible for our partner, and make it feasible for ourselves. And fortunately, that is possible through innovation, and we are doing that.
Thank you, Vijay. I think we all definitely looking for bigger collaborations. I think I say the collaboration, not only the public-private partnership, but from the academic institutions or research is going on, till from there to the policymakers, to the manufacturers, to the users, and of course, public coming back to us, why don't you collaborate? And that's what we're seeing many times when we go out. In that area, something happening, we don't aware of that part. We say, why don't you collaborate with this person, probably help us out. And those are the model today of success. And leaders' role is to make sure we're aware of the entire spectrum ecosystem so that we can deliver in a better way. Sir, coming back to you, sir. My last question to you, of course, we started, and we like to come back to you again. Firstly, sum up what technically is that. Number one, important question to you is here, because we did touch upon big data, and because today we have a lot of information. So, as a leader, how do you make sure that all ethics are maintained, all the privacy is maintained? That's one part. And that's a personal question I would ask you. Because I remember some time back, or 30 years back, I've gone to when we're talking about partnership acquiring one of the labs in remote Rajasthan, and he says that they had a reception, there's no reception. With this small counter, and there was a doctor sitting with all this. And he asked, and then he said, why don't you put up a customer care? He just went to customer care. I do have customer care. Patient come to me first, वो मेरे पाँव छूटे और डॉक्टर साहब ये है चार्ट। अब वो मैं आगे बोलता हूँ हाँ ये वो that. But today this is a totally because we are far away from like you have hundreds of labs. So what is the role of this from there, from that point of view? How do we like address that gap? Is it like, are we looking for a pathologist role to be changed, defined? Are we looking for better communication? Are we looking for pathologists to become a critical solution provider and integrating together? So these two questions I would like to answer and then talk to some of them.
Thank you, Ravi. When we talk about data security, confidentiality, and privacy, I will tell you that why it is not happening the way it should happen in our country. Now, if you see today's scenario, all of us know there are about at least approximately 1,20,000 pathology labs in India, out of which probably 15,000 to 18,000 could be manned by MD pathologists. Out of this 1,20,000 lab, 2,300 are NABL certified. Out of the one which are NABL certified, 2,300, some are entry level NABL certified, and many will be in hospital space or government space. So in private space, why I am saying this, the moment any accreditation body comes into the picture, your data security and software evaluation is part of the assessment, as you know. Unless it is compliant with various norms, you don't get the certification, and it's very thorough. Right from time of accession to TAT, to whether the consent was taken for HIV, the confidentiality of conveying the report. Sometimes it's a report say you have a Down syndrome detected in a NIPT case, then how do you take the consent for FNAC, fine needle aspiration cytologist, which we do? Sometimes there is a hemorrhage or there is a hematoma while doing it. So how do you take the consent? Who is qualified to do it? So all this becomes a part of a systematic process which is supervised by MD pathologists. Now, unfortunately, having said that, as I said, that if 80% of the labs are not manned by MD pathologists, and if most of the labs are not board certified, it becomes very difficult to enforce the data security and confidentiality on the remaining labs. It comes out of voluntary compliance, and it's a good thing, it should come, but I'm not sure it is coming to the level which is required. And you must have heard that in various, even Western countries, there are data security breach of confidential data of patient information due to hackers or due to internal software glitches. So one is to be very, very particular about it. And the answer to that, today, when you talk about pathology lab, the equal importance is the IT department, because all your 300 plus instrument will be bidirectionally interfaced. A barcode scanner will read all the tests which is unique to that patient, will assess them, analyze them on different platforms. And if you are having single primary tube, the same tube will travel to various instrumentation, and the report will get auto-mailed by your system. Now, in this process, it's very difficult for a smaller lab to implement this kind of IT system. Their IT is usually limited to data entry. Bidirectional interface is not available at most of the places, and informed consent is also not taken. So this is the scenario we are dealing with. I think as more and more people will opt for at least entry level NABL or ISO, some of these issues will get sorted out.
Thank you, sir. I think very important point is a big challenge today, of course. And I'm sure we have Naveen sitting here, he can always say like, let's voice of healthcare could be the data privacy. Let's talk about it at multiple forums. We get maybe answers will be there. I think, thank you very much, for all of you to be here. And I think we just have maybe 1 minute. Any questions from the audience, please? Anybody have any questions before we close it down? Yeah, I think I can see one. Take one question.
I don't know. I think I'm audible. My question is, when we are talking about, there is a developmental task force, 24, 48 degree difference between the AC, local, microphone, and all. Yeah, hi.
Hello. So thanks, quite interesting discussions. As I always like to hear Avinash sir. So he was really, initially what he told. I would like to discuss only one point. Like when we discuss about the entire landscape, like when we are talking of the whole genomic exome sequencing and everything. The 81% population of this country till now earn less than 200 rupees a day, which is the cost of a CBC probably, right? So when we hear about that, and when we hear that what Vijay was saying, that 1,000 pin codes he has covered, India has around 19,000 pin codes and 775 districts, right? So we are not even in the middle in the history. So how do you see that changing? Because it took 77 years to draft a policy for this, testing and all, and then we see there is a lot of scams also happening with all the big players involved in the local clinics and all. So how do you see that? How can we actually, get to that level where the person, curiosity is extremely important, right? But it's still, it's not even in nascent stage. So this whole difference of the city and the rural area, that is something which all the big people like you need to discuss and suggest. I just spoke to Dr. Daksha also when she was leaving. So that's something. What's your feel? How much more time is going to take to get to that level?
I think very valid question, and the answers are not easy. It starts from the GDP spent on healthcare. And as you must have seen, whether it was the earlier government or the last 10 years, the current government, the GDP spent on healthcare is stagnant at 1.3 to 1.4% of the total GDP. And most of our new educational institutes are donation medical colleges. Most of the beds are, as I mentioned, in private space. And when we say compared to US, we have excellent access to healthcare. We are talking about urban population who is affording our insurance cover. If you are not insurance covered and you are in a village, that same accessibility is, then we are not better off than US. So there are two Indias. You are right. There are two Indias. One, the urban affording population, middle class onwards, and the others. Ayushman Bharat is an attempt to address these issues. The problem is that the rates fixed are much lower than even CGHS rates. So if you see in Mumbai today, there is no hospital which is having indoor facilities under the Ayushman Bharat scheme. In North India, it has picked up a lot. But in a city like Mumbai, where the property prices are very high, it's very difficult to comply with those. So there is a thought process that certain beds, some percentage of beds in each hospital would be reserved under this category. But we already have Rajiv Gandhi Yojana, we have state government schemes now which are saying that up to 3 lakh income, the family should be treated free, and we are doing it. So in Kaushalya Hospital in Thana, we have to do CTCs at 10 and 20 rupees for this kind of population. So it's not that nothing is available, but it is not to the level where it should be expected. And state subject, health is a state subject. The central government can allocate resources and provide guidelines. ICMR can provide guidelines, but each state, you will see that Karnataka is also doing cardiac surgeries under various schemes at Narayan Yojana. but same is not the case in certain other parts of the country. So it differs from state to state. And I am happy to say even cervical cancer vaccine, which is a very expensive vaccine, as you know, it's almost 8,000 rupees per dose and you require 3 doses. There are many states who are adopting and giving it to the younger girls. So it's not as if nothing is done, whether it is adequate, I am not the right person. Probably this answer should come from a public health person or somebody who is forming the regulations.
I'll just add to it I mean, I would like to give the best example of Uttar Pradesh, wherein, with just one rupee registration, you can get absolutely free of cost, see, not only the basic CBC, lipid profile, LFT, KFT, even up to the level of vitamin D and B12. So Uttar Pradesh government has been really playing very instrumental in providing this accessible healthcare on the cloud platforms up to the community health center levels.
So I think there is a big hope. I think we got this example there, the leaders, we are the person who driving it out, and we have Vijay was trying to collaborate, put together. Thank you so much. I think we can have more questions out of this thing. And probably time is up. We have a question answer, probably when we meet across. Or I'll just say sum up probably what we're looking here for my take is maybe the the POCD is here, one sample, one answer straight away, one sample, all answers can be given. Probably we have we've learned from our senior Bhatke here, the leader has to be probably in the front and be your back too. Because I think that's something leader is. Remember something in the back, the leader is always there for that leadership and build up your team. And of course, lastly, everything has to be integrated and collaborated together. Without that, what we just talked about, I think everything has to be integrated in the system, and Rob, that's only we can succeed. Thank you, everyone, and thank you so much for being here. And I think looking forward to greater from the next session on. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gaur. And that was an insightful and thought-provoking session. Our panelists have shared invaluable strategies and forward-looking ideas to build resilient diagnostic systems for the future. So let's give them another round of applause for their expertise and vision. Now it's time to honor and express our gratitude to our panelists. May I request Dr. Gaur to felicitate our esteemed panelists. Dr. Avinash Phadke. Mr. Vijay Kumar. Mr. Puneet Gupta. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Naveen Mishra to please felicitate our moderator, Dr. Ravi Gaur, for his exceptional role in leading this discussion. Let's capture this memorable moment with a group photograph. Thank you everyone for being part of this enlightening session. The conversation and ideas shared today are sure to leave a lasting impact as we work towards a stronger, more resilient diagnostics ecosystem. So let's keep the momentum going as we move on to the next exciting segment of the day. We now transition to the second panel discussion of the day. We delve into one of the most exciting and transformative areas in healthcare, that is emerging biomarkers, unlocking new frontiers in early diagnosis and prognosis. This session focuses on the game-changing potential of biomarkers in transforming early detection, precision medicine, and improving patient outcomes. Our esteemed panelists will explore the latest advancements, the challenges of validation and clinical adoption, and their pivotal role in shaping the future of personalized medicine. To guide us through this compelling discussion, we have an incredible lineup of panelists. So I request everyone to please join me in welcoming our speakers with a round of applause. Dr. Sridhar Sivasibu, Chief Diagnostic and Research Officer and Lab Director, Cardinos Healthcare Private Limited. Dr. Rajesh Pendri, Chief Pathologist and National Technical Head, Global Reference Laboratory, Apollo Diagnostics Private Limited. Mr. Bhavik H. Trivedi, Deputy Manager, Business Development, CRO and Clinical Diagnostics, Shimadzu Analytical India Private Limited. Let's welcome them with a round of applause. Dr. Ajay Avinash Koike, Director, Strategy and Business Development, Agilus Diagnostics. Ms. Tanya Junta, Head Marketing, Roche Diagnostics India. And now I would like to invite our moderator to lead the discussion, Dr. Praveen E. Gupta, Chairman, Institutional Ethics Committee, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Educational and Research Center, and Scientific Advisory Committee Member, Predomics Private Limited. Let's have a round of applause for our panelists today. Over to you, Dr. So,
Good morning, everybody. I am Dr. Praveen Gupta, and today we have very interesting panel discussion on emerging biomarkers, unlocking the new frontier in diagnosis and therapy of various diseases. As you all know, the early diagnosis is always better for clinicians to manage the disease very well. Once it is at the last stage, really it is tough for the clinician as well as the patient to get rid of this disease properly, especially in the cancer. I have been working in the field of cancer research for last 30 years, and I know how it is difficult when the cancer patients comes at the last stage. And you may be aware that most of the 70% patient, they are attending the hospitals at third or fourth stage of the cancer. So in that situation, everything goes very bad. This patient has a financial stress, clinician has no proper outcome of his treatment. So early diagnosis is always be a focus for many years. I have started my career with the same aim. I've been working on the many years on biomarkers of cancer. From the beginning, from my doctoral degree, and then I work at a National Institute of Health where I work on some novel genes, differential display technology, which gives the novel genes. What is novel genes? This is a different genes which are differentially expressed in the certain diseases. It was in the cancer, and that I have proved the novel genes in the lung cancer, and those genes are also very much useful in diagnosing early lung cancer. Of course, this work further has been proceeded by my mentor, Professor Paul Nedeshan and Larry Ostrowski. After that, I have been working in the Tata Memorial Center, and my project was on the lung cancer. I have developed an experimental model, and I have shown that the p53 protein, which is upregulated at the early stage. What do you mean by early stage? I think most of the not cancer specialists. So in cancer is always be given as a different stage of cancer: initiation, promotion, progression, and metastasis. So if we stop the cancer transformation at early stage, then there is no problem of curing the cancer. Nobody should scare when he goes to the early stage, but that never happens. So early markers are really important area, and for diagnosis. Now, at the latest development, since the human genome projects have been published, there are a lot of development in this area to develop this technology so that we can get better and better markers. And today's our panel discussions, there are 5 panelists. They are distinguished pathologists, and they are well-known persons in the area of emerging biomarkers. I think they will focus on latest development, especially I personally feel that the liquid biopsy containing circulating tumor cells which is a best marker in cancer for understanding the early metastasis. So understanding early metastasis, that shows that it is a cure of cancer, because when these cells goes and invade into the bloodstream, then there is no cure. There is very difficult. Now there are many studies, cell therapies has come, CAR T cells therapy has come, but still they are very costly treatments. So patients should not go to that stage. So I have myself worked on the circulating tumor cell at Jaslo Hospital. I have studied several metastatic patients at different grades, first grade, second grade, final. And it was seen that the circulating tumor cells as varies with the grade of the cancer, metastasis. So if we detect that circulating cells in early stage, there may be possibility that we can stop the cancer at that stage. So today, I think we have the five panelists. One is Dr. Sridhar Shivasu, who is a Chief Diagnostics and Research Officer, Lab Director, Karkinos Healthcare Private Limited, India. Then Dr. Rajesh Bendre, hello sir. He is a Chief Pathologist and National Technical Head, Global Reference Laboratory at Apollo Diagnostics Private Limited, Hyderabad. I think Dr. Bendre is also a Jaslo person. He came, and I think before that I left Jaslo. I think 2017 he came, Dr. Ahuja was there. Yeah, nice meeting you. The next is Dr. Maumik Trivedi. Hello sir. He is a Deputy Manager, Business Development, CRO, Clinical Diagnostic, Synergy Analytical India Private Limited. Then we'll go to the Dr. Ajay Avinash Phadke. Hello, sir. He is a son of Dr. Avinash Phadke, and he is a Director of Strategy and Business Development, Agilus Diagnostic Lab. I think every day we see the advertisement done by Anil Kapoor, you know. So that was one of the very important lab, and they always talk about the early diagnosis, and so we can really get a input of that from the Ajay. Then next is Tanaya Junka. She is a marketing head, and she has really exposed to some of the technology which will be useful in early diagnosis, and I think she will give a feedback on that. I hope all these speakers will give the latest development in emerging technology like liquid biopsy, circulating tumor cells, circulating tumor DNA, then metabolites, which is also one of the, where I have actually associated one of the lab, I am the scientific advisor for Vidomis. They are working on the LCMS and working on the metabolites, and they have developed a test which gives early diagnosis for 20 cancers. And that they are also working on the cardiologic marker, for that is also one of the area. So I think early diagnosis is not only cancer, in the cardiology, in the obesity, or in the many diseases is most important. So we'll go to the first question in this study. It is Dr. Sridhar. Genomic biomarkers are the forefront and personalized medicine. From your expertise, how do your advancement in genomic sequencing translate into the practical improvement in early disease diagnosis and prognosis?
Thank you, Dr. for the nice introduction and setting the stage for this forum, and thank you, organizers of Voice of Health, for the invitation and allowing us to deliver it here. Having said that, genomic biomarkers overall can be divided into three large categories. One would be that derives from the nucleic acids, the DNA and the RNA. Of course, there's a third category which comes out of the epigenome. I'll kind of touch upon all the three, and all these have bearings on number of both inherited diseases of somatic origin, and the diseases that kind of are of epigenetic origin. So all three they have. So let me first address the context of germline mutations. These are mutations that we inherit from our parents, we pass it on to our children, as the name suggests. But most importantly, what does it signify? A germline mutation, when you are able to identify it using a molecular tool, actually suggests a molecular diagnostic test. It's sort of a confirmatory test that the disease the particular gene is mutated and causes the disease. It's the end of a medical odyssey for the patient and a starting point for the physician to be very sure that they can take the next step. So what are the next steps? One, they have a molecular diagnostic tool available. Second, that they use that for screening families. They can use that for prenatal testing in case the family gives informed consent and it's an informed decision of the family. But most importantly, remember the germline mutation also in the context of India represents communities. We all are members of one of the 4,500 communities that we represent. If there is a germline mutation and lo and behold, if it's a founder mutation, practically the whole community would have it. So it translates to becoming a powerful screening tool. And experiences from my own lab have shown that a single germline mutation could be translated to a screening tool for about 1 million patients, if not more. So that's the power of a germline mutation, and that's a biomarker. And these are very early biomarkers that you inherit from your parents. So that means it will be detected at birth. You can be counseled, you can be prepared, and many of them also have treatments today, okay, if not prevention in place. So that's one class. The second class are ones that are of somatic origin, not germline. Somatic in the sense you developed it during the course of your lifetime, either in the early embryogenesis or after that due to an insult, an environmental insult, a pharmacological insult, or any of these insults to your DNA or the RNA. Now, a lot of the cancer mutations that Sir talked about a while ago would fall in that category. Now, they are a little bit difficult to detect compared to the germline, but nevertheless, if you are able to pick it up, and genomics technologies are very powerful today, that you are able to use genomics technologies to pick it up, and if you can pick it up, they would represent a class that will be used for identifying what is the cause of that cancer, which tissue did it originate from, and more importantly, can it drive therapeutics? Can it drive prognostication? Can it drive the course of the disease for the patient? And more importantly, recently we've seen a lot of personalized or mutation-specific therapies coming up in the market. Though they are expensive, but they are really being brought down. The cost is really being brought down. So you could use them for a lot of oncology-related diseases and address them very nicely. But there's two more class of biomarkers that are just emerging. And I had the good fortune of working on at least one class of it, which is the RNA class of biomarkers, which are very underappreciated. Remember, we have a DNA, which is a very static molecule, okay? Whereas the RNA is a very transient molecule. And for example, we have, for every copy of the DNA in a cell, we have a few million copies of RNA present. So they represent the expression. That's what differentiates all of us, or how we respond to a drug or not to a drug, and so on and so forth. So measuring them is a very powerful tool, and they also represent targets for small molecule binding, activation, or suppression. So that's a new class of biomarkers is coming up, and a lot of them are out there. And there's also a new class of RNA. So there is microRNAs, there are long non-coding RNAs, there are small nuclear RNAs, a huge class of RNAs that are becoming biomarkers today. But they are all emerging biomarkers. For a forum like this, it's important to sort of deliberate upon it. And the last class is actually an epigenetic biomarker. Okay, these are very transient class and very effectively now coming up to measure status of a patient in a disease progression state, or is he responding to a drug or not responding to a drug, as simple as healthcare regimes. Okay, it is being used in sports medicine very nicely to figure out if the sportsman adhering to the schedule or not, just by looking at methylation markers. Because certain genes get methylated very rapidly because you adhere to a certain regime. Okay? So you can use that in medicine also, and actively being used in medical technologies to look at methylation patterns. Again in cancer, circulating tumor DNA is a very powerful one on which methylation marks are very actively sought for to figure out which tissue will they originate from. So, anyway, the future for genomic biomarkers is very bright. I'll stop there and hand it back to sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sridhar. My next question is to Dr. Rajesh Pendre. With over 25 years of experience in pathology, what do you see as a primary barrier to adaptation of molecular diagnostic techniques in routine pathology, and how can they address to improve early diagnosis?
So, good afternoon, everyone, and it's an honor and pleasure to be a part of this conversation. Thank you, DOH, for organizing this. Having said that, I think there are two parts to the question.
Yes.
Which you asked. So let me answer the first part. So, when we talk about adoption of molecular diagnostic techniques, I think there are two good things happening which is a boon for molecular diagnostic industry. One is, of course, the post-COVID era. Today, everyone understands and knows RT-PCR, whether it is a common man or a clinician. Where in the pre-COVID era, we had to explain what RT-PCR is. So gone are those days where people understand what RT-PCR is. And people also relate this to a test which is very, very specific and a very quick diagnosis that we can have. So RT-PCR, I think it's a very good thing which has happened, and its adoption for RT-PCR. And as Sir mentioned in the earlier talk, infections and the syndromic approach for infections either through a biofire panel or through a multiplex RT-PCR is already an in thing and very much used in most of the hospitals or also in reference labs. But there are other techniques when we talk about molecular diagnostics. And one of the important techniques also apart from RT-PCR is next generation sequencing. Some of the markers which were just now mentioned, the platform required for doing this analysis is next generation sequencing. And when we talk about NGS, the platform what we want, which would give us the best quality of results and can also cater to all the different applications which were mentioned, would be a high throughput NGS. But the challenge with the high throughput NGS is that it's an extremely capex intensive instrument. So as of now, the cost for procuring this high throughput NGS, the cost is one of the hurdle, I would say. The advantage also that the high throughput NGS gives you is that it is, as I said, high throughput, so it can run in a one batch maybe up to 600 samples max, which will give me the best cost effectiveness of that technology. But to have 600 samples in one go in one batch is another big challenge. So I also have a TAT to be maintained. So in order to maintain the TAT, I may not look at the batch size, but the day I do that, my cost goes very, very high. So at one end, that the capex intensive is very high for the high throughput NGS. On the other hand, if I do not have the optimal batch size, my OPEX or my running cost is also very high. So most of the labs then struggle in sustaining this kind of high throughput NGS equipments. So that is one major hurdle in terms of adoption. Another important hurdle is that having just a technology and a high throughput NGS, it doesn't stop there. The data which comes out from that further needs to be analyzed in a specific way using specific bioinformatic pipelines. We require a specific bioinformatic team to analyze that data, which itself is an expert job. And this itself is also a cost related to that, and one needs to factor it. So that again is a very, very important hurdle. And here I would like to highlight, when we talk about testing and using different bioinformatic pipelines, one of the biggest challenge which comes is whether the bioinformatic pipeline which I am using, does it represent Indian population data? One of the things which is debated in most of the forums is that when a lab reports VUS, which is called as variant of unknown significance, is it because that the pipeline used is non-representative of Indian population and hence a VUS has come? So there is a high need and a challenge for Indian population database to be a part of the pipeline, whatever is being used. And most of the labs already have developed their own pipelines using their own database. So things have moved, but it takes a long time to build that kind of a pipeline of your own. So this is the second challenge. And third, I think, is the technical know-how, the technical team who needs to be an expertise, who should have a training on using this kind of platform. So I suppose that these are the three main challenges as I understand in terms of adoption of NGS in molecular diagnostic techniques. The second part of the question was in terms of early diagnosis and using molecular diagnosis. Now, I would like to just specify a few things.
Dr. Rajesh,
Yeah. Okay, yes, because I was just trying to address that.
no, I will just. It was true that what your Rajesh said that before COVID, people were not knowing what is PCR, RT-PCR, and now everyone knows what is the molecular diagnostic. I still remember when I gave a talk in Jasloka Hospital in 2005, 2006, all clinicians were bored actually. They said, what you are talking? We are not understanding what is RNA, DNA and all these things. And they were always confusing with the PCR and real-time PCR. They were not understanding what is the basic. So I used to tell them that PCR will only give the amplification, okay, this is a positive or negative, and real-time PCR will give, they will quantitate the how many numbers of copies are there. Similarly, what he has said in this, that NGS was new that time, and I still remember one company sent me the report of NGS of one patient, breast cancer patient. I was working on breast cancer, hereditary cancers, and he sent me many papers, So I asked him, what are the mutations you wanted to show me? How the clinician will come to know what is there inside? But I think that procedure now has been well planned, and now everything is going on smoothly. Now NGS has been routinely used by various laboratory, and really it was even put out input on this molecular diagnostic program, which is now everyone knows it, every patient knows it, every person is known it. Because of the COVID, every understand what are the testing is going on. But of course, it is very difficult to understand the results of this. And I am working for so many years. Molecular diagnostic results are the confirmatory results. 100% it is not a false positive or false negative as we get in histopathology or any other part of this, because there may be staining problem or something or freezing problem. But here, once you say that HIV positive, it will be positive, it will never be negative. That is a problem. That's why when you are signing those reports, you have to be very careful. Is it correct, Dr.? Yeah. So,
Let's answer the early diagnosis. So the early diagnosis part, I think one should remember one very basic point, that when you say early diagnosis, we are talking about a screening test. And when we talk about screens, we are talking about a test who has got a high sensitivity and less of specificity. So moment I say this statement, which is a generic statement, irrespective of whether it is molecular test, you will have some element of false positives when I talk about the screening test. So that is one thing which should be a very, very important point, whether it is molecular or any other test, which should be a part of a very strong clinical validation protocol. And that clinical validation protocol should include the co-founding or co-factors which are contributing to this false positivity and have a way to mitigate the risk of having lesser and lesser false positives. So when you talk about early diagnosis and now talking on molecular diagnosis, just now there was a mention of epigenetics, which is the emerging biomarkers, especially as a target for early cancer diagnosis. But I think there are few companies in the US who have launched similar tests, which I know. But I suppose it is still too early, and we really need to test it in Indian waters to really say it with confidence. But on the same side, there are other research which is going on, which I know for neurological diseases on a similar lines, which I think is more promising.
Thank you, Dr. Rajesh. Now, next I will move to Dr. Bhumik Trivedi. As you are working on the analytical instruments like HPLC or LCMS, have been crucial in biomarkers discovery. From your perspective, what technological evaluations are needed to further enhance the biomarker testing accuracy and reproducibility?
Sure. So I think the stage is set very well. We are into the topic and we are talking about the emerging biomarkers by which we can certainly transform the perspective of diagnosis by itself. And not only diagnosis but early diagnosis, that is what is very important as well. Now, when we talk about the use of chromatography and mass spectrometry, certainly, it has played a very crucial role when it comes to the biomarker discoveries are concerned. Now, when we talk about its innovation requirement, certainly the sensitivity and the resolution of the instrument plays a very important role because we are talking about discovery. And we have to see a multifaceted approach by which we are not only covering a perspective of an omic, we have to look into multi-omic approach where we can bring in not only genomic, but we should also try to study the proteomic, metabolomic, transcriptomic, fluxomic. That gives a 360-degree angle of a particular individual to understand what is exactly going on. Obviously, when we talk about biomarkers, it is certainly at a very early discovery stage. We need to study all these things by which we can come to a marker which can help in early screening of that particular disorder. Obviously, when we talk about screening, as Dr. Vedre just mentioned, the false positives will certainly help us in getting to a next level of confirmatory tests by which we can really conclude. But those genomic testing, as of now, still they are pretty expensive. When we talk about the chromatography and mass spectrometry technique, I do agree the cost involved, the investment is pretty huge, but the cost to patient for the early screening becomes very less. And that is where it will add advantage in getting it available at a very preliminary stage, making it feasible for people. They can get into a proactive screening and get themselves tested. That is where it will play a very crucial role. That is where we are innovating. Like being a part of an analytical company, which is not a 3-year-old now, that is Shimadzu, we always believe in contributing to society through science and technology. That is our corporate philosophy. And when we say that, we always work on a perspective which is finally contributing to well-being of humankind. That is where our approach comes in. And being Japanese, that is what our motive are always there to help and to contribute to society. In that angle, as I mentioned about multi-omics is a very complicated approach. Therein, the developing approaches of artificial intelligence, machine learning will come into the picture. And that is where we are also innovating day by day by adding a lot of value and importance to these kind of approaches as well, where we can map all the data coming out of the studies into a single window and try to correlate all these omic outcomes which are coming, which can lead in understanding a pattern, which can help in early diagnosis in the later stage. So these parts are very important when we are talking about discoveries. So discoveries has to be perfect and they have to be multi-dimensional, or I will say multi-omic approach is very important. And the next part which I will say is, certainly it should be scalable to the diagnostic stage by which we can say it is doable to do at the laboratory level as well. Hence, certainly we should look into the approach of automation, a complete solution which can bring up to a particular lab by which they can address the concern. So when we talk about the innovation and the accuracy and the reproducibility of the assays, it should be from the multiple angle, from the outcome to the assays which are getting utilized. As far as the technology is concerned, the mass spectrometers have been very much accurate and they have always been gold standard to compare the benchmark technologies. Be it vitamin Ds today, we still consider to give total D, but mass specs have been always giving D2, D3 differentials. We are also looking into the calcitriol levels as well. So again, these are the gold standard technologies and they will always keep contributing to society when we talk about the early biomarker discoveries are concerned. So this is my view and thought process which I have with respect to the accuracy and the reproducibility of the biomarkers are concerned for the early diagnosis.
Thank you, Dr. Mohan. It was very exciting, and LCMS and other things are concerned. The PCR-based tests are more costlier, and that's why this, I think, the analysis of metabolites or other way that will be more cheaper. So these diagnostic tests may be affordable to the all people in India, which is one of the cost-effective tests. Thank you very much. Now I'll go further to Dr. Ajay. Okay. As per your experience in molecular techniques and flow cytometry, how can these tools be expanded for the broader application in detecting early stage diseases using biomarkers? You can specify your diseases also, so that will be great.
First of all, thanks to Voice of Healthcare for inviting me, and it's been a wonderful session so far. Now, first of all, I would like to just say that we're talking about early detection. Now, why is there a need for early detection is something which we have to understand. We already have biomarkers which have been there for a long period of time. We have things like CA125, PSA, etc. The reason we are talking about molecular and flow cytometry techniques for early detection is because the current biomarkers which are available have a very, very poor positive predictive value. So something like a CA125 has a 10 to 15% positive predictive value. For Roma index has a slightly better positive predictive value. A simple PSA which you take, if you have a PSA value of 4, we've seen multiple patients who have prostate cancer with a PSA value of 4. So if you had just gone by a PSA value without doing a free PSA, you would have missed out a large chunk of your prostate cancers. We've seen prostate cancers just recently where the PSA is 3.2 and our free PSA is 0.9. So our existing biomarkers are really not shedding much light. Then we have cancers like pancreatic cancer, where there is a CA19-9 is really essentially not going to really tell you anything about pancreatic cancer. Most of the pancreatic cancers present in stage 3 and stage 4. It's a similar problem with many other cancers as well. So this is why what we have today is really not going to cut it. For breast cancer, again, mammograms and things are there. So what is the ideal situation that we need to have for us to actually screen a large population? It would be an ideal utopian scenario where we have a single blood sample which is given, and like Dr. Sridhar was saying, we have a large number of newer tests which are coming out now. So one of them, people have spoken about circulating tumor cells, people have spoken about cell-free DNA, about circulating tumor DNA, about microRNA, etc., etc. But we may not be aware that cell-free DNA was actually discovered in 1948 to start with, so it's not exactly a new marker. So what is actually happening with all of this is that if let's say I test 100 people in this room today and I do a cell-free DNA test on all of us, rather circulating tumor DNA. Now a cell-free DNA is present in all of us because when the cells break and they are necrotic or basically dying, then they release their DNA into the bloodstream, right? We can detect that DNA, but to capture any meaningful amount of DNA from anybody's blood, which is circulating in the blood, you need a large quantity of blood. You cannot do it from 1 ml or 2 ml. Earlier, you used to require much larger quantity, but now you require something like 8 to 10 ml. Now, out of the cell-free DNA, there is a fraction of circulating tumor DNA, which we can detect again. Again, that's a small fraction of the cell-free DNA. To get a meaningful diagnosis of screening or multiple cancers from that one sample, I would need to collect 200 ml of blood from each and every person sitting in this room. Why I'm saying this is because the sensitivity of these tests today, which we have, is not yet up to the mark. Eventually, a time will come when you can actually screen with a much lesser volume of blood, and there, this circulating tumor DNA can then be a screening tool. Today, what circulating tumor DNA is actually used for is for prognosis, for monitoring the treatment. So, if you have a patient who is already on treatment, if the circulating tumor DNA level high, you can again escalate the treatment and oncologist can take a particular decision. Now, so this is all, then the other one which we have is actually checking for the circulating tumor cell. Now, for any tumor to actually be breaking down and giving meaningful levels of circulating tumor cells in the blood, you need to have the tumor size of at least 5 millimeters, if not 10 mm. Now the thing is, many tumors, for them to reach that size, have already grown, and many of them have already metastasized. So that is not exactly a very viable marker today. But what people are now focusing on is, apart from detecting the tumor cells themselves, what people are actually focusing on is also detecting the embryo cells, which are small embryonic cells. So these are cells which are either pluripotent or multipotent stem cells, which are still maturing. And depending on the, like Dr. Sridhar said again, the epigenetic insult given by the particular cancer, these circulating stem cells are released into the bloodstream, and they are released in much larger quantities as well. So we can actually harvest these stem cells and then detect these changes on the stem cells. So that's another thing I would like to talk about. Now, third is something we all know about, say, early detection of breast cancers, prostate cancers, etc. But what we've not actually been touching upon is something like neurological disorders. Just last week, there was a family of in which about 4 generations have had spinocerebellar ataxia, SA48. Now, what happened was there are 3 daughters. The 3 daughters have not yet gotten tested. The mother has SA48, the mother's brother has passed away due to gastric cancer, and the third sibling, which is also a lady, had some neurological disorder which they were not aware of. There was no screening test done at the time of conception. There was no genetic workup done for the family members. Now the mother was finally tested, and apart from a SA48, we also detected a gene which is a familial gastric carcinoma gene. Both these are autosomal dominant conditions, and they can be seen. Basically, that means there's a 50% chance of the progeny having it. So one thing is detecting the cancers and early detection of cancers, but the other thing is something which is a screening of the population for these mutations, which can affect entire generations which are going forward. So I think that becomes a very, very important aspect of screening and molecular tools as well. And the last part is about the flow cytometry. So flow cytometry is nothing, all these are just tools and methods to diagnose conditions. So flow cytometry is one of them. Now, why we would use flow cytometry is because you can actually do immune profiling very, very well with flow cytometry. So if there's a child who has repeated infections, repeated skin infections, etc., he may have something called as PID, which is immune deficiency. So for these kind of conditions, to see a current status of the immune response of that child, you need something like a flow cytometry analysis. Also, there are microsphere flow cytometry tests which will be coming up, which will combine flow cytometry with molecular diagnosis and allow a much earlier detection of these immune deficiency disorders as well as infectious diseases. And the last is non-communicable diseases, which is a large problem over here in India. What we have today are markers like blood glucose or cholesterol, etc. We can predict risk of cardiac events with things like lipoprotein A. But one important aspect which you have to consider is that there's something called as pharmacogenomics, which is now it's pretty common now. But what that means is that we can do a genetic workup for patients. We can see which drugs are going to act, which drugs are going to cause adverse effect. Because about 20% of medical complications are iatrogenic. That means that they actually caused by medications. So we would need to know whether a particular medication is going to cause something adverse in a patient and then avoid that medication. It's like a kind of a horoscope, but a real horoscope which works and not something which is up in the air. It actually will tell you which medications you should take, which medications you should not take. So these are some of the important molecular flow cytometric approaches for screening, which I would want to touch upon.
Thank you, Dr. Ajay. It was interesting, I think a lot of information he has given on cancer, flow cytometry. My next question is to Tanaya. Should we call this doctor? Okay, Tanaya. She is actually a marketing person, and I think she can give a lot of information on actually more emerging biomarkers are being integrated into diagnostic globally. Which biomarkers driven technology or approaches hold the most promise for transforming patient care in India, especially in the area of cancer and chronic diseases?
Thank you so much for this opportunity. I think when we look at cancer screening or chronic diseases, something that we really need to look at is that today the urban population of India wants to own their own health. So they want health in their own hands. We see so many patients just directly going to their labs or going to the doctors asking questions on what do I do, what is the diagnosis, what do I need to do to change this, how do I not get cancer. So that's something very important to look at when we look at the emerging technologies or the biomarkers. When we just look at cancer today, not really a technology, but something like cervical cancer cell sampling is something that's becoming very important today, especially because of the stigma that exists today on cervical cancer screening. So that's one of the key things that's coming up. The second is that you hear about artificial intelligence in early cancer diagnosis. While it has some way to go in terms of getting the precision and the accuracy, but when you look at the future of diagnostics, this is what's going to be the future, right? This is what's going to shape up the future of our industry. So early cancer detection is very, very critical today. No, and not just cancer, right? When you look at chronic diseases, all our lifestyle is automatically linked to chronic diseases. So something like cardiovascular events, we hear about so much, right? NT-proBNP, type 2 diabetes. So anybody with type 2 diabetes can have actually a cardiovascular risk. So how are the markers that were existing only for chronic diseases are linking them to lifestyle is something that's coming up so often and so much. And another example is that we recently integrated Lumira platform, which is a point-of-care cardiometabolic diagnostics platform. The only reason why, because quick diagnosis is needed and quick TAT is needed, and instant point-of-care testing. All of that is becoming very, very popular. It also opens up the opportunity to get this and expand this to tier 2, tier 3 cities and not just keep it in the metros. And that's why point-of-care testing becomes really, really important. And last but not the least, neurology is also something that's becoming very critical in early Alzheimer detection. So we already have an Alzheimer test that was launched in India. There's going to be more that's going to be coming up in terms of blood-based Alzheimer diagnosis for early detection. So if you look at from the lens of the patient today being conscious of their own health, taking the accountability, or the caregiver taking the accountability, there's a huge plethora of technologies and tests that are going to be coming up.
Thank you, Dania. It was interesting, and yeah, as she said that neurology also is one of the very important area to be understand because there are a lot of genetical problems. So the hereditary problems in neurology. So I have also established one neurological test, SCA12, that is sinus parallel ataxia 12 number. In mainly it is in the Agarwal family. It comes to the positive. Almost 90 to 100% Agarwal, specific Agarwal family from Kutch. Because those patients came to my lab when I was in Jaslok. I was, besides cancer, I was also doing a lot of work on neurology, diabetology and infectious disease because of the, it is a multi-cell specialty hospital. So this type of markers which I have established and it was a really wonderful marker which can detect the early stage of disease and which then there is no so far cure, but stem cell therapy or something may work on this particular area. Now my next questions to Dr. Sridhar again. International collaboration plays a key role in genetic research. What lessons can be drawn from global initiative to enhance the development of and implementation of biomarker-based diagnosis in India?
Oh, thank you, sir. Collaborations, both national and international, are cornerstones of not only medical research but more so specific genomic research. The simple reason being, no two people look alike unless they're monozygotic twins or they're clones of each other. So therefore, you have to accumulate a wealth of information before you do it, and that has been really the driving force, right from the first human genome, the international reference genome. It was a collaboration of 10 countries, and so as I walked in today morning, sometimes you get surprised. Madam was presenting the first 10,000 genomes of the country. It was so pleasant to see something that originated right from the first genome in my lab to the first 1,000 genome to the first 10,000 genome, and now in public domain. That was really a heartening moment. But having said that, all of these were collaborations across disciplines, across medical fields, across a lot of science fields, and that was what led to us. Now, coming to biomarker discoveries per se, We cannot do it as a standalone. We have to integrate, like India is a 4,500 odd communities. We have to integrate people from every community set up into the discovery phase. So that's what is happening with the human genome diversity. So recently, as recently as 3 days ago, the TrueData that got announced. This is one of the world's largest accumulation of human diversity information across the world, one of the largest of its kind. Okay, this is a collaboration of multiple companies across multiple countries and a large number of institutions. So we can see that collaboration is the mantra for genomics, biomarker discovery, and highly encourage companies to come forward, because all of us, like that was mentioning, work in silos. And we cannot solve the problems in silos. We have to put our efforts together. TrueData is a true example. All the US companies, US labs, private people came together. Why not in India? We have the resources. We're the world's largest population base. So we should probably come together. That's my suggestion. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Dr. Smith. Dr. Ellis, can you just highlight on the molecular diagnostic NABH and CAP accreditation process or something in brief? It's less time, but we can.
So when it comes to quality requirements as per the standard specification, so whether it is NABL 112, which is our own country's specific criteria, or it could be international like CAP or even RCBA, irrespective of whatever standard that I'm talking about, they all align to one basic standard, which is ISO 15189:2022, which is the current version. And as per this standard, again applicable to all tests in the lab, it has to be looked into the 3 phases of the testing cycle, which is pre-analytical, analytical, and post-analytical. So when it comes to pre-analytical phase and molecular diagnostic test, what would be looked into and what a lab should review and have it in terms of as its compliance, as a checklist to the accreditation requirements. Some of them we have discussed already in the previous forum as well. So these tests often always require a specific patient consent. It requires a pre-test counseling and a post-test counseling when it comes to clinical genetic tests. So this has to be a part of the process, and it has to be implemented by the lab as a part of pre-analytical requirements. In our country, when we talk about prenatal testing, we have a PCT Act as well, and we need to look at the compliance to the PCT Act also. So that is very briefly talking on pre-analytical. Another point in pre-analytical I'll just add is the logistic one, since we are talking about even RNA, an RNA-based test. Now RNA is something which is an analyte which has poor stability. So when it comes to transferring samples across the country or across labs, one has to have a strong cold chain maintained so that the stability and integrity of this RNA is maintained as such. So that is pre-analytical. In analytical, most of the times when we talk about these molecular diagnostic tests, you have 2 categories of kits which the lab would use, either which are IVD approved kits, or there are methods which the lab has developed on its own, which would be called as lab developed test or LDT. So the scrutiny in terms of the clinical validation very strongly has to be emphasized and has to be scrutinized, especially for the LDT, which is a lab developed test. But when it comes to IVD, where it is an already a product which has been approved by USFDA or CE mark, whatever international regulation, the lab can just verify. So what we would call as a test method verification to be done, just to confirm as to whatever the kit insert of that company is talking about. But when it comes to LDT, it has to be a very extensive validation which the lab has to do to prove the sensitivity and specificity of that test, because they have to prove this, because there is no literature on this, they have developed them on their own. So method validation is an important part in the analytical process. Third important part, the 2 pillars of analytical process for all tests is internal quality control and external quality control. So when it comes to internal quality control, if you talk about NGS, NGS has got multiple steps before we come to data analysis, and each step has a quality control measure or a quality control matrix, I would say. So what I would insist, also the accreditation bodies insist, that this QC matrix, especially when it comes to NGS platforms, should be a part of reporting protocol. So today, if you are mentioning any abnormality in the report, with what confidence that the lab has reported this abnormality. So in technical words, what we would call it as a coverage and depth. So that is something which has to be looked into, scrutinized, and also reported. When it comes to your external quality control, again we have challenges. We do not have very good, robust EQAS programs available as yet. We do have international programs like CAP or RCPA which do offer PT programs, efficiency testing programs, but not all labs can afford it as of now. So most of the labs would end up doing an inter-laboratory comparison as a basic external quality program, which at least should be done. So that is analytical. When it comes to post-analytical, one of the important aspects in molecular diagnostic which Sir touched upon is the data security and patient confidentiality. So that is something which will be looked upon as to what is the organization's process in terms of how do they store the data. Most of the times, all our regulatory requirement is minimum 10 years data needs to be stored. So nowadays we have a lot of IT solutions which can enable us in having this done. We also have to have data protection, the data access. All this has to be a controlled process, there has to be an SOP to it. So these are the three main things which, as an whether it's NABL, CAP or RCPA, that we will be looking into in a very brief.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Rajesh. Just going to Dr. Bhumik. Can you very briefly, in 2 minutes, you can give me, from your experience, how can you analytical industry bridge the gap between research grade biomarkers, testing and scalable clinical application? Can you just give the in 2 minutes?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And this is, I think it is very valid and a very important question as well. Because we need to understand the state of the whole ecosystem which we are looking at. Discovery, that biomarker which is discovered has to get into a phase of clinical trial where even the medicines are being developed first against those biomarkers. It should be treatable. Once there is a drug which is developed, it should be transferred for the validation further into diagnostic lab, wherein it adds value not only to diagnostic lab but also to the patient care. Because testing something which has no treatment and there is no target, it's kind of a concern creating in somebody's mind where there is no treatment for them. So I think that's the whole ecosystem which we need to understand. Now when we talk about bridging the gap, it's very important that, as Dr. Ajay just mentioned, utilizing 200 ml of blood for a particular identification as doesn't stand itself practically in the day-to-day life. For example, we at Shimanzu at Koichi Tanaka Institute of Mass Spectrometry, we have developed an assay for Alzheimer's where we are identifying amyloid betas and tau proteins. Ideally, just understand the concern of an individual who has Alzheimer's. They have to go in intervention first to take that CSF and then putting it on a system and then diagnosing it for the particular marker. We saw other way around. Just use 500 microliter of blood, venous blood, putting it on MADI-TOF and getting the results done. MADI-TOF is an excellent tool, for example. We are restricting ourselves and utilizing it only for urine culture or blood culture. It's an outstanding instrument which can be utilized for multiple protein identification. We have scaled up MADI-TOFs, for example, even for the identification of hemoglobinopathies. So that is the scalability which we look at when we talk about bridging the gaps. So it should not be only restricted to validation, but also we have to look at the feasibility of putting it in day-to-day life. Like Dr. Vedre just mentioned, validation is very important part. So obviously, once we make things feasible, we need to work closely with people like you, where we can understand that what are the regulatory requirements to validate these assays and make it practically doable in a diagnostic lab, which will make things happen in real life. That is where we talk science, that is where we talk reality, and that is where it is important to look at the feasibility, make it available, make it scalable, and make it more likely for a doctor as well as their patient to address those routine life. Then we talk some true science, which is addressable. And that is where I feel the bridge can be only be, that gap can only be bridged by these kind of approach where not only the solution providers, but even the users of that instrument should work together, should make a community, should come together and address the concerns of proficiency testing within the country, because we are talking about 150 crore people. It's a huge population we're addressing to. Till the time we don't work in country to make these things feasible, scalable, and doable, it doesn't make sense talking about multiple things out of the country as well. And that is where I feel let's start together to bridge this gap, to make it more scalable and more feasible.
Good. Thank you, Bhumi. Now I'll go to Dr. Ajay. A very simple question. How molecular diagnostic, how you see that molecular diagnostic improve the precision of treatment is particularly in underserved healthcare setting? How do you see?
Yes, that's a very valid question. I think molecular diagnostics is the present, and it is definitely the future of diagnostic medicine. So what is happening is that if you notice the FDA approvals over the last 10 years, majority of the lab investigations which were approved by the FDA are actually in the IVD space, companion diagnostics. So most of them are for targeted treatment in oncology. Some are for hematology and some are for other cardiology conditions as well. So that's point number one. Point number two is if you actually take things like allergy testing. Earlier, we have a lot of patients who come to us and who got some kind of allergy or skin prick testing for peanuts, for example. And they think that now peanut allergy is something which they'll have to live with and they'll have to carry EpiPen with them for the rest of their lives. But now there are molecular tests which are microarray, which can actually tell you whether the peanut allergy which you're going to have is going to be life-threatening or not. So you don't need to have any unnecessary dietary restrictions. You can only restrict what is absolutely required. And three, now in underserved settings, we need a combination of things to happen. One is that, like Dr. Vedle said, the sample transport and logistics has to be very well thought through. The hub and spoke model for certain labs is there, but the sample transport is very important. Now, we have all the technology in the reference labs, but can we set up 50 such reference labs over a period of time? It will take some time. So, public-private partnerships where we can enable government setups, create other community health centers to perform these tests is very important as well. Third thing to do is, of course, point-of-care testing. And I was, there are a lot of companies which are from India as well as from abroad, which are doing things for breast cancer detection, for other oncology markers as well. And that will become absolutely essential because it cannot happen that we can transport every single sample to the lab. But the main point to consider here is that no oncology treatment can be done in isolation. So what you really need is an ecosystem of care which is set up in underserved areas. And whether that is done with telemedicine or actually setting up infrastructure there is something which we have to keep a track of.
Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you. Next question, last question to Dr. Tanaya. In which therapeutic area is the research and application of biomarkers growing the fastest in India? And how do you see this advancement impacting healthcare delivery in near future?
When we say therapeutic areas, this cannot be just one, right? So there are many that you see our population today is focused on and is based on the needs of the population. So first, when you say cancer care, that gene sequencing again becomes really important. There are enough and multiple researches that are happening in parallel, have happened, and are going to continue to ensure that we're able to detect cancer early through gene sequencing or also HPV genotyping. That's something also that's coming up a lot. When we look at the overall population infection burden or the gastric disorders in the population, so respiratory panels in molecular testing is also something that's coming up more and more, and that's going to be continue to increase, is an area that I see. The third is women's health. So when we look at maternal screening or pregnancy screening, that's something very critical. So neonatal sepsis being one, something in terms of couples planning to conceive, polycystic ovary management and the link of that and what's the impact of that even AMH, that's also something that we see coming up very significantly. And also lastly, that I spoke earlier will be neurology. Thank you.
Thank you, Danaya. This is the end of our session, today's session. And I'm really thankful to all panelists. They have really given great overview on the early emerging markers for diagnosis of various diseases. Actually, this is a only 1 hour session. This should be a full conference. Therefore I actually telling the management of Vice of Healthcare that early detection markers are very important in future healthcare system. So it is really wonderful, but still the research on there is a lot of work done on cancer, but not much done on cardiology or obesity or diabetology or many more diseases, neurology. So those also should be included independently and should be discussed. That is my overview on this meeting. I'm thankful to everybody for giving a great views on this. Thank you very much.
Amazingly discussed and conducted by a moderator. Like our moderator said, this is an important aspect to have a discussion. And our panelists shared some enlightening insights and the profound into the role of emerging biomarkers in early diagnosis, precision medicine, and patient care. So the discussion on advancement challenges and the future of biomarkers has left us with a lot to think about. So let's give them another round of applause for their expertise and vision. It's time to felicitate and express our gratitude to our distinguished panelists. May I request our moderator, Dr. Putta, to felicitate our esteemed panelists. Mr. Bhaumik H. Trivedi. Dr. Sridhar Sivasibbu. Dr. Ajay Avinash Phadke. Dr. Rajesh Bendre. Let's have a round of applause. Ms. Tanya Julka. Now, I would request Dr. Naveen Nishal to felicitate our moderator for leading this amazing discussion. I request all the panelists and moderator to please come on stage for a group picture. Thank you. Can we have a round of applause for our panelists? Thank you to all our panelists, moderator, and audience for making this session such a memorable and thought-provoking experience. The conversation today have truly unlocked new perspective on biomarker research and its application in healthcare. So before moving forward, I would like to have a short discussion with the audience. So I believe the diagnostics has a high spirit in terms of in the sector of healthcare, but that spirit is missing in our audience. So the kind of claps, the noise of claps, which should be louder enough to encourage, motivate our speakers, and to congratulate in a form that we are receiving insightful views with them from them. So I think that is a little bit missing, and we need to work on that. So from the next panel discussions, let's promise and try that we will make our claps louder. Now, as we continue our journey through the day's insightful session, it's time to move to a third panel discussion, tackling antimicrobial resistance, a multi-stakeholder approach to emerging infectious disease. This session highlights the critical need for collaboration across disciplines to combat the growing challenges of antimicrobial resistance. With insights from esteemed experts, we will explore innovative strategies and approaches to address emerging infectious disease effectively. So now, as we will be welcoming our panelists, I would request my audience to join me in welcoming them. Dr. Subhash Hira, Professor of Global Health, University of Washington, Seattle, USA, and Distinguished Professor of Public Health and Infectious Disease, PHFI Health Advisor, ISRN. Dr. Dhana Sekaran Chandramukha, Senior Principal Scientist and Professor, ACSIR Biochemical Sciences Division, CSIR National Chemical Laboratory. Mr. KG Venkateswaran, Lead Strategy, PARC. Dr. Sharat B.S., Infectious Disease Specialist, SUT Pattam Super Speciality Hospital. Ms. Suchita Dayanand, Head of Clinical Diagnostic and Transplant Diagnostic Division, Thermo Fisher Scientific. Let's welcome our panelists with a huge round of applause and a louder claps, please. Mr. Varun Suneja, Senior Regional Marketing Manager, APAC, CIFI. Now, I would like to welcome our moderator for the panel discussion, Dr. Kuldeep Singh Sachdeva, President and Chief Medical Officer, Mall Bio Diagnostics. The panel will delve into the advancements, challenges, and necessary collaboration needed to tackle AMR and manage infectious disease effectively. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. This is a slight deviation from what we have been discussing since the morning. Primarily focusing on diagnostics. This will be more interdisciplinary. We'll focus on not many other areas besides diagnostic. Diagnostics is one of the core where we will be focusing on. So the antimicrobial resistance, we all know now it's a growing problem throughout the world. And there are hardly any estimates of reliable burden at a national level. In most tertiary care hospitals and other hospitals do generate data at their own level, but at the national or international level, there are hardly reliable estimates. Some studies put deaths in India to be around 3 lakhs per annum due to antimicrobial resistance. These are direct deaths. You also have indirect mortality, and which is much more than what the direct mortality is. The subject being antimicrobial resistance and its evolution, initially there was more focus on drugs, their rational use of drugs. How do we make a correct diagnosis? At that time when it started evolving, initially the diagnostics evolution was not so much, so it was more on how clinicians diagnose correctly and then use drugs which are indicated for those treatments. So there was also then a focus on classifying drugs which are more likely to be used in the primary care settings, secondary care settings, and also in the tertiary care setting in the sense of restricting the use of drugs unnecessarily in settings which are required at the tertiary care, at the secondary care level or at the primary care level. And if you have to use them, then you have to use them with a lot of care, and maybe there were several mechanisms put in place to check the use of those drugs. And that is when the concept of essential drug list was floated in 1980. And now we see the concept of that essential diagnostic list, which is just about a few years down the line. So it took almost 30, 40 years to reach to a level where you said, okay, diagnosis now is also one of the main hinge on which the antimicrobial resistance should evolve. So with the realization that now you have diagnostics which can actually very correctly and accurately diagnose many diseases, we heard right since the morning. And there are also now further refinements in diagnosis where we can actually point out to the mechanism of drug resistance, try to go to the root cause of the mechanism, look at in some cases at the genomic levels and address those diseases. So these developments are also changing the landscape of antimicrobial resistance to a huge extent. Having said that, again, it's an interdisciplinary area where you need to address both human health, animal health, and also environmental health, or use of some of the agents in agriculture, pesticides and other practices which may have indirect effect on the human health and animal health per se. Coupled with that is a huge focus now on prevention. If you can prevent a disease, you don't need to diagnose it, you don't need to treat it. So huge focus on vaccines and other prevention, and also on infection prevention and control, which got a huge lift with the COVID-19 pandemic, a huge acceptability among the community on infection prevention and control, and also on the vaccine side of it. That at the same time, we also learned the value of partnerships and multi-stakeholder engagement, and also how we actually steer the whole initiative, which we call as stewardship or engaging and building capacity to that extent. And to all this extent, we have also the research and development plays a crucial part in addressing antimicrobial resistance for the future, as it's predicted that by 2015, AMR, if not addressed currently in the form it's happening, it'll be the biggest killer. Currently, also it is almost some journals put it as number 3 killer after cardiovascular diseases and respiratory infections. So it's still one of the leading cause of death, but it's predicted to be a number 1 cause of death in decades to come. With that background, I'll begin the panel discussion. Go first to Dr. Subhash, who is a professor of global health. So, Dr. Hira, as an expert in global health as well as in infectious diseases, could you share your insights into the key challenges we face in tackling antimicrobial resistance, particularly in the context of emerging infectious diseases, re-emerging infectious diseases? Over to you, sir.
Well, thank you, Dr. Kuldeep. It's a pleasure to be here for a diagnostic group to discuss about emerging and re-emerging, because these are two different categories. Emerging is when an infection which is new and not known, and an example was COVID that we all saw suddenly emerged. And then re-emerging is a classical example of Ebola, for example, in Congo, in Africa, where I spent long part of my youth in Africa. And we saw this Ebola emerge as 1970. And then it has been re-emerging every 10, 15 years, and the recent one was 2014. and all. So with these, there has been a very classical direction going on that 21st century, of which only 25 years is gone, is a century of infectious diseases. And this is not that I'm saying alone, it's a global direction set by the United Nations, that all countries have to bridge this, that there are going to be emerging as well as re-emerging. And every now and then we keep on seeing swine flu, which actually for the first time came in 2002 or 2003. So emerging, and then it stays, just like what COVID emerged and it has become an endemic infection. And these infections have become too frequent. So the analysis that came across was, why are we now suddenly talking about 21st century as a century of infectious diseases and pandemics? Just because we have seen pandemics. The one we recently saw was the HIV/AIDS in 1981, starting out with Africa, and then overall we are still struggling with it 40 years later. And then we had these other ones, which are now almost like 12 infectious diseases that have either emerged or re-emerged in the last 25 years of this century. Are we going to say that the remaining 75 years is going to bring us more challenges? And the answer is yes. In fact, the last one that we just talked about, metapulmo virus, that virus was being discussed in the WHO panel 3 months before we all saw it publicly recently. And it was being identified as a serious problem in the northern provinces of China. And it was because it was not identified, except that there were tons of cases already in the hospitals in those provinces. And the word that was then used into the scientific community, not publicly, but scientific community, was disease X. So we were all struggling to get the identity of disease X. Now there's a new terminology for the diagnosticians to know that disease X is a new term that has been approved and agreed by the global scientists, with the guarantor being the WHO in Geneva. And the process is that till we really know the etiology of a particular disease infection, we are going to name it as disease X and move on with disease X1 and so on and so forth, because this is a trail. It is not something that is going to stop now till the century is over. And at the same time, the diagnosis of these new infections, whether they are bacterial, viral, and all that, is based on AMR. There's so much of AMR which has actually stimulated infections to mutate and become new mutants and go into production of new candidates. So maybe I'll stop here. I'll define the process that we look at not only the emerging, but also the ones which emerged and are re-emerging. And COVID-19 is still very much there, hanging there. Every now and then, you find the new mutants appearing in different parts of the world, giving you terrible, terrible spikes. So, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hira. I mean, we do see new mutants coming out and hearing about them very frequently now. So, next question is to Dr. Dhanashekaran on research. Research will play a very crucial role in addressing AMR on a scientific level, besides the other interventions which are more on the prevention side and also on the regulatory side, and there are also on the interventions on the regulatory side. So how do you see the role of scientific innovation and research in combating antimicrobial resistance?
Yeah, thanks, Dr. I'd like to thank Voice of Healthcare for this opportunity and being part of this very wonderful panel. And AMR is a very important topic, not only in the clinical setting as well as in the research setting. And it's a very complex topic also, because I feel that as a researcher, there has to be a holistic view of AMR. But I think maybe I'm not wrong in saying that clinicians look at AMR from a very narrow perspective of patient care, treatment, and disease-specific profiles, and etc. So as a researcher, what we look at is, I told you the holistic approach for AMR is, I think AMR is not just restricted to the human side. There is AMR in the environment, there is AMR in the animal side. And of course, AMR is very much linked to how we use our medicines, antibiotics. And I'm not a clinician, so I can't comment too much about how antibiotics are prescribed in such other topics. But it's well understood now, AMR usage is very critical component. Antibiotic usage is very critical in determining AMR profiles. So coming to the R&D side of AMR, when we studied it, so the tools always existed. It's not like we need something new to study AMR. When we get bacterial isolates from whatever source, we test for their sensitivity to different antibiotics which are commonly used, and also antibiotics which are being newly discovered. And then we see whether bacteria is sensitive to the antibiotic or not. And over a period of time, what has happened now in the past few decades, there is this growing trend of many bacterial isolates and many bacterial species showing resistance to different class of antibiotics, not only single antibiotics, but sometimes combination of antibiotics. And we know that in the clinic also it's a very big problem in diseases like TB and other urinary tract infections, etc., where we see multi-drug resistance being a big problem. So what can be done in the R&D side? So people sometimes say we discover more antibiotics, so that is a solution. But I think that's not a solution, because the bacteria is going to develop more and more resistance to even newer antibiotics. We are already seeing that in the lab, where even antibiotics which are not already in clinical use, clinical isolates are showing resistance. So the latest approach is to sequence the bacteria and identify the genes that are linked to AMR. And there is a huge catalog of such genes, many thousands of them. And from a practical sense, from a diagnostic laboratory or a hospital setting, looking at thousands of genes from every isolate is not going to be possible. So where R&D can come in is try to say, okay, for which drugs, which genes, so can we create panels of genes to look at, and how do we correlate the genetic data to actual phenotype? Because what we see as a growth of bacteria on the petting plate versus how the bacteria behaves in a patient system, completely different. So laboratory growth versus actual natural patient setting. So there is a lot of a gap in our understanding of translating our laboratory findings to actual outcomes in terms of clinical treatment, etc. So the huge challenge, I would say, going forward, in the R&D innovation space is how do we translate the data we accumulate in the laboratory to actual meaningful understanding of how the outcome is going to be at the patient level, and what is the origin of this. The second thing is the origin of the AMR. Is it only due to antibiotics use at the hospital level or the prescription level, Or there are other mechanisms, like I said, even in the, say, dairy industry, there is a lot of antibiotic use. There's a lot of antibiotic use in the poultry industry. So this environmental presence of antibiotics also, because antibiotics are being manufactured in tons, and there is a lot of wastage of intermediates in the antibiotic synthetic process, which also get into the environment, to which bacteria get exposed. So it's a very complex problem. And I think to address any such complex problem, it has to be a partnership or collaborative R&D ecosystem where industry as well as academia and the clinicians. So it's a tri-party thing which has to come together to address these questions. And I think this is a very vast topic, so few minutes of discussion, I don't know how justice it makes. So I will leave it at that, and I'm available till the end of the day. We can always discuss if anybody is interested.
Thank you, Dr. Adeshekaran. I fully agree. It's an entire ecosystem which needs to be addressed. Beyond health, we look at veterinarians, we look at agriculturists, we look at environmentalists, we look at also the program implementers, we look at the managerial side of it, and partnerships then becomes one of the greatest need. How do we synthesize everything together? So, Dr. Venkatesan, the next question is to you. What innovative partnership or strategies do you think are most crucial for a successful multi-stakeholder approach to tackling emerging infectious diseases? I'll add emerging, re-emerging.
Thank you, Dr. Sachdeva, and thank you, Voice of Healthcare, for inviting us to this panel. And it's been a very enriching day through the panel discussion that I've been listening to for the last hour and a half or two that I've been here. I'm going to take off from where Dr. Hira left off, Disease X. And I'm sure many of us are aware of Disease X and the 100 Days Mission, where, CEPI and G7 have been talking about, the production of a vaccine to respond to a field the moment the WHO declares 100 days from the day of declaration of an infection as a field to the production of vaccine. And as a community that works on public health diagnostics and all, our question was, if that is a 100 days mission, then the production of diagnostics products to identify and to kind of respond to any infection, any emerging infection, should be much faster than that. And we started basically discussing with various stakeholders to understand what could accelerate that. And one thing that we did find out, among multiple pain points that exist in terms of, production of diagnostics which are reliable, very sensitive, and all. One thing that came emerging over and over again to us is availability of reagents and standards, not just for R&D to produce diagnostics products, high-quality diagnostic products, but also for validation, for qualification, and for commercial registration and all. And what we've been doing as part of partnership building, and what we found important to do, is to build a regional library. So we are working with WHO Southeast Asia Region Office to start with, to build a regional library of reagents and standards as a public good. That's still being under development. The idea is that it is made available to the entire diagnostic community, where any new diagnostic product is being developed or existing product needs to be kind of assessed against a certain standard. That's something that we kind of been looking at. That's one. In terms of innovative partnerships, the other thing we all are aware of is when you talk of emerging infectious diseases, the burden of those diseases lie in global south. And a lot of diagnostic product innovation, unfortunately, had been heavily loaded towards the global north. Often there's been this discussion that, capacities don't exist. I'm not talking about India and China. India and China are way ahead as far as other LMICs are concerned. But India and China are not the home to most of the emerging infectious diseases. Most of them emerge in Sub-Saharan Africa, Latin America, Southeast Asia. So what we've been doing in terms of building a more cohesive global partnership is that we are working with the US government. PATH is a US-based, Seattle-based non-profit that works on developing vaccines and diagnostics for public good, working with a lot of vaccine developers and diagnostic developers. So we are working with almost like a $250 million investments from the US government across 50 countries in, as I said, Latin America, East Mediterranean, Sub-Saharan Africa, and in Southeast Asia to build capabilities in those countries to detect, to analyze, and to provide information for early detection and early management of emerging infectious diseases. This is almost like an 8-year effort that we'll be putting in to build capabilities in-house, which will be building laboratory capacities, building capacities to kind of effectively transport samples, build repository of samples, build repository of specimens. Those are things that we are, again, the intent is to build that capacity so that those capacity can then be leveraged. We are also aware, also aware of the fact that, the Nagoya Protocol doesn't allow samples and specimens to move out of a particular geography. Keeping that in mind as well, it becomes important for us to create repositories across different regions, which can then talk to each other. We know data sharing is something that many governments are not very comfortable with, but the idea is to create some pieces of it, that when there is an infection that emerges from, let's say, a small outbreak to a major regional infection, we're not even talking about global infection, is when those data sharing can be better enabled. So that's what we are looking in terms of, I would say, innovative partnerships, where you're looking at partnerships between, not just within a country, between multiple stakeholders, but also between governments, because infectious diseases doesn't see borders. Won't be limited to India, Nepal, or Bangladesh. Once something happens, we see now, COVID is just one example, but all key infectious diseases have gone across borders. Cooperation across governments, cooperation across regions, and cooperation across stakeholders across multiple regions would be extremely important to respond to any emerging infectious disease or even re-emerging infectious disease. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Krishnan. Next, again, we'll come to a core clinician. And clinicians are at the forefront of prevention of antimicrobial resistance, as well as while COVID-19 gave a huge push to diagnostic industry, they want to a large extent. It also proved to be a huge challenge to clinicians to what to prescribe. And we also saw rampant use of many antibiotics during COVID-19, some not warranted at all. And you first have faced similar challenges. So next question, since you are at the front line of patient care, so question to you is, how do you think clinical practices can evolve to better help handle the challenge, handle the threat of emerging infectious diseases?
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Voice of Health. So basically, I'll just stick to the AMR. I'll just stick to the antimicrobial resistance. I'm not going to the emerging re-emerging. So AMR, first of all, I will finish that. AMR treatment, the main problem is that we don't have any antibiotics. That is the first thing. Okay. So even if we have, we will abuse it and make it resistant in very few times. So that's the problem. That's where no one is going to invest on this one also. That's what I do. Because if you put it in the Indian market, it just sells like water. And clinicians has no idea where exactly to use it and where exactly should not use it. So that is the main challenge. For example, you have a new molecule, such as like on board. So the clinician's viewpoint, as sir was saying, it's just a very narrow viewpoint. He just wants to get his patient out, right? So that is very, very narrow viewpoint. He has no other thing. He is more like a sniper. Doctor point, he's just like a sniper. He just wants to kill everything, right? There, what happens is the overkill. There it happens, what happens is the overkill. And beyond that, this pharma industry also is promoting such things that they have no idea on where to sell their products. They're just cutting the golden egg from the duck, right? So that's how they do it. So that's also another problem. The pharma industry actually put a lot of irrational combinations, right? Irrational combinations which being sold in the market, right? Over-the-counter antibiotics, right? You go there, you get something, go to. So these are all the major challenges. These are the challenges which I see. So how we should evolve? That is the question. How we should evolve from here is that, first of all, we need to understand that where we should not use antibiotics. There should be awareness among doctors. Second thing, very, very most important thing is public awareness. See, we are talking here. How many of the public actually really know? The whole difference I'm saying is that when I started my career as an ID physician, my objective was to make the hospital hand hygiene rates up to 50%. right? We tried for 5-6 years. End of the COVID came, it just touched 9 months. Why? Awareness. So that is the whole difference between awareness. If the public is aware of the hazards, the doctor will be a bit shaky before writing the prescriptions, right? Now the public is demanding, that's another thing. If he doesn't write an antibiotic, the patient is not happy, he goes to some other place. So these are all the misconceptions which we have. Now we have to break these myths. Two types of myths. On the public, range the myth in the public. Second, myth among the doctors. And there comes the medical legal issue, that's another thing. It's very complicated. From the doctor point, it's very complicated, right? To have a pan-sensitive E. coli growing in the blood, I say you start ceftriaxone, the patient, the doctor doesn't say, he says, I'm going to Europe, and the patient dies, I have to go to the hospital. Now we don't have any hardcore guidelines on any of the Indian formula, you don't have any hardcore guidelines as well. So that's another thing. So diagnosis success is another thing. You don't have any clear diagnostic criteria. So what there was a criteria before, and then they revamped it, completely, totally changed it to this one, the new one. So there are a lot of confusing areas in this one. So from here, if we have to evolve, first thing is you should have a good antimicrobial stewardship program in all the hospitals. First and foremost thing, you need to have an antimicrobial stewardship program in all hospitals, which unfortunately is not there. At least for the high-end antibiotics, what in one of the meetings, we suggested that there should be a state regulatory board for this new upcoming antibiotics. If it is not there, there should be a pre-approval from the government side. If you leave it to the institute side, it's going to do the same thing. If you leave it to the institute side, it's not going to work at all. It will fail, completely will fail. Now, there is a governmental regulation for this new upcoming antibiotics. Probably that is one thing we can think about. If not, for example, ceftazidime, ivermectin, aspirin, this is a newer kid in the company. Then we're using it for all the urine cultures. Another perspective of the doctor and the public is that all cultures should be treated. For example, you do a urine culture, you grow something, it has to be treated. Now the difference between colonizers and the pathogens, no one knows. Even the doctors doesn't know. So everyone starts hunting. So these are all the, basically what I stress upon is the awareness from the doctor point. The doctors also need awareness, and then the public. If the public awareness is going high, then obviously doctors will also cut down. That I think the more easy thing is to reach the public. So that's where we should evolve from here to the public. That's where this voice of health is very important. That is where this organizations actually should play a role. Because the doctors should have a fear before writing the antibiotic. If someone will ask whether why am I giving this antibiotic, someone asks, there will be a trouble. He will come to a confusion. Right? There will be a confusion in the doctor mind. Why the doctors are writing, it is for patient satisfaction. Simply. Even for viral fever, doctor knows that it is a dengue, NSL positive, doctors are writing antibiotic. Why? You need to give some parental antibiotic. Otherwise, the patient bystander will get upset. So it's just a psychology. You have to chop that, break that cycle. This is where we should evolve. This is what I feel about the treatment part. Thank you.
Thank you. You raised a crucial issue of awareness. We did talk of prevention earlier, and then awareness also helps to prevent. It's also an act as a vaccine for AFR. So next I come to a certain prevention and the diagnostic aspect of it. Suchita, the next question to you is about what role do advanced diagnostic technologies play in early detection and prevention of infectious disease, so that Dr. Sharif doesn't have to worry about other things.
So first, hello. So first and foremost, thank you viewers for this opportunity, and congratulations for bringing all the thought leaders together. I'm going to take it forward from what Dr. Sir said. It's very, very important. AMR is a major crisis. There's also one estimate which suggests that by 2050, there will be 10 million deaths, which will have impact of around $100 trillion on the economy. So as a company, we do have a responsibility to provide end-to-end solution. So not only the advanced technology, but starting with the conventional method of identification or through MIC, antibiotic sensitivity test, to even further high-end technologies that we work on. So the whole concept is identify at the right time, early diagnosis,
targeted treatment. Very important point is awareness, which plays a very important role dealing with the clinicians, as well as also how we can reduce the antibiotic resistance across the globally. So there are various advanced technologies which are available. The one which is very popular now is also the molecular testing, PCR-based assays. There are batteries of disease which are available, also the resistant panels which are available, which your lab can choose from. However, they can also customize your own panel from the already research assays which are already available in the market. Very important second pillar is also the antibiotic stewardship program. How we use this, there are multiple biomarkers which are available when patient arrives to the ED. Let's say procalcitonin, interleukin 6, and this can be very intelligently used to differentiate between the sepsis or differentiate between the viral infection or any inflammatory conditions. And procalcitonin is also quite used for the serial testing for a de-escalation of the antibiotic. So this will help for very, very calculative usage of antibiotics. And we do engage with lots of clinicians across India doing the awareness for this kind of a test. Also, we work with key central organizations as well as the key KOLs on the policy making. So we do have a guidelines how we can use procalcitonin and other markers for escalation, de-escalation, or even the identification, differentiation. And we do come up with these guidelines which can be used by the clinicians as well as by other practitioners to reduce the antibiotic usage. Also, very important third segment, we just heard about the NGS, which is really slowly and steadily picking up the market, where you do have a microbiome analysis, very targeted treatment, and these are only used currently for a very specialized cases or complex cases or even personalized medicines currently. And NGS can also be used for the surveillance method. So that's going to be the future, slowly picking up in the market. Also, there are other methods which are very important, like point of care, which can also help, and the entire diagnostic can also help in the vaccine production. So, diagnostic, prevention, awareness, these are going to be the pillar for the AMR fight against the AMR. And center of this is also artificial intelligence, which is currently being imbibed across all the pillars, which will help into data analysis, understanding the prevalence, understanding where the research needs to be done more, understanding for the training and accuracy of the results. So this is the way forward for fight against the AMR. Thank you.
Thank you. You touched upon an important area of prevention and how diagnostics, advanced diagnostic can help and sort of early indicators on how we can reach those targets. Now coming to Varun. So addressing AMR is one thing, and then also then mitigating AMR is also one of the important strategies to reduce AMR. So the question to you is, given the rapid pace of technological advancements, how do you see the organizations are helping to not only detect antimicrobial resistance, but also limit its spread across different regions?
Thanks. First of all, thanks for the opportunity to the Voice of Healthcare. I'm really feeling privileged to be a part of this elite panel, especially on this topic which is very close to my heart. Right, so antimicrobial resistance. We have heard the different perspectives from various respective panelists. So what's the solution? I think before really coming to my point, which I wanted to make here, what's the solution towards fight against AMR? Can we control the use of antibiotics? To an extent, yes, but it's a vicious circle, right? So we need more and more broad spectrum antibiotics because we see the emergence of antivirals more frequently than not. Can we discover more antibiotics? Possibly not. I think it's pharma companies do really get very less incentives to do that, and probably it takes years and years. We have seen I think last new molecule since too many decades now. So I think that really brings us to a very important part here is the prevention of infection spread. I think that's where we can definitely play a role, each one of us, towards preventing the spread of infection and really containing that. So before I talk about the diagnostics which are there, I think it's good to remind ourselves that we have got the newer molecular diagnostic techniques now, which can really complement the conventional cultures to go beyond just identification of the organism. So we can really identify the mechanisms of resistance, which is very, very important to really limit the spread. Because we know that some of the resistance mechanisms which are plasmid mediated spread more rapidly than the others. So very important point for us to keep in mind that yes, we have the tools which can complement these conventional cultures, and we can identify the mechanisms of resistance. And this really brings the topic of surveillance. I think we need to really identify these organisms, these mechanisms right at the entry of the patient in the settings. Having said that, can we do it? Can we implement a universal screening strategy in a country like India where the carriage rates might be a little bit high? Possibly not. But can we risk stratify the patients? Can we really look at those kind of patients and finding the right candidates for surveillance? Certainly, yes, we can do that. So that's where I think the role of molecular diagnostics comes into the picture to really, find the right candidates for screening and really, kind of identify those organisms and those mechanisms of resistance right at the entry port so that we can, mitigate the spread. Now, I would also like to, highlight a data point which comes to my mind here is around medical tourism. Right, so India is becoming a hub of medical tourism. And I was trying to put some data out. I was pleasantly surprised to see that if I look at the top 10 countries, 6 out of them are belonging to Asia Pacific, which are really, encouraging the medical tourism, which are really favorite destinations. So India is amongst top 5 destinations for that. Why? Backed by quality healthcare, affordability, and also, the positive patient experience which we are able to give. I think we spoke about that in the earlier discussions as well. The cost of therapy, cost of diagnostics, and the quality as well. I think we not compromised. So that's where I think I believe, and we have all gone through the whirlwind of COVID. We have seen that hospitals being shut, wards being, everything being broken. So that's where these diagnostic techniques can actually help us manage these outbreaks as well. So we're talking about crisis prevention rather than crisis management, which we have seen in the past. Of course, we can't be 100% predictive, but we can do a better job in terms of identifying surveillance and really mitigating spread from there. So that's one part. And last but not the least, I would like to say that the data should not only be collected, but it also should be reported. Right? It has to be an actionable data, whatever we collect to various diagnostic techniques which we have. It's indeed a silent pandemic in the making, and I think all of us has to join hands together to really kind of contribute to this fight. So that's probably my take.
Thanks, Varun. You touched upon an important area of surveillance, which is very important when we address AMR. And right since the morning, we are listening that almost 50% of the population does not have access to the right diagnostics. Through surveillance, if we know our local pathogens, if we know their resistance pattern, maybe clinicians will be much better placed to handle AMR and address things in a rational way. I'll again move to Dr. Subhash Hira and touch upon partnerships, multi-stakeholder engagement. So, Dr. Hira, building on earlier point about multi-stakeholder engagement, how can we encourage better collaboration between public and private sectors to strengthen policies? I mean, each one of us, even though we are core scientists, clinicians, is touching upon policies, awareness, and other areas which will play a huge role to strengthen policies and interventions aimed at combating antimicrobial resistance at a global scale.
Well, thank you. Very nice question. And when we talk about global stage, that is applicable also at a national level and the state level. I think there are multiple multi-sectoral process in this AMR or in terms of pandemics and infectious diseases, and we find that there are all these partners having their own terms where they are doing extremely well, including the diagnostics, and just like Gene Expert brought in this great test to handle the mycobacterium tuberculosis pandemic. But at the same time, now since we said that we still have 75 years that we foresee is left of this century, and the pandemics are going to be the mainstay there. It's the time that we try and bring all these different stakeholders together. And the one that I normally see, not that I'm an infectious disease specialist, that I keep on promoting ID, but it's also important because ID was actually part of internal medicine all these centuries. And now most developed countries have these infectious disease as separate specialty. India doesn't yet, but it still has access to lots of infectious disease people. Public health, community medicine and public health again are interrelated. But the process that I would like to say is that it is important for diagnostic companies, since they have the right bucks, to be able to bring in advisors who have all the time ear to the ground on infectious diseases and be able to see, because we would like to provide information from public health institutions or the global institutions that, well, the disease X is emerging somewhere. And out of the 10 that emerge, 2 or 3 might actually become pandemics. And who will deal with the pandemics is start with the diagnostics. So I would like to say that the lab, the groups should relook at bringing all the governmental NGOs and the academia together in different forms and be able to forecast what's coming. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mahira. Again, you brought us back to diagnostic, which is core science research. I again go back to Dr. Dhanashekhar. So, in the light of your work in biochemical sciences, what do you believe is the next frontier of research that could offer us a novel solution for overcoming antimicrobial resistance?
Yeah, so it's a very big question, very difficult to answer, but I think in terms of R&D, intervention in the space of AMR, pretty much all the tools are in place. Like classically, AMR, the antibiotic sensitivity testing is the classical thing which happens in most laboratories and hospital settings. That's very well established, everybody can do it. What is lacking is actually data sharing and data cross-cutting across different levels. I'll just touch upon this a minute later. I'll say a couple of other things before that. So while the classical testing is all in place, the newer testing methods like, nowadays I think even everywhere, VITEC is also there. People do the mass spec-based testing for antibiotic resistance. And now more and more sequencing is coming in. I think many companies, including Thermo, is offering panels for AMR analysis. And people are developing their own panels for AMR sequencing and all that. But what is really missing is not the scientific tools or the technology part, and innovation is always happening, it can keep developing and becoming better and better. Where really everybody has to focus is how to integrate the data. So, for example, if you take any one case, if there is a patient with the bacterial infection and there is AST testing data, sequencing data, treatment outcome data, so all that data has to be integrated, and it has to be sort of like this. Many cases, the data keeps accumulating in some knowledge base, and then eventually the picture will emerge what type of profile is safe and how the treatments can be tailored for that. So I would just like to give one example of what we are already doing. So we are working with the Noble Hospital in Pune, and we are collecting bacterial isolates for sequencing, whole genome sequencing, and
mapping all the AMR genes. And once the AMR genes are mapped, we also have the metadata, which is the patient side data, what was the outcome, which drugs were used, etc., etc. And from the bacteria side, what were the AMR genes present. And so some correlation can be done. So we are accumulating many genomes like this. And eventually all this data, it should not be restricted to one hospital, one locality. It has to be district-wide, city-wide, nationwide, whatever it is. So the scalability has to come in the data. And eventually when there is enough data, then AI will come into the picture to sort of look at it and say, okay, for this kind of a profile of bacteria, this was the historical or the legacy data, and based on that, what can be recommended in the future. And of course, when antibiotic usage is changing, when older antibiotics are taken out and newer antibiotics come, there will be newer genes, resistant genes, or older genes will give resistance to newer antibiotics. So all of this has to be continuous monitoring is the real key here. It is not like the research is done and dusted and then we can move ahead. There has to be continuous surveillance of sort. And for this, I think it's very important for researchers to work with clinicians, with hospitals, get the data. And also you see a lot of diversity. For example, when we look at environmental samples, the same bacteria, Klebsiella is a very important human pathogen. You look at Klebsiella from clinical setting, Klebsiella from environmental setting, Klebsiella from animal setting, or the AMR profile is the same. Can we cross-compare it? And how does this change with whatever other affecting parameters? So it's a little bit of a complex and, like what I said, multi-stakeholder kind of a problem. And so the point I want to make is, I think at the end of the day, accumulation of more and more data and analysis of the data in an integrated manner is going to be the key, rather than the technology itself, because the testing technology and all pretty much we have most of the technologies. So this is what I want to leave it with. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Dhanashekharan. While you develop novel solutions, we know that from a solution to a product to a commercialization, there are numerous valleys of death. I mean, your research sometimes does not lead to a product development. Your product does not see the light of the day. If it sees the light of the day, it is not available for our public health. So next question, Dr. Venkateswaran, to you is on that. As we look at the broader landscape of healthcare, how can we ensure that strategies developed are scalable across regions, and what role can technology play in bridging these gaps?
Thank you, Dr. Sachdeva, for the question. Before I respond to that, I'm very tempted to kind of take on from where Dr. Sharif was talking about, consumers literally pushing the pen on the doctors to prescribe the antibiotic, because that's what satisfies the customers and consumers. Yes, to an extent, we all understand that's been happening. What we've been trying to do here, do as part of PATH is, we're doing something at a very small scale right now. We are running a project called Project Serum, CERUM, not SERUM, which is community engagement for rational use of medicines happening in Delhi. The idea here that we are trying to really test is to see whether educating consumers, which is patients and their caregivers, and stakeholders in the community, can that enable a more rational acceptance and use of medicine by the patient and their caregivers. It's not done in a very typical study format. It's an intervention research to understand what's happening. We believe that some of those information would be very useful in shaping how the discourse happens in future as far as consumer education for rational use of medicine is concerned. Sorry for that digression, but I'll come back to the use of technology. And we've been hearing about the omics and how omics can really enable more effective, more efficient diagnosis and all. There's something that I wanted to also bring to this panel and to the room here, something that we are doing, something we find very interesting to do, what we call as AMR Sense. This is a socio-technological innovation. We call it socio-technological innovation. Also responding to the previous question about partnerships. One of the key partners that we did not hear in the room is the technology partner. So this we are developing in partnership with IIT Delhi, which comes in as a technology partner. There is ICMR and there's Tata 1mg. So there's a private sector, there's a government-led research agency, and there's a government-led engineering/technology. So the three of them along with PATH, which is developing this. What we are looking at doing is one, track antibiotic sales from prescription to pharmacies, and that's where Tata 1mg also comes into play. We are looking and also collecting antibiotic consumption data, where we are also looking at collecting information from the community. We are engaging with community health workers, training them to kind of pick up data on antibiotic consumption and inform into the system, and picking up the surveillance data. What we have done, what we are doing is integrating that into the ABBM, the Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission. That platform is being leveraged, and we are actually federating predictive analysis using AI, and that's been moving into a dashboard which is called as AMR Aura, which is a multi-dimensional dashboard, primarily looking at 2 or 3 things. One, in a geography, we are trying to map out which sub-geographies are demonstrating what consumption of antibiotics versus what is the disease prevalence there. So that's something, and so that the leaders can make evidence-based decision, can encourage certain practices and all. So this is actually happening in 2 states. It's not a statewide initiative that we are doing. It's a sub-state initiative. It's still at a very early stage. And this is primarily to show how technology, not the diagnostic company, but technology like in AI, can be integrated into doing predictive analysis, into more public health decision making. So this is one example that we really wanted to show, and this is where we are bringing technologies like OCR, LLMs, the AI-enabled technologies and all, to do this predictive analysis to help us identify excess antibiotic use in a region, not at a specific patient level, and have public health responses kind of built for it. So that's one that I really wanted to look to kind of share. The other in terms of partnership, and that's where I think I would really like to close, is something very interesting. We keep kind of talking about it at multiple platforms. What we find very interesting happening in India, we are aware, I'm sure you are aware, CCAM, IASC, we have INSTEM, NCBI, states, all of them are in the same campus. And they leverage each other's capabilities to actually accelerate translational research into very strong clinical diagnostic tools at a very low resource setting. So that's another way in which innovative partnerships can happen right at the R&D level. So that's another example that we may want to look at, build similar systems in other geographies within the country so that each other's capabilities can be more effectively leveraged. Thank you.
Thank you, Krishna.
Sorry to interrupt Dr. Pudi, but we have already passed the extra time. If we can wrap up the session in the next 5 minutes.
Yeah, we'll try and wrap it up. So from a systems level, Sharik, I'll bring you back to your clinical chamber. So what are some of the most common challenges you face when diagnosing antimicrobial resistant infections, and how does hospital ensure timely and accurate testing for these cases?
As we are running time, I'll just make it very easy. So that conventional methodology, the problem is that you get what is the right antibiotic after 70 courses. So that is the point. So the second point is that the patient is in shock. Every hour the mortality rate is around 7%. So if you miss the right antibiotic upfront itself, you will lose the patient after the culture. So that's where we need the molecular diagnostics. For example, you have the film arrays, the blood culture identification systems in the film arrays, and all the film arrays. And even the NGS is also coming upfront. So we get the results upfront. What is the 2 important factors here is one, isolation, and more important in ICU is the time. So that's where molecular diagnostics come upfront, and we use Biomarkers system, and we use NGS also for particular patients. We use NGS as well. So for us, what is more important is time, which is money as well as life, mortality effect, and the time, cost also is coming down if you have the early diagnosis. Thank you.
Thank you. So the next question again comes to you more on Dr. Suchita. With the growing burden of diseases globally, how collaborations between local health authorities or international bodies can build to implement more accessible point-of-care diagnostic solutions in high-risk areas?
Thank you, sir. So to give you a very quick perspective to this, we were also during the COVID, we supported the COVID point-of-care testing with small molecular analyzer, which was point-of-care technology. How we did what we did is we tested more than 700,000 patients and travelers just in 6 months. 13 airports, national and international airports were supported with just a point of care instrument. Also, hospitals across India and neighboring countries were supported for the emergency admission of the patient using this point of care technology. So how did we achieve this in a nutshell? There are 3 important pillars to it. The policy alignment is very, very crucial here with the health authority and the priority setting. Second important point is the public-private partnership, which can help with the localization or customization of the solution as per the local requirements. The movable, battery-operated, smaller point-of-care instruments will pave a way forward. And third important, where the companies as well as the laboratories as well as the authority can support is also the infrastructure development, where the new innovations for the point of care like nanotechnology or CRISPR technology can be further enhanced to launch any new solution as per the requirement. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for that rapid fire answer. The last question is to you. What steps do you think industry can take to harmonize testing protocols and ensure consistency across different regions to improve accuracy and reliability?
Thanks for this particular question, and I'll try to keep it short. Just 3 quick points here. So one is, I think, around the guidelines. I think we need to really work with the guideline creators to really harmonize the guidelines. So today we have essentially two bodies who are, publishing and controlling data on antibiotic breakpoints. So there's this UCAST and CLSI. So can there be a mechanism to bring these bodies together and harmonize that, right? So that will really, increase the uptake and make sure that, we are using the right diagnostic test for the right patient. The second thing is also around, partnering with the policy makers. So Indian Council of Clinical Research, I think, has been paving the way. They have been doing an excellent job in terms of, publishing those validation protocols and local guidance for testing of these rapid diagnostics, both for pathogen identification and also for antimicrobial susceptibility testing. And the recent, I think, 2025 update was also released. So I think that's something which will really pave the way of rapid diagnostics to be, to be of equal quality and to really, reduce those entry barriers as well. And the third thing which comes to my mind is around resources. I think there's a huge potential. We spoke about surveillance. So the huge opportunity for us to share resources, protocol surveillance, so that there is a increased access to these diagnostics, which we don't see to that scale today. So yeah, I think all in all, I believe to fight this threat of AMR, we need to ensure that we have the right test for the right patient at the right time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Varun. You have 24 seconds to conclude. Over to you, organizers. Thank you.
Thank you so much, the panelists and the moderator, for having this amazing, insightful discussion where we are short of time but not with the knowledge and expertise. So I think that's what an actual panel discussion looks like, where we have exceptional panelists. So thank you so much for being part of this amazing panel discussion and sharing your knowledge with us and with our audience. So let's give them another round of applause. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Kulkit to felicitate each of our distinguished panelists for their invaluable contribution for this discussion.
Can I have a picture?
So, we can have that question answered during the networking lunch.
It should be a panel kind of an answer. So I don't want to have an individual.
Yes, please.
Okay, ma'am, you just discuss about actually de-escalating of ma'am, you were mentioning about actually the de-escalation of antibiotics. And how far it is possible? Because I came across another test called as the SCS, Syndrome Evaluation System. So the last time I had a discussion, but the problem with the test is, it's a laboratory developed test, which nowhere else it is available, only in their laboratory. But the claims are actually they are doing around 24 tests, 24 organisms they are identifying in 3 ml EDD blood. Test is costly, and they said actually even the negative test is also a critical value. And the positive test or negative test more than critical values. But the problem from the industry side, how can you help us? I think they are doing the test, in the in situ hybridization method or something like that.
So how can you support us that kind of a test? Because the most important thing is actually we are not identifying the antibiotic properly, the organism properly. That is why the treatment is actually, it's going to the broad spectrum, and then again, first the GNB, then GPC, then fungal infection, what kind of things are happening. So how far the industry is actually supporting us? And the second is actually how, because the de-escalation of medicine, how far this is possible for a patient in ICU. Sir has already said time is very important. Yes, how is it possible? And do you think that actually the clinicians are going to accept that?
I'll answer about this de-escalation. De-escalation is possible. So understand that there is black, white, and gray zones, right? So when the cultures are negative, it's a gray zone. But the cultures are positive, it's black and white. So you can de-escalate. That's the point. If it is a gray zone, we will give importance for the clinician's gut feel as well, and we will try to de-escalate. It's a little tricky. There is no hard fast. But if the culture is positive, the concerned culture is positive, you can definitely de-escalate.
Right. Because is there any other method actually? Because ACS, they said actually they will report in 7 hours. But can we take it as as a
no. You need the gold standard test to de-escalate.
Culture only.
Yeah.
Okay. Right.
So let's proceed with the participation. First, I would like to call Dr. Subhashish Hira. So can we have you stand on the stage, please? Dr. Dhanasekharan Chandramukha. Audience, can we have a louder clap, please? K.G. Venkateshwar. Dr. Shel P.S. Ms. Suchita Dayanand. Mr. Varun Suneja. Thank you, Dr. Pradeep. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Naveen Mishra to facilitate our moderator for the session, who moderated this amazing panel discussion. We request all the panelists and moderator to please come on the stage for a group picture. Thank you, everyone. Now, as we conclude the session, let's proceed for networking lunch. The lunch has already been served. So take this time to connect, exchange ideas, and recharge the session ahead. And I request you please join back by 2:30 as our fourth panel will start at 2:30. Thank you.
आप बता दो अभी वो है हाँ पाँच तो 3 ही टेबल लगेंगे हाँ हाँ बीच वाला सेंटर और ज़्यादा हो हाँ बस इनफ वो वाला हाँ सर हाय हाँ इसे थोड़ा सा बाहर हाँ थोड़ा सा एकदम स्लाइडली हाँ बस हाँ उस कुर्सी को ना थोड़ा सा अंदर डालो हाँ लास्ट वाला इनफ है इवेंट वाले नहीं अभी तो यू है विजय वरती राहू उभा नाही नाही माझ्याकडे इथे इथं मला सांग हा पोडियम किती आत येते ते बघते पहिले बॅकग्राऊंड अख्खा कट करून टाकू
medical education and healthcare management. So we are excited to have him guide us through this panel discussion. Can we have a round of applause? Louder, please. More louder. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you had a good lunch, but not so good that you'll sleep through this session. And the primary objective of this session would be to keep you all awake. And I think the topic that we've chosen is very relevant, very interesting, and because everybody knows something about AI and technology, but nobody's really an expert in this room. So I think everybody has something or the other to contribute about various facets of using technology, artificial intelligence in diagnosis. When we say diagnosis, primarily I think the panel over here comprises of people in either pathology, radiology, or in the industry from a tech perspective or from radiology perspective. So it'll be very interesting. And the thing about AI is that it changes daily. I think it confuses a lot of us. It awes us, and it also makes us anxious. We moved from non-generative AI to generative AIs. We got ordinary LLMs to intelligent LLMs now. We're even talking about synthetic intelligence. So I think and we're talking about using synthetic intelligence for predictive analysis, which from a diagnostic perspective is very, very important. So having all of these tech terms, I think it's important that we from the medical background try and make sense of it, how it becomes relevant to us. There was a very interesting study that was conducted where they tried and used ChatGPT. And there were 3 subclasses of people who were using ChatGPT. So there was one class where doctors not using ChatGPT, and there were doctors using ChatGPT for medical listing itself. And they found that doctors using ChatGPT did much better as compared to doctors not using ChatGPT. However, the surprise was they had laymen using ChatGPT for their medical problems, and they did much better than doctors using ChatGPT. So that was the real surprise for everyone, and I think the take-home message was the realization was that we as doctors are hesitant to embrace technology in its entirety, and we just use bits and pieces of it which we feel are where we require technology, otherwise we are supremely confident of our own skills. So maybe tech thinks a little differently. So hopefully going forward on this panel, we'll answer a few of these questions. My first question will be to Dr. Rahil Shah. Since you're there with NM Medical, how do you see digital pathology reshaping diagnostic workflows across the industry? And the second part of the question, which I think is more important, are what are the key barriers preventing widespread adoption of these technologies like whole slide imaging, digital cytology?
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I think that digital pathology is a game changer for the way histopathology is practiced globally and particularly in India. I'll give you an example of how we adopted digital pathology in our lab and the impact that it has made. When we entered the histopathology space, we realized from our many years of experience in the radiology and imaging domain that increasingly any element of diagnosis that's dependent on human interpretation is moving towards subspecialty expertise. There is no way one radiologist or one histopathologist will be a master of every part of the human body. And just as we're seeing in imaging subspecialization among musculoskeletal imaging, breast imaging, cardiac imaging, body imaging, all being reported by different specialty experts. In histopathology as well, globally we're seeing that trend. But in India, by and large, we still see general pathologists reporting everything from head to toe. Though ideally, deep down, they know what they're really good at and they would like to focus on that particular area of expertise. So when we began, we said, why not we ensure that every histopathology case that comes to our lab gets the best possible diagnosis from a subspecialty expert. Now, clearly it is not possible for me to aggregate in a physical space all the top experts from the country or from the globe coming to our lab. By investing in whole slide imaging digital pathology, we were able to cut down this distance barrier. And today our panel of pathologists comprises subspecialty experts for breast, lung, renal pathology, head and neck pathology, and so on, who are spread across the city of Bombay, across India, and some even globally, with ease of access to international second opinions within a few days, what previously used to take a few weeks or a month. So, one great advantage of digital pathology is the ability to be able to get high quality reporting, high quality opinions on challenging cases from experts across a wide geography. The other promise, of course, of digital pathology is in improving the workflow and the way the pathologists report their cases. From simple things like automating counting or being able to view multiple slides synchronously, to more advanced adoption of AI, what Rajiv spoke of, and algorithms, which are not too far away. I mean, we've seen in radiology how much of an impact some of these AI tools have made, and it's only a matter of time before it happens in pathology as well, because anything that has pattern recognition is amenable to widespread adoption of AI. The other advantage of digital pathology from a workflow standpoint is having ease of access for follow-up cases. So being able to retrieve prior cases at the click of a button, as opposed to having to track them down in your lab and often finding sites that have faded stains or sites that are broken. You're now able to retrieve them very easily. And of course, those digitized images can be used for teaching, training, without any limitation of issue or limitation of how many sites can be made from a particular case. And we see widespread adoption of this technology in research and pharma as well. So very exciting times ahead, I think, in the Indian landscape of histopathology as digital pathology comes in. The natural question then, therefore, becomes, why isn't there more widespread adoption? There is still only a handful of labs that use digital pathology scanners in India. And most of them, honestly, if you go and see how the scanner is being used, it's essentially lying like a white elephant in one corner of the lab. And so there are 2 or 3 challenges that have hindered a larger adoption. One, of course, is the cost. The technology is very expensive. Most of the scanners today are imported scanners, come from large multinational vendors. There are a few Indian companies that are making their own scanners now, but as commercial labs, we are reluctant to be the early adopters till we understand more about their validation and the quality of their technology. So you're essentially, saddled with the large international vendors, where cost becomes a major barrier to adoption. And we all know the economics of histopathology in India, how small biopsy tissue that is coming from a human body is priced at maybe half the cost of what it costs to get a vitamin D test done. So the economic value based on histopathology is low, and therefore adding a high cost asset to your lab becomes a challenge to justify. The other challenge, of course, is the user adoption and the training and effort it takes for someone who's used to working on a microscope to move from a microscope to a digital platform. Our pathologists who are working digitally today swear by it and say they will never want to go back to a microscope if they're given the choice, except for a few cases which are not amenable to being scanned and recorded digitally. But the initial adoption curve is quite steep, and therefore one really needs to take some time and effort to kind of bring it into their day-to-day routine practice. It's a little bit of a chicken and egg story. Because the technology is expensive, you don't see widespread adoption, and as a result, pathologists aren't exposed to it as much. Therefore, there's a general reluctance when this conversation comes up within the departments of hospitals or diagnostic centers. There's a little bit of reluctance to bring it into the lab.
Yeah, I think I agree completely with what you say. Something like what the EV adoption in the country and the world. So the cost of EV is preventing widespread adoption of the technology, and we have so many more reasons not to do it. But I think a big part is you tend to practice what you trained on. And I think unless we in the medical colleges transform the way we are teaching our students, the learning curve is going to remain very steep. Mr. Simon, a question for you, since you're so involved with Fujifilm. With AI and machine learning revolutionizing diagnostic imaging, what steps should industry take to standardize AI tools and ensure their integration across different healthcare systems? First, do you think that it's relevant to have AI tools from your company or from the mainstream, or do you want to leave it to specialists?
Now you can see that now AI is integrated into the machine setting. So starting from when you are acquiring the data in MRI now, so we are using the AI to reduce the scan time. Even patient positioning, we are using now AI. And after that, delineating of the tumor or measurements of those tumor or any pathology, we are using AI. So in each and every step, and then finally report making. So those kind of things, like AI is going to go very deep in that. So every step, AI will be utilized now. So the very important question is the standardization of AI, because right now there is no standardization of AI. So somebody is working on everybody is working on a piecemeal solution. Somebody is working on one solution, another one, and there has to be some body is there. Policy has to be there that these kind of standardizations are there. Then there has to be a data which should be shared among the vendors or data, because otherwise we will work on some other data. There will be some biases on the data. So all those things will cause huge problems. So I will just go through those points. So the database uniformity is very much important for us. Secure, it should be a secure data. It should be HIPAA compliant data. Interoperability of the data and the uniformity. Migration across different levels should be there, because we have made one AI, but if it doesn't work on another system, it will be having a problem. So interoperability should be there. And seamless integration with diagnostic accuracy and the data protection. Because actually we have to take a consent from the patient also, because the data belongs to the patient. That we are going to utilize your data to train our AI system. So this is very important. So it's a kind of ethical issue also, data privacy issue. Because some of these AIs can be utilized by some pharma companies or other companies to sell those products to those patients. So, and also some DNA kind of this thing can be utilized by some companies to giving the jobs to those kind of people. So these kind of privacy issues are also there, and standardization is very much required. And my feeling is that medical connectivity should be involved, by designing the problem, because the problem everybody, like in COVID, lot of AI solutions have come to see the severity of the COVID actually. But the scale was different. Somebody was saying from 1 to 4, 1 to 6, 0 to 25. So everybody was having a different scale, and it was like creating a confusion in the mind of the people that what kind of severity is this? Because every vendor was using a different, so there was no rules. So those kind of standardizations are required, and especially I feel that the sir is sitting here. So the medical fraternity has to define the problem, because sometimes if the engineering people are defining the problem, they will not be able to make the AI or the algorithms which are correct algorithms. There will be some kind of lacunas will be there, and which we will not be able to find out because our standardization method are for the medical devices. And now we are using software as a medical device, SAMD. And we have to have a new set of guidelines and standardization for AI to so that this can do better. And main thing is that it has to be developed with the help of the medical experts.
Do you see the role of, I mean, do you see a collaborative nature coming into the industry, or do you think the government should take a lead? How? Because it involves health, it involves patient care, it involves, like you said, data privacy, it involves consent, a lot of patient rights are involved. So, what do you think is the road ahead? I mean, who do you think should take it forward?
Yeah, so basically the societies like in India, IRIA is the society. So I feel that IRIA should take it forward, that they should make a kind of a law and what kind of a rules and guidelines. So it's India, so our partner is the...
So you can have your...
Actually, it has to be a combination of people. Government organization has to be there, like ISO or like NAPH. There has to be a government organization. Rather than a committee, it should be a consensus kind of a thing. So important subspecialist radiologists, people from industry, people from digital background, people who use machine learning frequently and know the background limitations as well as advantages. It has to be a combination of a lot of people, and across the world, I'm sure it is happening. Body has to be there. Something has to be authenticated. And currently there are no guidelines that's creating problems. So I have 2 or 3 tools which I'm using, which are available from freelancers. And I know their limitations. Every time the volume comes different. So we use it for dementia and Parkinson. Volume comes different. I know the engineer who was doing it had changed. Now we can't have something that is going on across the world, and people who are making it do not understand the importance of diagnosis. You have somebody who does not have dementia, you call him dementia. You don't have somebody who has no Parkinson, you say Parkinson. That changes life for him, that changes expectations for him. That an engineer will never understand. So you require a psychiatrist, you require a neurologist, beyond radiologist and a machine learner or somebody who is making the problem. It's a very complex situation. Things are evolving. We saw what Meta guys are doing. We saw what other social media are doing. So we need to be very, very conservative and conscious about what the repercussions it will have on patients.
Thank you.
Thanks. Sir, Dr. Patkar, the question for you now. The demand for precision diagnostics is growing rapidly. How can industry balance innovation in advanced imaging technologies with the need to keep these same diagnostics affordable as well as accessible?
So again, it's a very, very complex problem. We have healthcare which is not really supported completely by government like NHS, or not supported completely by insurance companies like America. Now, here is a situation where somebody who can afford something can go across the best hospital or best diagnostic center and get his test done without having to wait. So I jokingly say somebody coming from Canada who's waiting for MRI for 8 months can get it done in 8 minutes and demand report in 8 seconds. So that's a tragedy, good and bad both. But realistically, when we have these machines which are used across India, from for simple example, 2 slice CT to a 60 slice CT to 120 slice CT, and you have proton energy CTs. The cost of it varies from 60 lakhs to 60 crores. And you have ultrasound machines which vary in cost from 10 lakhs to 1 crore. And MRI machines, permanent magnets 0.2 Tesla to 3 Tesla. Standardization is not going to be possible. We have
to together work as to how you try and get the resources right for right situation. So I say to kill an ant, you don't have to use atom bomb. And you get it. So again, realization has to happen, one. Two, you require a lot of training. What is right for the right situation has to be trained and has to be talked about to the clinicians. And now, every clinician will say कि best machine किधर है, उसके पास मैं जाके MRI कराता हूँ, CT कराता हूँ. That's not how it should be. One, two, standardization and pricing is important. Because you have a new machine and you have a best machine, you can't charge the best. That's so whether you have 0.2 Tesla machine or whether you have 3 Tesla machine, charges are same. That's another thing where insurance companies, government will come into the picture and have some standardization of charges. Now, if you use technology, it will come at a cost. Now, how to use it prudently is the way forward. And people like Mr. Sibal will come out with new machine every 6 months. Now, whether our community can afford it and whether it is required or not is the question. Two, training the people in terms of using the tool appropriately is also a challenge. So it's a kind of mixed thing. Machines will get on getting better, AI will go on getting better. How to utilize it in the most affordable manner is the question. And that's where a lot of discussion has to go on. This is probably not the right forum for this.
Thank you, sir. Something like, why do we have a new model of the mobile every year? Dr. Kirti, a question for you. I know digital pathology is such a passionate subject for you. So how are AI and digital pathology transforming oncology diagnostics? Could you elaborate on your role in improving precision and efficiency, particularly in cancer subtyping and personalized treatment strategies?
Yeah, it's quite interesting actually. So just to close on the point that Patkar sir mentioned, that it's a collaboration between 3-4 players and exactly what has played out for digital pathology. So from 1st Jan 2024, we all know 40 CPT codes got approved because of a collaboration between College of American Pathologists, American Heart Association, the insurance companies and the government. Otherwise, it's not easy to get that done, right? And everything moves through insurance, as I mentioned. So unless those CPT codes would get recognized and they would enter in the formal system, there was no way that it could be used. So obviously, it has to be a policy change at that level for the rampant usage of it. So that's the closure on that. So yes, to Ryan's point, that digital pathology has come, it's established itself in the people who can afford it as of now, right? Now, how will it really help clinical care is the journey that we are all undertaking. So we started digital pathology 5 years back, and exactly the same thing happened. We have 46 histopathologists in the Metropolis group, and each one of them is an expert at something and the other. And the case automatically reaches that person online, no matter where that person is. Plus, we cater to centers of excellence, hospitals, transplant centers. So there is a lot of international opinion that's required. That also goes on. So all that has been actually done and dusted away with. And it's quite exciting and actually living in those times. But is that enough? No. Because as I said, you cannot increase the cost for the patient no matter what you do. So without increasing the cost of the patient and without drowning your own company, how do you navigate yourself? So I have a little different concept on this. I feel that any resource, to the point that Patkar made, that you get a resource knowing fully well what are you going to use it for, who are you going to use it for, how are you going to use it. Others don't get the resource. Others are really just lying over there. So we have the best scanner and it's been used from day one, every day used. So because we knew what we were getting it for. Can I convert my entire lab to digital pathology? No, because it's very high cost. So first is that the cost of the scanners are high. So until the government does something about that, reduces subsidies, this Atmanirbhar Bharat extends on to healthcare also, GDP increases, all that happens till then it's not happening. So basically the cost is high. Second thing is, you will be astounded by the IT cost. Cost of pathologist is nothing, by the way, in the scheme of things. We are the most cheap available workforce, the medical technical side, sadly, unfortunately that's true. It's actually the IT cost. So if you don't want the IT cost to come and hit your P&L, you cannot use digital pathology for each and every case. Trust me, your normal microscope, your normal thing is good enough. Stick to that.
you should know what do you want to use it for. So yes, subspecialty pathology, expert consultation, archiving of cases, medical legal implications, lots and lots of applications are there, which we're using it for. In fact, we have a course running for it and lots of students have registered. Everybody wants to be in the game. Now coming to its applications. So applications are in many areas, but let's talk about oncology. So much discussion on oncology and the question is on oncology. So as of now, at least what we are doing is that there are 4 or 5 things that you can do with digital pathology and AI. So if you go to see, there are lots and lots of plug and play models available, which you have to do nothing. If you have a scanner, you just have to attach that plug and play model, means that algorithm, and you will be able to do 2 or 3 things. Basically, you will be able to improve the quality. Supposing I have 10 pathologists, obviously each one of them is not that good in everything. Let's take a prostate through-cut biopsy, 12 cores come, right? And we don't know where the cancer is. Plus we have to do the Gleason grading, group grade, we don't have to miss the perineural invasion, we have to do quantification of primary pattern, secondary pattern, tertiary pattern. And believe you me, all of this is happening currently by eyeballing. And it's obviously going on well, that means our pathologists are pretty good at it. But is it fair? Is it fair to torture them every day with so many slides, so many cases, expect the best stat, pay them badly? So this is where it comes, where you put in a model which will at least make histopathology like chemistry. What do chemistry pathologists do or chemistry lab doctors do? Everything is ready, but they validate it, they approve it. They are on top of the software. They are not deleted, they are on top of the software. So basically that is where it comes. So all these plug and play models, at least the ones that we have tried and tested, all are from 50 to 85% concordance. And that is that 15% or 50% that is left, which the pathologist still has to do. And the pathologist will keep improving that. But today if the pathologist was signing 20 cases, now the pathologist will be able to sign 30 cases in a day. So then you'll be able to reduce that turnaround time and ultimately have a lesser requirement. By the way, right now there's a dearth of histopathologists. You will see in every group pathologist wanted. So nobody's taking away anybody's work. There are anyway less people. But they're not being able to meet the turnaround time. And subspecialty pathology practice will not be possible. So that is the first application. Second is research. So molecular came and hit us. Now even the PM has announced genomic data. Molecular genomics has become a buzzword. But what is going to be the buzzword tomorrow? Because this will again be over in a couple of days. Then what's going to be the next buzzword? It is going to be AI. Because what is consistent is my genotype and my phenotype. What I was born with and what I look like. Everything else changes, right? So similarly, the HLE, simple slide, has got so many, clues by which you can predict, by which you can prognosticate, which is not possible today by the human eye. And that is where the AI foundation models are coming in. All your CLNs, all your algorithms are around that. And that is the kind of research that we all need to get into, which we are also using, and you must have seen some papers from Tata also. There are constantly these papers coming. We're actually looking at the TILs, tumor-infiltrating lymphocytes, looking at the tumor stroma microenvironment, looking at the mitosis, which is the poor person's replacement of oncotype DX, or looking at the nuclear features. You'll be actually able to predict, what you are trying to predict today by molecular. So the whole space of oncology, because today a patient is diagnosed with cancer, it's an early stage, but still the patient will have an event within the next decade. Can we avoid that event, second event? And can we predict it and prognosticate it today with pure histology and with a few biomarkers added? So it's a very exciting space. It is definitely going to grow. Just like the way digital came established, it's going to grow. AI is going to add to it. And there is all going to be this, the data science which is going to add to it and help us where we need help. Yeah.
Very exciting, Dr. Kirti. I think the future, next 5-10 years are going to be either this way or that way. I think AI is going to define a lot of things for us. And the way we look at disease and the way we prognosticate and the way we treat, all is going to change. Dr. Kohli, a question for you. Remote and telediagnostics are gaining traction globally. So what advancements or frameworks are needed to strengthen their reliability and scalability across underserved regions? Because all this AI and this thing is good in metro cities like Mumbai, Delhi. And then what about reaching there?
I think we are benefiting by being in time. So if we talked about it 4 or 5 years back, we would have been in a total different scenario. Today, if we look at the way the networks are,
because everything is dependent on data and data transfer and the speed of data transfer. And I think things have made dramatic changes. In fact, we are setting up a network of radiation therapy units where we are centralizing the whole radiation therapy plan. So the planning will be done at the hub and serving remote locations in Assam. So, you know, the network is there now, so we really have this advantage. The other issue is that we have to recognize that most of our population lives outside the metros. As I say, when the election time comes and the cocktail party gossip is all the time about look what the government is doing and you know we should vote for them. I said, you don't make a difference. You are 20 seats out of 550 seats. The government is not bothered about what happens in any metro. So I think we have to realize that the real population of this country lives far out of the metros. And any type of health approach has to be like an outreach to that. Since I'm involved in Assam, I've seen the whole, you know, the terrain there, how difficult it is there for them to move even 200 kilometers or even 300 kilometers to reach any. So the need of the hour, because I believe it is diagnostics, okay? All are the days of clinical medicine, and Deepak will bear me out, and we see it on a daily basis. Clinicians send in their clinical diagnosis, and what turns out in imaging is totally the opposite. So I really think clinical medicine, those days are gone. And also, I'll tell you, our Assam experience has been a very rewarding experience over the last 5 years, because we took a call to put in radiation therapy machines, because they have a very high incidence of cancer. The first step would be put in hospitals, put surgical theatres in, put surgeons in, let them operate, then let patients go for radiotherapy. So we turned it on the head and said, getting so many skilled people and skilled surgeons, when then post-operative care and all those issues will be impossible. So let us move to something which is automated, something which is less human dependent, and that's radiation therapy machines, and then we're seeing that result, and now, you know, things are advancing in the rest of countries on a similar model. But you don't come to that till you make a diagnosis, and that's where I think imaging makes such an important reason to be out there, out in every district of the country. But once you have imaging out there, exactly as what Deepak said, and that you need to have the standardization. So today you have somebody being scanned on a 2-slice scanner, and somebody being scanned on a 128-slice scanner. The whole thing is different. Not only that, it's the protocols. I see scans done even in metros, which are done so poorly, and Deepak, I'm sure, sees it every day. So there has to be a form of standardization, a sort of a thing where people know that if I'm getting remote reporting done, on what scanner has this been done? Are the protocols set? Are those people got the right protocols acceptable? Are the people who are reporting those scans also, of a particular caliber to do that? Because the problem today in teleradiology is that you have people reporting CTs for 50 rupees and MRIs reporting for 50 rupees. I mean, if you're going to pay peanuts, you're going to get a monkey. Simple as that. Do you want to get your diagnosis, which is a critical aspect, based on what somebody has seen for 50 rupees? So I think there has to be, I've been against regulation, but as I see more of it, I think we need regulation, but I'm not too sure whether the regulation should come from the government, or as Deepak said, a collaborative effort, government plus the private players, because it's really the private players who are going to put these machines up. Okay? So, and then the second and a very important point is, Kirti was saying, and even Rahel to some extent, Kirti was more emphasizing on the ROI, return on investment and things like that. Today, we really have one airline which has survived. Air India has survived because the Tatas bailed it out. But the only airline over all these years that we have seen has survived is Indigo. And the reason I'll tell you why Indigo survived, they decided to buy only one type of plane. Of course, they got hurt when those engines ran into trouble. But what they did, they bought only one type of plane. And as a result of which, maintaining it, spares, everything like that became very, very easy. because everything is a numbers game. Today, digital pathology, more machines are bought, digital pathology price will crash. We have seen that happening in imaging. So it's all a question of numbers, and those numbers will come. So if there's a sort of a standardization, 32 slice CC, 64 slice CT, and have that out, like 1,000 machines out in the country, you'll be able to service them better, look at them better, you'll get standardization of image quality, plus also the standardization of the radiology reporting. So I think these are important because it's critical. And if we don't standardize and you start getting bad reports out, people will stop spending. And the whole will have a self-goal, and it will get in that. And one last point I want to say, artificial intelligence has become like a newspaper basket. All right? Everything is put as artificial intelligence. Whatever is software, okay? Maybe a measurement tool or something like that. These guys say, oh, I have AI. Because it's a big word and administrators don't understand. They say, oh, your machine mein AI hai. And boss, it's just software and the machine needs different type of diagnostic and correction and software. Okay? So, yeah, they should, because they're misusing this word. And on the other side, people feel that artificial intelligence is where you replace human beings. So I think that definition has to come about, and I think they need to break it up. What's augmented intelligence? What is software? What is this? So that's all.
Very, very relevant points. Very relevant. And finally, to Anup, what strategies have you implemented in your company to ensure that advanced diagnostic solutions are scalable across different healthcare setups, from large hospitals to smaller clinics?
Thank you, Rajesh. Since morning I am here and it's been our fourth panel discussion now. Not even in this conference, if you go for any healthcare conference in India or across the border also, you will find there is a term called AI, machine learning. Even the Arab Health has a Med has completely focused on AI and machine learning. Every panelist may not by me anything, they will talk about technology. But I think this is a very relevant question that I'm going to address is, whatever the solution we are developed, whatever the solution we have designed, either it's in software, it's in tool, or AI, or machine learning. Forget about the technology. But the important part is how you wanna make that software available for everyone. How these tools, these technologies, these automations will up to the reach of each and every stakeholders of the industry. How you gonna do, how you gonna distribute it. So this question is very close to my heart because since it's been 20 years in the healthcare IT industry. When we started our journey, then we have found it that Indian healthcare industry especially is very much segregated regionally. In a region like it's in Maharashtra, it's in the west, east, north, south. And people will talk about software, billing software. Because Corona Diagnostics, as I was listening to the doctor in the morning, that they started their journey with the calorimeter and they make their own radios. So what brings diagnostics, radiology to comes into this digital transformation of the world technology, the bigger word that we're using. So as a company, what we do, we have analyzed that the entire market, the entire space, the entire diagnostic range across India is divided, very well distributed, segregated from top to bottom. If you ask a very common question to anyone, how many diagnostics are in India? Maybe somebody can 1 lakh, 1 lakh 30,000. These kind of figures you can listen. But if I ask anyone to name it, I'm sure that maximum you are in the domain, you will end your list by 100 or maybe 50. Out of those, you will only take maybe 10 to 5 common names. Rest are depending upon their knowledge, depending on their regions. So when we entered in this market, definitely we have solutions, and anything we have a solution. But to make it more scalable to the industry, we have categorized the industry. We always believe as an IT guy, as an IT company, that one size does not fit for all. And this is a major mistake. In healthcare IT, especially diagnostic, people want everything. They want a product, but they forget that one product cannot fit for us. So we change the ideology of the industry. We go to the client, we meet doctors, we meet different stakeholders of diagnostic, and we tell them that no, you should not go for a product, you should go for a solution. You should go for a technological solution which adds to your business. So we have categorized the entire industry, and most of the companies are doing it. The entire industry into different categories. When we say A, B, C, D categories, so when we categorize the entire industry, categorization will not be depending upon their revenues, will not be depending upon their scale of business. That will be depending upon their what they do, what they want, and what solution is exactly fits into their automation process. If one of the diagnostic center is running with X solutioning, that doesn't work for the different one. So important is to categorize the entire industry in different categories depending upon the needs, the solution they wanted. Apart from that, one important thing is education. People are looking for softwares, AI-based products, AI machine learning products, whatever the jargon that we are using in the current world. But actually we forget to train our own team members and educate our team members how to use it. Maybe you have got one of the best products in your hand, but if you don't want to handle it, you can't. So I am sure that now the trends are changing and industry is evolving, and now people have a concern over the IT. They have an IQ to what IT brings good in their business. So if we want to scale any product, any technology, any digital solution across in your organization, or maybe across society, or maybe across country, we first should have trained the people about the technology, good and bad thing about the technology, and how to use that technology. I'm sure that every diagnostic center, bigger, smaller, they usually conduct their trainings on Enable, or they do their trainings on any new equipment, it comes into the picture installed. But I'm sure that hardly 1% of the industry diagnostics usually conduct the training on the IT. So if they conduct the training on the IT, I always insist my clients to train your people about technology, use of technology. Maybe you have a software, either it's an AI-based or machine learning-based or normal software. They have 100, 200 features, but actually you're using only 50 features of them. Any of tool will not work when we talk about data until it enters the good data into it. If you expect from your product to give you the best analytics in the world, so the product expects from you to enter the best data into it. And when you're going to enter the best data, you need to train your people. So to make any product scalable, we have to categorize the entire industry in a different categorization of A, B, C, D category. And this categorization should be depending upon the needs of IT and how they want, what exactly solutions act for them. And companies like us, that's why we have different versions in the market. We cater a very small clinics or a setup having maybe an ultrasound, maybe an X-ray, or maybe a big chain of having 100, 200 centers also. And depending on that, you should provide the solution to them, because if a person is saying, okay, I need that thing which is used by X bigger company, or people are ready to give them, but that comes to a cost. But if we think that we need a best technology, we need a best product, we need a best solution, which is actually apt for my running of business, maybe they will get the best. We have to think over it once. And apart from that, we need to train on the IT. This is more important.
Thank you. I think we are running short of time. That's why you came up.
Yes, sir.
I'll give a couple of important questions before we close. One thing was, I think anyone on the panel can take it because it's very important today, is the ethical AI usage. I think it's a growing concern for all of us. How do we ensure that the AI algorithms that are coming out in the market are actually unbiased? How do we know that the data is right? And because our reporting is completely based on that. So maybe you can start something.
As I already talked about the standardization of AI data, actually. So the database has to be uniform if you want the unbiased data. So the same data, the secure data, the way we are using in labs now, we have all DICOM data. and debug guide. So all those things have to come with this. Right now, we do not have
I think the concern, sir, is one when you're designing your algorithms in AI and all of that. You're going to pick up data, and each one of us have an inherent bias that is inbuilt into our thing. You know, how do you ensure that that bias is not transferred into the algorithm and then affecting the whole solution? That's
I'll just say a simple thing. COVID was a single disease. It was so popular, so many AI software tools came up at the time of COVID. They couldn't just do one disease. Where will they do 150 diseases? So I think we're very far away from, and the proof is validation, and that validation is not going to come easily. So I think we're very far away from AI in diagnostics.
So we need to obviously bring in compliance, right? So the whole thing is first you have to be compliant. So whichever industry you are in, there will be a compliance matrix you have to be. So for example, when we started digital pathology, we were the first app to get NABL and CAP accreditation for digital pathology. So you have to have that. Second thing is now there's a DPDPA Act, right? So I think everybody in the room, if you've not read it, please Google it, read it. Because it's absolutely mandatory. Nobody can do that. Nobody can do anything in this space without being compliant. And that itself is cost to the company again, right? So then you better make use of it once you've done it. So third thing is de-identifiers. Patient data is very secure. So you have to put de-identifier tools before you start using that data actually for your usage. And each of those de-identifier tools, as an IT expert would tell you, comes with its own, nuances of what you are trying to do. And then, of course, there is the concept of DEET, where you say that there has to be, as to your point, there has to be diversity of data because you have to eliminate bias. Second thing is equity. There has to be data equity, right? And the third thing is the algorithms that you then make based on a particular use case. And the fourth is the translation. So these are the factors that you have to keep in mind when you're, sort of doing this. So this is how because today when you talk about data, we have a tsunami of data, right? So there is, one is the data that we know of, which we as diagnostic people, or you as a hospital or an electronic medical health records. But let's not forget that today, as somebody said this morning, that the patient is also owning the data. So the patient is wearing wearable devices, this, that. There is just data flowing. So when you look at a particular person, there is actually, incoming of data is very huge. So what is it that is going to be funneled into whatever algorithm that you are trying to. Every AI is one algorithm at the end of the day for one use case, for one question to give one answer. That's it. It's not like the human mind which can multitask and do multiple things. So then if you are trying to do that, you have to create that heterogeneous atmosphere. You have to replicate that, which will, have its own lifespan to learn. So that's my 2 bit on that.
Final comments.
Okay. Basically, when you talk about AI, we have to understand there are two more other subsets. One is deep learning and the machine learning. AI is just you write an algorithm to get output of that, but the entire algorithm is based on the machine learning data. So when your data is perfect, so the algorithm will work on that and give the best output. To make it perfect, you have many softwares in your running organizations where you can put a lot of checks and balances and validation to get the data, right data into the system, and that data, because now diagnostics is almost 90+% of automation. You have good IoT devices, you have good validation checks and algorithm which you can put in place in your software to make sure that whatever the data you are getting in, it's a clinical data, it's a demographic data, whatever, is validated. That will actually help AI algorithm to give the best output, analytical output. Apart from that, lastly, we have not talked about interpretability of data. We are far behind. Government has a 2020 digital mission. We are more talking about EVDM, interpretability. The moment India is a country where we accept the interpretability of the data, so the repetition of the data is less, the chances of error is less, and definitely we are going to create a data hub which will work better for the AI algorithms. So we cannot forget and we cannot underestimate interpretability of the data from one organization to another organization, because that gives a standardization of the data. And if the entire country, entire industry works on the standardization of the data, so you will get a good machine data which will help you to give the analytics.
Yes, Karula, so very, very valid point. Standardization of data is very important. We have time for one person from the audience. They feel very left out. We just talking among ourselves. Anybody from the audience wants to? Yes.
I'm Dr. Gaur. I think I've heard about it. I will share something, not very question. Now, what's important today, what we're doing is like we talk about categorization. It's just started.
We're working now in the policy making are something called SAMD, that is software as medical device. That's without a device. That means there's software, that's a validated software. Second is software in medical device, SIMD. This is input into a medical device, and this is something. And thirdly, software in manufacturing. The three important sectors. Then currently, for information, there's no policy as in India. Globally, something is happening, but I think the policymakers are working on it, and I'm sure all of us probably can think about it. How do we work? One example of a SAMD is in Gujarat government. They have developed an application for stroke. The stroke application is put into a CT scan system. Wherever radiologists are not there, you just walk in, you have a CT scan, the scan reads up the stroke and then links up to you the nearest physician who has that particular medication. If not that they go to medication, they will link immediately 20 minutes, give this injection first. After that, transport to the center. This is actually been happening. Probably all of us can think of those lines, will help us out. Secondly, what Deepak also mentioned about, I think Dr. Rahel also here about, but Deepak, you're here. As for the regulation, from pathology point of view, I'm a pathologist by profession. A pathologist today, we cannot sign the report unless you're physically on ground. Now, how do we work that? NABL, we've talked to NABL, we spoke to various bodies, so there's a regulation, NMCC. I think all of us have to try. Remote pathology, radiology is acceptable. Remote pathology is not acceptable. How will this work? The biggest challenge today, we have only 4,000 histopathologists in the country, in 150,000 centers. Every diagnosis of cancer has to run through a biopsy. We have about 10 lakh cases every year. How does it work? Unless we work something on all of us together, make sure that we go back to NABL or the regulation bodies. Create, and we did this side, we talked to various authorities, and they suggested, I'm just saying, all of you probably can adopt that. The big voice can be a big, solution. Do some pilot. You do an AI and non-AI comparative study. Have a neutral umpire to that. Put up these regulations. Go back to the government, to and fro, I'm sure they will be accepted. That's something we would advise all of you. And probably some solution can be found. Because without AI, the diagnosis is the heartbeat of healthcare. And today we have to be smart. That's technology, faster in technology, and accurate. And all three can be achieved with that. That's what I'm saying. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I don't think there's any more time. And I must thank all the panelists for taking time out and coming here and expressing your views. It's been a wonderful session. I must thank VOH for organizing this very insightful session and inviting all of us. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. The pleasure is all ours because this was truly an insightful session. We could see from the point of views which were coming up from the panelists and the speakers audience clap, the kind of noise they had without asking me. So thank you so much for this impactful panel discussion. Now I would request our moderator to please felicitate our panelists. Dr. Deepak Patkar. Mr. Ranjit Shah. Dr. Kirti Chadda. Dr. Anirudh Kohli. Mr. Chandrasekhar Sitwal. Mr. Anup Arora. I now request Dr. Naveen Mishra to please come on the stage and felicitate Dr. Rajiv Rao for amazingly moderating the session. Can we have panelists for a group picture, please? Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. We now transition to the next segment, the industry presentation by C3 Logistics. We take a closer look at the cutting-edge development in the diagnostic sector that are transforming healthcare delivery. Can I have anyone from C3? Thank you. Do we have the presentation there? Thank you.
So, hello everyone. Myself, Bharat Imran. I am CEO of Radiant Connect here. So, here I would like to introduce my company, a short brief about my company. So, can we start? So, Radiant, basically we have incorporated in 2012 and we have started with 7 employees in Delhi. And now in 2024, we are working with almost 4,500 plus manpower on board. And we are now catering around 372 plus cities across India. Right now, we are doing Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3, and most of the Tier 4 cities as well. Our main business is like in diagnostic domain. So currently, we are giving paramedical services, which includes home collection services and city phlebotomists. And secondly, services related to logistics. Next slide, please. So our main mission is to provide a tailor-made solution to all the diagnostic companies who are working in India. And in future, our vision is to provide we need to cover all pan-India. We need to cover each Tier 4 cities as well. We need to give services. We need to give all the services related. We want to become a one-stop solution in India for all the diagnostics community. Next slide, please. This is our Radiant network. Right now, we have 11 regional offices across India with presence more than 372 plus cities. We are currently serving 335 plus agent activity, 40 plus service activities, and we have 1700 plus phlebotomists, dedicated phlebotomists on our board, with 2200 plus field executives in diagnostics. Our current business partners, we have 50 plus happy clients who are working with us. These are the list. We are doing companies with many big shots also and new startups as well. We help all the new startups to reach new expansions and to grow. Next slide, please. These are our current achievements. We have got as a best healthcare service provider in 2021, and we have also launched our EV support services in 2023. And many next slide, please. These is present USP main unique selling point. We are cost efficient for all the services that we are providing. We are one-stop solution. But whenever you need any phlebotomist, whenever you need any paramedic staff, whether it is a on-site health checkup, or you need any logistics staff also, we are one solution for everything. Now, we give all the resources that we have, they are on dedicated model, so we totally reliable on SLA. Whatever our standard legal agreement we have signed with our organization, we are totally reliable on that. These are our current service portfolio. Right now we are into phlebotomy services. One is logistic intercity and intercity logistics. Another is manpower outsourcing, home collection services, corporate health checkups, and pre-policy medical checkup also. Credit has now set up into new division as well. One is cold chain logistics, where we have equipped with our own vehicles, which are equipped with temperature control. We are delivering the healthcare products within the temperature of 50 minus up to minus 50 degrees from 8 degree temperature. Second is we have also tapped up into healthcare job portal. It's a e-portal where we give online training, virtual training to all the paramedic staff or to the logistics staff who are currently working on our payroll as well as on parenting company payroll. And third is NAPS. You already know about National Apprentice Promotion Scheme, which government has applied. We have already registered for it, and we currently have around 1,000 plus manpower onboarded in National Apprentice Promotion Scheme. These are our upcoming services, like we are starting our radiology manpower services in next month, customer care setup, home care services, and clinical trial lab technicians and equipment operators. Thank you.
Good day, guys. We can start with the next panel session, right?
I'm sorry for a little delay, guys. Okay, we will be now moving to our fifth panel discussion, pre-analytical challenges and solutions in diagnostics. In this session, we will address a crucial phase in the diagnostic journey. The pre-analytical phase, we will explore the challenges that often arise during sample collection, handling, and transportation, and discuss the innovative solutions that are being implemented to ensure accuracy, reliability, and efficiency in diagnostic outcomes. The role of automation and technology in minimizing pre-analytical error will also be explored alongside best practices for overcoming these challenges to improve diagnostic accuracy and overall patient care. So let us begin by welcoming our distinguished panelists to the stage. Mr. Arpan Malhotra, Director and Chief Operating Officer, Max Lab. Mr. Paras Gemini, Chief Operating Officer, C3 Logistics. Dr. Reena Nabra, Principal Director, Lab Management and Technical Excellence, Dr. Lalpat Labs Limited National Reference Laboratory. Dr. Anupa Dikshit, President Lab Medical Services, Suburban Diagnostics, India. Mr. Ravi Tomar, Chairman and Managing Director, CRL Diagnostics Private Limited. Dr. Kaushal Patel, Managing Director, Endocrine and Allergy Laboratory Private Limited. Allow the clap, please. So now join me in welcoming our moderator, Dr. Monica Shashank, Medical Director, DLR Clinical Laboratory. Her expertise will guide us in conversation as we explore the challenges and solutions in the pre-analytical phase of diagnostics. Over to you, ma'am.
Good evening, all. A warm welcome to all of you. And I would like to start the session with a thanks to Voice of Healthcare for giving this opportunity to be the part of this panel discussion. And definitely, I would like to compliment them also for organizing a wonderful event where we have touched base upon the particular topics which are required today in diagnostics, be it leadership, be it AMR, be it digital pathology and radiology, and now the pre-analytical part of it. So coming back to the sessions, and I welcome all the panel speakers with me. So in the diagnostic journey of a patient, we say that journey is divided in 4 parts. That is pre-analytical phase, pre-analytical phase, analytical phase, and post-analytical phase. So if we talk about pre-analytical phase, it starts from the clinician mind when he writes the test on the prescription, to the reading of prescription, how we read it, how we transcribe it, and the patient preparation part of it. Then pre-analytical involves all the part where we do the registration, sample collection, transportation to the laboratory, and the analysis part which happens in the laboratory, where we have all the sophisticated equipments and skilled manpower in the laboratory, and post-analytical part where we do the data storage and other parts of it. So the pre-analytical part is the most challenging part, where most of the errors happen in the laboratory. If you look at the statistics, in nearly 65 to 20% of the errors happen in the pre-analytical cases only. Because it's dependent on the human being, the skilled manpower, and until date, most of the organization is not there in this area. And in terms of the importance of this topic is that because it not only impacts the patient safety, but also it impacts the revenue of the organization, because nearly 8 to 10 lakh of operational costs with a 600-bed hospital. In a month, it goes waste because you are reprocessing the sample, and also it impacts the trust of the patient and the trust of the laboratory as well. So I would like to start a panel discussion with my team. The first question to you, Mr. Arpan. With diagnostic becoming more patient-centric and more customer experience is being talked about. How do you see the role of technology and automation to evolve the address of common challenges?
Thank you, Dr. Monica, and very good afternoon to all of you. Thanks a lot for managing to stay awake. The question, Dr. Monica, so maybe I'll try and break it down into 3 words. So, pre-analytical, technology, and how does it help the patients in terms of removing, reducing errors, right? Now, at the beginning itself, I would, ask for an excuse. I will not be able to kind of share, meaningful, solid, insightful examples for 2 reasons. Because first, I'm not good at it. Second, you would hear a lot of examples from the other panelists, which will be far more valuable. But I want to do and take this opportunity, use this time to do some context setting. Yeah? I'll take the same flow: pre-analytical, technology, and patients. Yeah? The end objective being patients. Now, to begin with, why are we actually holding a session dedicated to pre-analytical? We don't have a session on analytical, post-analytical, and you did mention that almost touching 70% of the errors are found to be, or if I add the word, assumed to be pertaining to pre-analytical. So there's a saying, "Bad se badnaam bura." Not just because I'm sitting in this session, but let me take another, let's say, what do you call, allegory. Let's assume that you are diagnostics, you are the service, and you have 3 children. Okay, your first child is pre-analytical, the second is analytical, and the third is post-analytical. Now, if anything goes wrong, anything goes wrong, as long as the second and the third child, that means analytical and post-analytical, are not caught red-handed, they both tell the first child, "Tumne kiya." And the first child says, "Maine kya kiya?" The answer is, "Tumne hi kiya hoga." So, the principle that applies for pre-analytical is guilty till proven innocent. For the other 2 children, it is innocent till proven guilty. I'm making a very, very strong case for pre-analytical child. I think you'll be pretty happy hearing this, but it's not for you though. It's for all of us. Coming back, let's come back to the topic. Yes, it is extremely important, and the tough child to crack as well. Now, if we were to decipher the piece of pre-analytical, and we were to structure it, let's say, starting with the booking, sample collection, sample transportation, now these 3 are happening outside the lab. And then there is a piece that happens, the last piece within the lab, before the analytics happen. So there is a booking that's happening, there is a collection, sample collection, flabo movement that's happening, then you are transporting, storing the tube, and then there is accessioning, sorting, and the other stuff happening in the lab. Now the first 2 are where the patient has an interface. They experience the activity of booking. They experience stacking the flabo, meeting the flabo, getting the blood drawn. After that, the transportation and what happens in the lab as part of the pre-analytics that they probably don't see, but they do experience it in the final report. Now, on these 4 fronts, when we talk of technology helping the patients, again, let's think of it. What happens to the sample? What happens to the flabo? And before we talk about the sample and the flabo, the first and the most critical piece when it comes to technology in pre-analytical is the thread. I'll use this word thread. Simply what I mean by saying thread is, from the inception point, that means the patient booking, is there a thread continuing via the flabo, reaching, collecting, sample, cabling, reaching the lab, getting punched into the system. Now that thread in today's times can only be enabled through technology. So I mean, if you draw a parallel in the finance world, in the costing world, we have something called cost object. anything, anywhere, everywhere, you bring that linkage to that particular piece. Let's call this as our tracking object or the diagnostic object. IT is critical, and it's only IT in today's volumes that can enable the creation, maintenance of that thread of data. So all the things that we kind of think at the level 2, level 3 in terms of the errors, the sample, wrong patient name, or wrong registration, or the timing delay, somewhere there is a solution that lies in maintaining that thread, which is what the technology today enables. That's the piece, first one. The second one is on sample. So actively, like at Max, we are using their technology to track, monitor, what is the time lapsed? When did we start, where did we end? Is it within the tag or not? What is the temperature control mechanism? When it comes to the flabo, same thing. But then it gets enhanced. Who is the person? What is the recent dating of that person? When was the person last trained? So within that ambit of threat, our ability that comes through technology to track, monitor the sample, flabo, this is where the pre-analytic gets extended to technology.
Rightly said. So the technology is an enabler in such kind of scenario in maintaining the threat. My next question to you, Mr. Khalid. The logistics we know plays a crucial role in managing the turnaround time. In sample logistics is very, very crucial in maintaining the samples separately. So what are some best practices or innovations which can optimize the transportation and handling of samples, especially from the remote areas or underserved regions?
So, ma'am, basically, I would like to just first thank National Diagnostic Forum, and it's my honor to be sitting among the marketplace. So, coming to the logistic thing, I think logistic is the fundamental backbone of the diagnostic industry because it's more commonly depends like how the sample is being carried, and only logistic will show. Only if the logistic is done properly, I think only then the test results will come good or correct, or there will be accuracy. So basically, I want to quantitate this thing like optimize thing in cost basis. I will divide these three things into three things. One is cost, one is optimizing the track, and second is optimizing the transportation part thing. So firstly, I have come on cost, like as you know, diagnostic is now into very competitive market, and most of the companies are into a price war. So nowadays, what they are doing is like they are reducing the prices of their tests, and most of the effect of this reduction of this MRP is coming upon the logistic area. Let's deduct some this amount or some cost from the logistic, and I think it's basically, I think, a small time gain. That's it. So we should what like now coming back to like how to optimize it, and there is two options like how we can optimize our logistic thing and transportation by putting innovation and by training the manpower. In order to train the manpower, I think when CP started, we started with only 7 employees, and we don't have any tech solutions to how to handle the manpower and how to train them. So earlier it was just like manpower is just picking up the sample and has to drop at the lab. So slowly and steadily, when we got to know with experience like what is pre-analytical phase is all about, like the temperature should be properly maintained, otherwise it will affect the integrity of the sample. So what we did is we started training our employees. It's not like Swiggy or Zomato where the person has to just pick up the things and have to drop it. In diagnostic industry, in healthcare industry, I think logistics play a very crucial role where the manpower which is picking up the sample has to be trained, groomed. And in order to secure the integrity of sample, we should invest on the local this manpower. So instead of cost cutting of this thing, we should rather go for training the employees who are working on the ground, because these are the employees who are basically picking up the sample, and they should know like how to handle the sample, if the sample is, what temperature it should be kept on. So, like if there is so much cost cutting or optimization in cost, so we cannot get those employees because being a manpower outsourcing company, it's really difficult for us also to find a suitable manpower in that amount. But yes, there are some options where you can optimize the costing also by using EV transportation. And coming on to the innovation part thing, like especially in remote areas, like as Trident has spread their branches in around 372 plus cities now. So we are already catering Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3 and some cities of Tier 4 as well. So we have that much network. With that, when we got to know like these people in the remote areas, they should be trained. So again, CP has stepped up and just created one e-portal where we train our manpower who is working on the ground through virtual training. So they basically know how to handle the sample, what temperature should be kept, how to use the gel pack, and in what the integrity and what is the criticality of the sample that he is carrying and he has to deposit and deliver it to the lab. So by this thing, I think training thing will bring the innovation and optimizing thing, we should use EV vehicles. And secondly, one more important thing is like most of the national authorities like NABL, CAPS, NABH, they give accreditation to the labs. So instead, they should also give accreditation to the logistics services as well. Like to maintain, like this is the organization which is aggregated by NABL or CAP. So there should be some kind of authority who should give accreditation, and after then only they should start giving the services in healthcare. So main thing now, we should optimize by using EV vehicles. That will also bring the air pollution down, as well as we should not just cost cutting on the logistic part thing. We should just invest by training the ground.
Rightly said, Mr. Paras, three takeaways from your discussion. One is like NABL authorities, CAP, or accreditation guidelines. So they do mention that logistic is covered in that. Not a separate accreditation, but yes, they use the sample transportation part of it, how it is transported, what is the time, and what is how the cold chain is maintaining that. That is always covered in the NABL guideline.
Actually, there is no mandatory part thing right now. Actually, if it becomes mandatory, then there will be no local vendor over here who is just dropping the sample in and they are just playing with the lives of the patient. So I think in CP, like having this much experience now, we know that we should take all the samples very seriously, and that writer who is collecting the sample, he should also have some emotional attachment towards the sample that he is carrying, because that sample might be of his family also. If a person is coming to my home and he is not in a well-groomed and he don't know how to be in case of paramedic staff also. Or while we are talking about logistics, if it doesn't know how to carry the sample, I will never give a sample to them. If I own a lab, I will just see like whether that person is able to transport the sample within proper integrity or not. So in order to have this mandatory thing, we think like we should have this thing mandatory by NABL.
Training was second part of it, which is very, very important, which you have rightly said. Usually when we think about pre-analytical training, we go to phlebotomy only, and how to draw the blood, that is the only thing which we think about. But yes, the logistics is an important part of it, where the training, grooming, and how we manage the home patient practices is also very important. So coming to the training part of it, Dr. Anurag, next question is to you only. What are the most basic challenges in pre-clinical cases, which is before the pre-analytic part, and maintaining sample integrity through the cold chain, and how we are going to address them?
Thank you, Dr. Monica, for asking this beautiful question. Now, in a lab practice, be it a standalone lab, be it a chain of labs, be it this lab, that lab, HLM, whatever type of labs you talk about, pre-analytic is the most painful area for us. We have dealt a lot with analytic, we have come up with integrated systems, we have come up with a lot of application-related softwares, and we are very smart in that. But what happens to pre-analytic is out of our bounds, out of our control. That is where the challenge rises. So now the question being asked is about the pre-analytic. Do we know what is the difference between analytic, pre-analytic and pre-analytic? So just for the sake of understanding, pre-analytic encompasses anything which is before analysis, before the samples enter the instrument. But pre-analytic is even before the sample is collected. Now that's a very, very hidden thing for a lab personnel like me. We don't know where the sample is collected, how it is collected, is everything in place or not. We are blindfolded towards it. So which is why pre-analytic is important, but pre-analytic is at most important and we barely talk about it. Now, this is as per the definition. So just keep in mind when a sample is getting into processing, pre-analytic is the most initial step, the first step when it comes to the testing of a sample. This is one. Second, what is the reason we are talking about is because this is the one which will actually impact the patient outcome. How? In the form of giving correct or incorrect report. It is as straightforward as that. But what are the features? Where are we talking about this pre-analytic? It could be wrong patient in the first place. It happens a number of times in HLS or in IPD patient where the patients are and we have a sample collected in the indoor patients. Wrong patient sample. That starts there. Second is about the name, ID, gender. I think gender, we are fed up of all the demographic changes and the errors that we are getting. I think this is universally present in every lab is facing it. Wrong test, excellent. Many tests are alike. Unless you know the difference, you'll end up getting a wrong test, right? I think that's another big problem because the way the physicians write, the way the nurses write, nobody knows what the test is. That is another challenge. Missing information. Have you come across maternal marker testing? Trust me, it's a painful area. Why? Because the forms are not filled correctly. NIPT, it's a pain area. We don't know the mandatory forms are there or not. So that's where the hassle starts. Trust me, I'm just talking about the tip of the iceberg, but it's a humongous problem. What happens to the order? I mean, what tube the sample needs to be collected also falls under pre-analytic. So keep that also in mind. We get a lot of incorrect tubes, right? And do we monitor it? That is secondary, the second part to the question asked. But keep this in mind, wrong tube. Sample adequacy, do we know? Contamination, blood culture contamination, I think that takes away a lot of our time because there is a lot of contamination and you can't end up giving a report of blood culture for a pediatric sample and a contaminant which actually happened because it was not done properly. The preparation of the patient was not done adequately. So this is very, very serious. Improper patient preparation, also the prerequisites which are required. The fasting test needs to be fasting. Testosterone needs to be done early when the person gets up, not later on. There are variation, thyroid, oh my god, that's something which we as a laboratorian keeps on getting a lot of feedback, requests, complaints are wrong, your report is wrong because TSH what you have given is not correct. Reason? What time of the day? On what platform is still later? But what condition the patient is going through, the physiological conditions, right? All that matter because up to 15 physiological variation can be there. Cough, cold, whatever condition the patient is going through can lead to variation in TSH. So these are few examples which I am quoting, but imagine if your base foundation is incorrect, what is going to happen to the report outcome? Trust me, it's not easy for us. Past 20 years that I have spent in my laboratory practice, 60% of the time goes in pre-analytic complaints. When I bifurcate, not because of the analytic, our vendors, our suppliers, I think the way the instruments are made now, we are very smart in picking up all the errors in the instrument level itself. Softwares are very good. So that is said and done. Why it is important to be looked into. But yes, I will still not pay too much attention to storage because we are smart. We know how to handle and every lab knows that we need to have a very strong SOP. That is the fundamental thing every lab should have. We should know what we are doing. And what are we doing is as per the guidelines. We have n number of guidelines. We have ISO 15981 talking about it. We have CAP guidelines. We follow all that. But second part, as both are talking about Arpan and Mr. Maras is about training. I think that goes without saying. Having a strong SOP, having
rigorous training with competency, the way the guidelines talk about, you do all that, still errors are happening. Why? So this is where I think the previous session we were talking about on AI is very, very crucial. We need to have automation. When does this word AI come into the picture? Any repetitive action or activity happening is where the AI has to enter. That is the fundamental requirement. So anything which is repetitive, first solution one lab has to think about is having an AI alternative or automation. I'll make it simple by saying it's not AI, AI is much higher. Let's talk about automation. There are a lot of automations available now. Patient identification, correct patient can be automated. So start thinking that way. This is how we do in our practice. We start questioning. If any activity is taking too much time, start thinking. Can we identify the patient? Maybe not. Maybe the barcode that we put, yes, we can read it. So there are automations available where we can actually scan the barcode, we identify the patient. Second, about the sample collection, that you all know. There are sample draw softwares available now, devices available, you know where to hit so that there is avoidance of double click, which again can lead to hemolysis. So we are smart that way. That is another option we can take up. Labeling system. So we have bulk loaders available. We have, I'm still going to the analytic, little bit pre-analytic, but the bulk loaders, the scanners, the sorters, I think they have made our life easier because they have cut down the lead time in an accession which was completely manual to automation, and it has reduced to 20%. So 80% improvement is seen in accession department, which is the sample receiving area. So centrifugation at source, I think that's one way we can talk about it. The pipetting automation, the softwares which are smarter. I think there are n numbers of fields that have opened up now, leading to better pre-analytic control on us. I think that's where the entire world is going, and this is what we have been doing, improvising on our the SOPs that we have, training, I think that goes without saying, but add on to it the automations that we have brought in, and the most important in checking the pre-analytic is to have a control mechanism. How do we have a control? Please analyze the data which you are getting from the source. Make sure that each and every outlier, non-compliance is documented. Make sure we have all the deficiencies, the suboptimal samples that we are collecting, goes in record somewhere so that the bottom line is have a smart LIMS system in the lab. Software has to be smart so that we can capture each and every outlier, the temperature outlier, logistic outliers also, as we're talking about, everything goes in record, analyze the data, have a periodicity to it, go back and train the source where the problem is happening. I think that is where we have done a lot of improvement. This is where my confidence also comes in. After analyzing, you go to the source, the pickup point, the hospitals where you are getting problems, you train them. Going and talking to the source about how things have to be done, do's and don'ts, has changed the game plan for us completely. So that is where the last thing is about having a control mechanism, monitoring and correcting the system. I think that is how I would like to summarize it, Dr. Monica.
Thank you so much, Dr. Anupa. So, Mr. Ravi, this question is to you. So, in the analytical cases, we have standardized equipment. Even if the variability is there, it comes from different manufacturers, we have request policies, request samples, where we can see that standardized results are coming in. How do you see the pre-analytical phases, the standardization is going to come in terms of operator availability, because it's a skill-based area?
First of all, thank you very much, Doctor, and Voice of Healthcare. So, like as my other colleagues, panelists, they have discussed about everything. Doctor also, he briefed about the pre-analytical. So, generally, we have to educate our technicians before collecting the samples. We have to educate them because now these days, what challenges we are facing as a B2B lab, if we are educating them, then they say, please do not educate us. We are educated. You will not teach us कि sample कैसे लेना है. Right. So I will request to DOH, Doctor, that kindly just convey us communication to all laboratories that pre-analytical is very challenging and we are facing lots of queries, calls. आपकी रिपोर्ट गलत है, वहाँ पे रिपोर्ट टेस्ट किया था, वहाँ गलत है, आज दोबारा सैंपल दिया, आपकी report कुछ और आ गई है, because now they are following the guidelines. We are not getting history. So validation is one thing. Laboratory part is almost all standardized, and there will not be any change because we all are following the all guidelines of NLA, because quality. But still, we are putting our efforts on pre-analytical. We are communicating to all industry. Like C3 has started doing good job, and every lab is doing like it's working on transportation quality. But of course, the places from where we are getting samples is a very challenging area. So everyone has to understand why we are talking about pre-analytical. Because in lab we have done our best, whatever we were supposed to deliver. I think we cannot do more than that. Because the world-class instruments, quality, say, technology, everything is there now, except education to the laboratory area. So how to collect, transport, and give it to the laboratory. And sometimes samples are not reaching to the lab and they are demanding for the report. So just provide the at least proper time to the lab to perform, maybe process and recheck the samples. So that is the sincere suggestion and request. Dr. Monica. So this will help in the clinical and the quality of the reports.
Definitely, Mr. Ravi. Next question is to Dr. Bhaskar. So it's not only the routine testing which is getting impacted in terms of inaccurate sample collection and techniques. It's a high-end testing also, be it autoimmunity, be it energy testing. There also we see a lot of redundancy. And how do you think the clinical errors impact the outcomes of the test? And what solutions you are implementing in your system to minimize these errors?
Yes. So firstly, a big thank you to Voice of Healthcare for giving me an opportunity to speak in front of you guys. And coming on to the question that you asked, the previous panelists have pretty much covered it all, and especially Anupam, you were very thorough with all the difficulties that we face. May it be, just the routine biochemistry or demand or any part. But yes, the endocrine and the allergy tests also face much bigger problems in terms of pre-analytic errors. So the simplest and most easiest point I would bring out would be in terms of an allergy test, we prefer the serum sample. Being a lab that's been there for 30 years, we've been always into B2B business. So we always get samples from tier 2, tier 3 cities. And the basic knowledge of sending a serum sample is also lacking in some of those centers. So they end up sending plasma without specifying that it is plasma. And the results come out, there are variations in those results. The patient feels that they're not allergic to these things, maybe they might be allergic to something else. The IgE level there's a lot of variation in the IgE when it comes to serum and plasma. So that is the biggest issue that we face. And it's a very small thing that they should be taking care of at a phlebotomist level, at a lab level. So they should be knowing what sample they're sending, first of all. Secondly, hormones also has a lot of volatility, the circadian variation during cortisol, even ACTH. These parameters have a lot of variation when it comes to what time of the day or night they're collected in. So those things, again, Ravi sir said that the history is lacking, right? The samples are never coming with history. Allergy samples, a patient gives their blood after taking an anti-allergic medicine. You just took an anti-allergic medicine and the next hour you're coming and giving an allergy test. So that is obviously going to give a lot of variations. A lot of your allergies are going to be suppressed. A lot of false negatives are going to be there. So those are the things that we face on a day-to-day basis. And again, to rectify those problems, we have to go down to the ground level, to the place where the samples are being picked up from. Because we have a chain of centers that send us the samples, so the point A to point B to point C, so point C being us. So point A needs to be rigorously and continuously trained, given ways to rectify the problems. At least the basic knowledge of the phlebotomist needs to be there all the time. So once they take the sample, what exactly are they doing? What exactly tests are they doing? What container, like ma'am said, what container are they taking the sample in? Where are they storing it? How long are they storing it? How are they sending it? Is the cold chain maintained? Those are the pre-analytical errors that the mistakes that a lot of people make, and that affects throughout the testing part as well. And again, the training has to be very rigorous. Obviously, we being at the testing part, we do have our own trainings for the technical team. But again, the sample transportation, like C3 is obviously doing a good job, but it again comes to the cost, the pricing. It all boils down to how much the point A is going to actually suffer. So pre-analytic is a very challenging part. Again, the collaboration would help a lot when the smaller scale ties up with a mid-level or a higher level institute, and they come to a single point where they can all work together. They can share their data. At least they can if they have issues, they can solve those issues by discussing about it. Again, we had a previous session about AI. So AI will also be helping with the repeatedly the errors that they're making in the pre-analysis. So it's a long, ongoing fight to rectify the pre-analytical part, but I think with everyone on board, I think it would be a very easy task to fulfill.
Thank you, Dr. Kaushal. And I think about this costing part of it. So although we do talk about that initially establishing a system and process and SOPs, and training of team definitely takes our time and cost, but I think it is worth it because once we are repeating the sample of the patient and then delivering the report, I think that time lapse is again a huge cost to the organization. And as I said, I have studied an article. It was mentioning that is usually the 8 to 10% operational cost, which is lost when we are retesting the sample because it involves the entire chain of system. It's not only the reagents. It starts from the time of the sample collection to the registration, phlebotomy, testing, and then drug report release. And then the time lapse which the patient gets the results is also a delayed time lapse where you may end up losing the patient of time as well. So I think we need to do a cost and benefit analysis whether we are investing time in a better way, money initially and to save the cost later on. We were just saying that they would like to wrap up the session a little faster. So I would request, instead of putting up the questions, I would request a summation line from all of you for this pre-analytical session, how we can collaborate and how we can improve the clinical part of it in the industry and the way forward for that. I will start with you,
Yes, so just as I said in the previous answer that collaboration is the key. When you have a rigorous training module that you are implementing at your level, after a collaboration, that same model can be applied to all of the centers, which is why you can constantly be updated. You can reduce the costing, and you can always update yourself with the newer technologies, newer systems. So I think that way collaboration should be the next thing forward.
Mr. Ravi.
Yes, so collaboration is very important, and because every lab, the person who is running a lab should have this information about the pre-analytical. So this is going to help a lot to the industry.
Dr. Anupam?
In short, it goes without saying. Yes, we should.
Paras.
So, ma'am, I think we all are into a same business, and we should work together. We should collaborate our business together. And we are already business partner, and we are helping the diagnostic industry, and we are into the same social cause of helping people of India to grow more healthier, and we should work accordingly as per, and we should also see the cost factor, as you said, that it's already so much inflation. So accordingly, my answer is also yes. We should collaborate, we should work together, and we should find a proper automated solution or amicable solution, or what I can say,
what is it?
So punchline, a short punchline for the pre-analytic collaboration into the system. I'll borrow it from Upanishads. Tat Tvam Asi. Yeah, this is the advice to all the business people. ये सब कुछ तुम ही हो. Tat Tvam Asi. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was really nice, Mr. So definitely, we have certain clinical tools which are available. We are trying to bring it, those automations in the laboratories as well. And collaboration is very important because something like C3 Occurred is offering the solution. They have their own core strength in that. Let them be the champion of that activity. We can have our focuses in the laboratories part of it also. So collaboration is the key. With this, I would like to end the session, and I would like to thank VH again for giving this opportunity and touching base about this very important topic, which is the pain point for all the laboratory people who are sitting here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. And thank you to all our esteemed panelists for such an insightful and engaging discussion. Your contribution have truly highlighted the importance of pre-analytical phase and the ways we can address its challenges to improve diagnostic outcomes. We wish we would have more time, but unfortunately we have to end this. So let's give our panelists another round of applause for their valuable insights and expertise. I would invite Dr. Monica Shashank to please come on the stage and felicitate our panelists. Mr. Arpan Malhotra. Mr. Paras Gemini. Dr. Anubha Dixit. Mr. Ravi Tomar. Dr. Kushal Patel. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Naveen Mishra to please felicitate Dr. Monica Shashank for moderating the session. Thank you everyone, and thank you Dr. Monica for moderating the session with such expertise and thoughtfulness. Thank you, ma'am. With that, we look forward to the next exciting segment of the day. And now we'll be moving forward to the sixth panel discussion of the day. The future of diagnostics, investment, market and acquisition, and building the future of healthcare innovation. In this session, we will explore the dynamic financial landscape of the diagnostics industry, examining how investments and merger and acquisition are reshaping the growth trajectories and driving the future of healthcare innovation. We will delve into how capital infusion, strategic alliance, and acquisitions are positioning the diagnostic sector for growth, innovation, and transformative future in healthcare delivery. We are fortunate to have a esteemed group of panelists to guide us through this exciting and critical conversation. Mr. Sankalp Gupta, Director, Dr. Bilal Laboratory. Let's welcome our panelists with a round of applause. Mr. Tarun Kuhamra, co-founder, Orange Health. Mr. Deepak Sahani, founder and CEO, Healthians. Mr. Rohit Jalan, Chief Business Officer, Red Cliff Labs. Dr. Pushkar Admane, Business Head West India, Head of Medical Affairs, Manager International Training Center, Head Khoreba, India Technical Institute, Khoreba, India. To lead our session, we have a distinguished moderator, Ms. Garima Malhotra, Associate Partner, Healthcare and Life Sciences, Praxis Global Alliance. Over to you, ma'am.
Good evening, everyone. Very excited to be here. We are running a little short of time. I have flight back to Bombay. I think our session is delayed by more than an hour. But I'll try to do as much justice to it as possible. Without wasting our time, why don't we start with you? Why don't you give us some thoughts about, how is diagnostic changing in terms of customer centricness and how is in-home diagnostic taking as a route to the future of diagnostics?
Thank you, Karima. So, at-home diagnostics, I think, is significantly increasing. It's growing faster than the market average growth rate of 15%. I think 5-6 years ago, when I looked at the industry, at-home testing was only 5% of everybody's P&L. Today, I mean, if you open the largest companies in the country, to see their performance, they will show you that 15% of their business is coming from at-home diagnostics. I think in my assessment going forward, right, this trend of at-home diagnostics will keep on growing much faster than the industry. By end of this decade, our estimate is that number at least, I think 15% is overall for the industry. I think in top 10 cities, this number will be closer to 20-25%. But at the end of the decade, it should be around 50%. And there's a very simple reason for that. The reason for that is actually there is no benefit for the customer, especially in urban centers, to come to a collection point. You go to a restaurant, you might still want to go for an ambience or with friends. But after spending 1 hour in a doctor's clinic, and you don't want to spend another 1 hour going to a collection center, waiting with 10 more patients, getting yourself pricked while you're feeling sick and you're uncomfortable and then you want to go home, spend half a day like that, right? So that's the reason why the obvious choice in urban cities, in top 20, top 25 cities, by end of this decade would be at-home collection. People still want to go for shopping, they want to experience things, right? But there is no benefit really. The only reason why this is still meaningfully a lot of the business is offline on collection centers is because of the fact that when we started our journey as an industry, when we started our journey for at-home collection, we did not build at-home collection from a perspective of actually serving the consumer fully. The industry started with a very e-commerce approach to at-home collection. They started with the idea that I will only, they basically digitize whatever was already being done. The incumbents at that point in time were giving at-home collection for next day or day after for wellness testing. And wellness was a very small part of the market. And no one even thought about saying that, okay, for sickness testing, what is required to make at-home testing a viable proposition? And if you think about it, there are 2-3 things that need to be done fundamentally. One is that we need to make sure that the time that a consumer today takes to get to a collection center and get themselves tested from a clinic on the way back to home is less than 60 minutes. So your first of all at-home collection should be on demand. You can't say I will come tomorrow, right? Second is that the collection centers are working till night 7 o'clock and doctors are working in their clinics till night 8:39. So the at-home collection has to be longer hours than a collection center's hours. And the third thing is that the quality of processing in a collection center is better because they are doing processing and they are doing centrifugation at the site that preserves the sample better. I think there is a lot of innovation that needs to be done on on the at-home logistics side to eliminate pre-analytical errors and making sure the sample gets picked and comes back for testing much faster, right? So I think that requires a complete rejigging and rebuilding of the entire network. And if you take it in a lazy manner, of course, this number would remain only as a subset of wellness testing. But if you want to replace truly acute sickness testing, which is 80% of the market, if it has to be 50% of the market, companies will have to redesign how their entire operations works, rebuild using technology, and then deliver that experience which is superior than a collection center. And I'm pretty confident if that happens, majority of the market will move, at least in urban centers, to at-home.
Interesting, thanks, Karun. Next, I move to you, Deepak. How do you feel is technology and AI transforming diagnostics? And what challenges do you see to scale a health tech platform in today's stage?
So, first of all, thank you for having me here. I think, yeah, there's a lot of transformation using AI. What I remember is 10 years back, a lot of stuff we used to do through algorithms of finding things out. We used to look at the data from a perspective of 5 years, 6 years, and then run some algorithms to give a sort of an answer, where algorithm is also built by using a lot of medical data and doctors sitting over it. And most of the businesses used to work like that. Today, that has become easier because we are not just looking at what one doctor knows, we are looking at what the entire gamut of medical science knows together. And then over and above that, we can put doctors to properly validate that data. So the job is, I think, become a little easier there also, but at the same time has become extensive to get the data out. So for example, if I talk about the real transformation now is happening is specifically on the radiology side, where a lot of X-rays, usually smaller ones, depending upon the experience of the radiologist, was actually missing up some points. Today that has become possible, even if there is a person who is a 1-year-old experienced person using the right sort of an AI, actually can detect a lot of stuff. At the same time, in the pathology side also, if you really look, there's a lot of transformation happening there. So data are being looked into not just silos, but also population size, geographical data, environmental data, lifestyle data, wearable data, and genetic data. So all of this comes together to probably give you much more higher diagnostics, or I would say much more predictive diagnostics today. So that transformation will keep happening. I think next 5 years, 6 years, you will see probably there is a lot of prevention or at least predictive diagnostics starts happening, largely using AI, because we have now millions and millions of data getting collected out there. Problem scaling, I think largely when it is a tech-driven model, it takes time to create that credibility, because diagnostic is known that the more the number of years you are in the space, you are considered to be more credible, right? Versus in certain models where more technology advanced, people are more actually moving into those models. Like an iPhone today, right? If you're more advanced, I will buy an iPhone. But if you're more advanced, nobody will take that particular lab. So that challenge still remains there, where the credibility trust comes with the time. However, you could be much more advanced and better. I think you need both. You have to stabilize yourself, you have to be longer in the space, and you have to deal with this space because it is not e-commerce, which will actually shoot like overnight, and you have to be a little calm and patient while developing this business.
Thanks, that's interesting. Sankar, how do you feel, running a regional diagnostic chain? Do you believe it's difficult to scale while maintaining the quality, and are there any specific challenges which are advanced to a regional player compared to, a national player?
Right. So first of all, thank you so much for having me here. And you just mentioned that scaling up, in this business would not happen overnight, and you have to have balance it with quality. And it's with any kind of service provider. I mean, when you're in the services, then maintaining quality becomes a challenge. Here, quality is a baseline when you're in healthcare, and the good news is that what needs to be done is very clearly defined in NABL. So we have NABL norms where we have a very clear definition of what norms to be followed, what compliance to be followed, and what is quality for that. The question is how it's to be done, and that is where the execution game comes in, and that is where a lot of challenges also comes in. For us in our journey from scaling up from 1 lab to 12 labs now, there have been three fundamental things that they have applied. First and foremost is the implementation of process systems and structure. I mean, this is really the foundation of any business, be it this or any kind of other business. And I think the stronger your processes are, more trackable your metrics are, and how it's aligned with the people, how clear the roles are. I think that is the foundation for anything to scale. Second is the people, and with people I mean having those right set of people at the right place with the right competency and also the right commitment. I think it's very, very important to have a right kind of workplace culture where people can effectively collaborate and execute things on the ground what is required. I mean, a lot of times we don't realize, but sometimes even our workplace culture becomes an hindrance in effectively executing those quality standards that we know. And third is technology that we often talk about, and I think enablement and how processes and people are aligned. Technology does it very beautifully if you do it right, and it makes it more tangible, it makes it more visible. You can really calculate what is being done. I think technology from that perspective really makes things easy when you're scaling up, especially when now we're talking about business models being aligned with technology. So that is altogether very different. I mean, you can just scale your business very easily because your distribution channel is aligned with technology. So, I mean, it's not different as a regional player to answer you, and I think questions, and everyone has to answer those same questions, and I think that is what even in our journey it has been.
Understood. So thanks, Uncle. Rohit, coming to you now, we all know Redcliffe has been quite acquisitive in the past few years. How do you see M&A in this overall diagnostic industry shaping the innovation, pricing, and the overall ecosystem? What role does M&A play and have to play in the future?
Thanks, Ed. Thanks, Vivish, for inviting me. No, so if you see the industry today, and 50% is still unorganized. Right? We have 63%, right? And the top guys, the national players are 10, 50%. And let's also imagine the scope of consolidation. And what this brings to the industry is that the national players have their learnings, like being national players, be it technology, be it customer orientation, be it pricing. What consolidation M&A will do is standardize these. A lot of regional players, and Pankaj just mentioned about some of the challenges they are facing, say for example, process implementation. National players have already done that across cities, locations. So by M&A will drive faster scaling up, A, for the national player to penetrate the market, it becomes M&A facilitates that. Second, for the regional player who's still trying to figure out the process for scaling up, the national player will impact on the process side. Second is the synergies. When as a national player you've been present in so many multiple labs, what you drive is the pricing card against your supply. So those synergies, cost benefits, you can pass on to the targets that you have.
Understood. Fair. Lastly, with you, Dr. Pushkar, what do you believe is India's role as a hub for diagnostic innovation, especially when we talk about all this Make in India initiatives? Do you feel that India can become a great export base for future or in terms of equipment OEM side?
Yeah, if you see today, around 80% of the diagnostic equipments are still imported. We are not manufacturing. We are manufacturing very basic equipment as of now. And those manufacturing is happening by the technology transfer. What we are doing is like whatever the parent companies have the technology, we are reproducing it here. So there is a need for India to develop an ecosystem where we can actually collaborate with doctors and the stakeholders, and we can have merger with them or the collaboration or the partnership with them and create something which is for India. As of now, what technology we are using are developed in so-called third world countries, developed countries, especially Europe and US.
but they are not catering our own needs. So when we develop something for India and by India, it will create a different level of value addition for the Indian population. And I will say in the phase 2, we have a lot of countries, in the world who have similar kind of environment, like Africa or UAE, or you can say Asia, Southeast Asia, have a similar environment and the needs. So we can become export hub to begin with these countries. One more aspect is we talk about AI a lot. India being an IT hub, and we have a cheap in manpower also here. So next phase in the development of analyzers can be integration of AI in the analyzers. We talk about digital morphology, but there is a lot to do in the existing analyzers. If you take an example of CBC analyzers, we have developed one flag of infectious disease for dengue and malaria diagnosis on the existing 5-part CBC analyzers using the raw data. So it is this flag is AI-based flag, and it is giving us the infectious finding without additional reagent or the additional cost. So that kind of technology and innovation is needed for our need, for our environment. So this can be the future for the development and the research.
My next question is to you. We have seen the trend that, preventive or personalized diagnostic has been increasing. What strategies like a healthcare platform like you or any other diagnostic company can employ to increase adoption of those?
So I think yes, we see a lot of increase there, and I think that's not just the increase of taking a share from a market, but it is also a market increase that we see there. A lot of us they've been talking about is the shift of a share from an unorganized to an organized. There's a shift from a smaller player to a larger player, or larger player to a new player. But there's definitely an expansion of the market towards preventive that has happened, and it's continued to happen. Personally, I feel a little bit of a fatigue coming in the market right now from the last 6 odd months, because COVID seen too much of testing happening, and everybody has actually got tested. And usually in a preventive scenario, when you have your report with you in the last 1 year, you always think I don't need a test, right? And that's one of those scenarios. But I think 2025 probably see that reversing of us again, because there's a gap that has come in between. The strategies for that is very, very clear. See, there are trends that we have been seeing, and the trends are coming in from a lot of lifestyle, like we're talking about, a lot of geographical data, and a lot of personalized data. So far, when I started, I always used to see people taking tests on a milestone preventively. I have turned 30, I should take a test. I'm getting married, I should take a test. I have a son, now I have more responsibility, I should take a test. And those are the only things where people are actually taking a preventive test. Today that has changed. Today it has become that in 6 months I'm joining a gym, I'm taking a new medication, I'm getting into something new, and maybe now pre-employment, pre-insurance, everything else is coming in. And people are also getting aware, right? So the awareness levels are all-time high that way. So the strategies to give them is what they are looking at, they back with a lot of data. If you're subscribing or telling somebody to get tests done, what is the backing and what is the information that you're providing them and why they should do that? Is it personalized with this delivery? And we were just talking to media outside and they were just talking about tell us 10 tests that we should do. I said I can't tell you because it is all personalized. You have to tell me so many things before I can tell you that. You tell me what you eat, what is your lifestyle, what do you drink, do you smoke, do you go out, do you go in sun, and so many other questions before I can tell you exactly what you need. But there is nothing called a prescribed list for 30. Yes, there are common tests that everybody can do, but it is still not personalized. So I think we are moving more personalized there, and you have to understand the person first, look at your data, and then go into the past data like we do, and see in 10 million people what sort of problems started arising in the 30s. Like for a very small example, we started seeing that there is a lot of less absorption of iron and iron deficiency being found in early ages now, and this is all-time high. Right? We have got into the reasons for that also, which I will not go here. But I'm telling you that it is actually becoming another vitamin D deficiency here, right? And it should not happen, right? So all of this data is being coming in. So now we are adding iron deficiency as a common test, right?
Yes. Tarun, what are your thoughts here? Do you believe that digital platforms have a big role to play in bridging traditional diagnostic vis-a-vis value-based care, and what is the future of digital health platforms?
I'm always wary of the nomenclature of like digital health platforms. I think what consumers are looking for are medical companies that are technology adaptive instead of technology companies that are adopting medical things. So I think it has to be medicine first, medical companies becoming more tech enabled and focused. So what is going to be the future like? I think we have played, I mean, little provocative view. I think we have played this game to death of, okay, we are a blood testing company and all of that thing, right? I think that market is growing and sure we can keep on doing. But really, what is the job to be done here? I think the future would be for companies that figure out that their real job to do is measuring patients' health. And the companies that are able to do full measurement of patients' health and give a holistic view of whatever they need to do to measure their health are the companies that are going to basically be the, iPhones which are taking over the digital camera market. That will be that kind of a transition. So there is already a lot of discussion around integrated diagnostics, right? Like, so a lot of companies are now waking up to the reality that we cannot be inside out. I cannot be specialty front first, right? I cannot say I'm pathology only. The problem here is if the patient has a certain sickness, whatever needs to get tested for that, I need to be able to give you an answer of that. The problem here is that my life, as I'm aging, certain markers are going off track. The company which is going to give me the holistic view of that position, right, is going to be the winning company. So I see three trends that are going to dominate in the next decade, fundamentally in diagnostics. The first trend is that convenience push will increase significantly. What does that mean? A lot of the things that are coming home already, like blood testing, but also radiology and scanning is going to start coming home. EEG, ECG, sleep apnea test, pulmonary function test. You go to some of the largest medical devices fairs in the country, a lot of devices have come to fore. It will not take more than 5 years for them to hit the market, and companies which are going to, in addition to doing at-home blood testing, going to give these capabilities, are going to cover the full requirement cycle of the patient, right? A lot of POCT devices are coming. Right? So that's the first trend. Convenience will become a massive thrust in healthcare because it's not a luxury, it's a requirement in healthcare. Second thing that is going to be very major and a massive trend in healthcare, in diagnostics specifically, is that the use case of helping the doctor diagnose better is going to become the center and front of the innovation going forward, right? So a lot of stuff around pharmacogenics is coming up, right? A lot of work around predictive diagnostics is coming up, right? I just saw that there is a lot of pre-operative tests, like including probability that you can do to see what is the likelihood of getting an MI. In fact, if you are going into an operation going forward, so there is going to be a lot of additional inputs that are going to come to the doctors that are going to be specifically for treating the patient. And the companies that are actually making their business to help a doctor diagnose better instead of saying, oh, I just do this test, are the ones that are going to make the next leap, right? And the last one which you have to get really comfortable with is that there is going to be a massive flow of automation. We think we are seeing automation right now, but the kind of automation flood that is coming, right? Increasingly, labs will be run like factories, right? There will be a factory setup, lean technology, lean processes, right? The reporting will become far more automated and hyper personalized. So these are going to be all on the back of a lot of engineering, essentially, right? And I feel like we should update the courses for MD pathologists and other people who are part of the medical community to add courses on these things to help them better prepare for this future, because I think that is also the way doctor incomes will go up. Because up until now, doctors were being paid on basis of how many hours they can spend approving a report. But now, if a doctor is a capable person in terms of adding to automation, then the number of reports per doctor will increase. Therefore, the potential to pay a doctor like an engineer will dramatically increase, while reducing the cost of reporting. Right? So that is the future. These are three mega trends that I feel that are going to come in diagnostics and going to change the world going forward.
Thanks, Tarun. Dr. Pushkar, taking Tarun's point on automation, what are your thoughts, like how can automation and artificial intelligence in diagnostics be made more equitable and accessible across all markets?
I slightly differ with his opinion. Like, automation is there. It is happening since ages. We were using manual methods 10 years back. Now semi-auto has come. Now automated instrument has come. So automation is happening. It is so not something new which is happening to the industry. But at the same time, the sample load, the workload in each lab is increasing, and the precision of the report is also increasing. So automation I also don't agree with automation like rampant automation or blind automation, but it is actually a tool for easing out your or optimize your workflow and focus on what is needed. If a pathologist is seeing 100 slides per day, he will not be able to focus on 2-3 most important slides which needs focus. So automation is somehow like we talk about digital morphology platforms. So they are there to decrease your work, not to miss anything. Reports become more precise. So we are taking as automation as a replacement of pathologists, which is not true. It is there to increase the efficiency of the pathologist. And at the same time, when we talk about the scalability and outreach, most of the pathologists are concentrated in the urban population. Now there are some pathologists also there in type 2, type 3 city, but what about the remote areas? We don't have any access to the health in the remote areas where these kind of automation and AI-based technologies can reach out. At least if pathologists cannot go there, their report and their findings can reach to pathologist sitting somewhere else, and he can give a quality healthcare to that area. So that is my, you can say, point of view for the automation, and whether we like it or not, it is going to come. What I feel is like, as a part of India and in some continent, we should focus on automation of the technologies for our requirement, our needs, not the European needs. I have seen almost 8-9 automation companies putting stall in international conferences, but only one company was there for which is from India and which knows the requirement of India. Most of these companies have standardized staining protocols, standardized processing. In India, it is not possible. So you need something which can take anything or deviate from the standardized protocol and still give you the results. So, and second most important thing is price. We always talk about automation, ROI, we don't get ROI with AI and all. But at the same time, as I given you the example of flagging, malaria and dengue flagging, it is AI or automation, but it is not costing a single rupee more. It is adding the value. And the next level of development can be this. I'm talking about hematology analysis, but we are not even talking about the biochemistry analyzer, the reaction that it creates. In the coagulation, we have clot wave analysis. We are not analyzing that. With AI coming into picture, this can give a lot of insights to us without adding any cost. We are adding value. So these kind of innovation, these kind of automation can make it more acceptable, and it can be like propagate to not many areas and populations.
Thanks, Dr. Bushkar. Rohit, now coming to you, we have seen that use cases of genomics and variables have, surpassed everyone's expectations in the last few years. Coming specifically to diagnostic, do you think that will impact the M&A trends? Maybe diagnostic company would like to, acquire a genomics company just to increase this product portfolio or keep a variable portfolio, variable products in its portfolio?
So there might be two different set of services. So variable, I see it as a forward indication, and genomics is also another indication. So genomics, you're expanding your portfolio. Variable is something you are pushing the customer, you are reaching to the customer directly. So different answers to both the cases. Genomics definitely, yes, as a diagnostic player, everyone needs to get that genomics capability has And if there are companies specializing, and you know some of them are specialization, that will definitely push towards M&A both the sides. You could have those genomics players trying to get into it because they want to have a sustainable margin profile, and at the same time, for product portfolio expansion, these guys acquiring genomics specialization. On the wearable side, I think it's more than acquisition to be a collaboration, I would say, right? Because end of the day, it is about the data that is being connected as a wearable, and how you use that data to from the consumer towards a effective healthcare management. And diagnostic is one of you test after your vitals are off the charts. How do you test it to ensure what are the parameters that are off, and then what are the active? So it will be part of the holistic experience and customer should drive. More than M&A, it will be a collaboration that we need to do with such wearable.
That's interesting. So the last question is with you. We all know that technology, infrastructure, and workforce all are equally important for growth. So how should a provider balance investment across these pillars, or even maybe any other pillar which you could think of?
Right. So, with these three things you mentioned, technology, workforce, and infrastructure, and very critically, I think the balance or the proportion of investments. Really, I need to answer this. There cannot be any straight-jacket formula. For several diagnostic service providers sitting in this room, the answer would be different for each one of them. And same with me. I think it depends on a couple of things. One is the problem that you're solving for. I think the kind of business model that you have. For example, if you're solving for maybe preventive health checkup patients, I think the investments in maybe distribution technology can be higher as compared to if your primary customer is hospitals, doctors. There, you may venture into high-end testing where your investment in workforce may be higher. So I think there is no specific proportion, but going by the theme and going by the future, I think in terms of if I would have to broadly classify in a longer run, I think technology is definitely one thing that is really taking a lot of our attention, and also a lot of the investment in terms of the long term, keeping it long term in mind, is definitely going there. I think it also, one thing is it also depends on the stage of business you are at. Because for us, maybe we are a 34-year-old company, I think a lot of those investments that have been made in infrastructure, a lot of that done in building the brand, I think that are there. Maybe for us, technology can be a key brand. I think for someone who's a new entrant, things can vary. No straight jacket formula, but I think going by what we have had discussions today, technology definitely seems to be a front runner in terms of the proportion of investment.
Thanks, Angal. That's interesting. I think we are a little off time, so just to summarize, I would like to say thanks a lot, everyone. We have all seen a high growth in diagnostics in India last few years. And by listening to all of you, I can see that the story is still positive and there's a lot of potential to disrupt in India. Whether it's by technology, artificial intelligence, innovation, make in India, everything will have a M&A, everything will have a big role to play, and we look forward to creating a more solid diagnostic industry in India. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Ms. Garima. And that was an incredibly insightful discussion. The panel has provided us with a comprehensive look into how investments and merger and acquisition are not only reshaping the diagnostics industry, but also laying the foundation for the future of healthcare innovation. And the valuable perspectives on market trends, strategic growth, and challenges in the healthcare investment space have certainly given us much to reflect upon. So I would like to invite Ms. Garima to please come on stage and felicitate our panelists. Dr. Pushkar Advani. Mr. Deepak Sahani. Mr. Sankalp Gupta. Mr. Rohit Janal. Mr. Tarun Bhamra. I would like to invite Dr. Naveen Mishra to please come on stage and felicitate Ms. Garima Malhotra for her amazing moderation. Let's have a group picture. Thank you once again, our esteemed panelist and moderator, for such an enriching session. The discussion on future of diagnostics, investment, and merger and acquisition has been both inspiring and insightful. As we conclude this thought-provoking sessions, we now transition to an exciting and much-awaited segment of the day, the award ceremony. So, let me be very honest with you. We were supposed to take a break, but I think none of us can wait for the award ceremony. So, we will be jumping on to the award ceremony. But before we do that, I have 2 rules for everyone, and all of you have to follow that. There is no option of saying yes or no. 1. The clap should not be stopped. Everyone should clap at their highest energy while any award is given up, right? And all the winners has to give a winning speech. I know there's a lot more to say when you get an award, many people in your journey whom you would like to have, but we'll cut it short to 60 seconds, that is 1 minute. Maximum 1 minute would be the time for us to, to give the winning speech. And I think without a winning speech, an award ceremony is incomplete. So I would request everyone, all the winners, and I think they know who all they are. So prepare something in their mind and be ready with your speeches. The moment we all have been waiting for has finally arrived. The much awaited Diagnostic Innovation and Excellence Awards 2025. Tonight, we shine spotlight on the heroes of diagnostics, the individuals and organizations that have redefined healthcare with their brilliance, dedication, and innovation. These awards celebrate not just achievements, but also the passion and relentless pursuit of excellence that keep diagnostics at the forefront of medical science. So without any further ado, I would like to invite Dr. Naveen Mishra, founder of Voice of Healthcare, on stage. And Mr. Sanjay Jha, Secretary, Voice of Healthcare, for the award ceremony. Starting with the first category, individual category, Radiologist of the Year. Radiology is the lens through which we see the unseen. This award honors outstanding expertise and contribution in radiological diagnostics, that have significantly improved patient care. And the award for Diagnostic of the Year goes to Dr. Praveen A. Dr. Praveen, Senior Consultant, Neuro and Vascular Intervention Radiologist, SUD Pattam Hospital. His expertise in neuro and vascular intervention, innovative techniques, and commitments to making advanced radiology accessible have transformed patient care and emergency outcomes. Earning him this well-deserved honor. A big hand of applause.
Organizers and the jury members for giving the award and this opportunity. And this conference as such was a nice experience for me. It was a new experience. I learned a lot, especially from a different perspective, rather than our usual radiology conferences. Thanks once.
Thank you so much, sir. Moving on to our next category, Young Achiever in Diagnostics. This is the trendsetter of tomorrow. This category celebrates an exceptional young professional who is making significant strides in the field of diagnostics. The Young Achiever in Diagnostics Award goes to Mr. Abra Kanti Saha. Mr. Saha has elevated the Nayan healthcare to prominence in molecular diagnostics, genetics, and advanced pathology, serving over 5,000 patients daily with NABL accreditation across 500 plus parameters. So let's cheer for him. Anyone from the Nayan Health? Okay guys, I cannot, this is a clapping sound. This was the first rule. Moving on to our next category, Rising Star in Affordable Diagnostic Services. Healthcare innovation should not come at the cost of accessibility. This award honors an inspiring individual who have demonstrated exceptional commitment to providing affordable diagnostic services, ensuring quality healthcare reaches every corner of society. The Rising Star in Affordable Diagnostic Services goes to Mr. Ravi Tomar. Mr. Tomar is the founder, chairman and managing director of CRL Diagnostics, has transformed CRL into a trusted name in diagnostics with 15 state-of-the-art labs, 950 plus skilled professionals and 4 NABL accredited facilities, achieving remarkable growth while maintaining affordability and accessibility. So,
Thank you very much, Voice of Healthcare. It was a really very good experience with this conference, and this program will help us in maintaining the quality and pre-analytical product. Thank you very much.
Moving on to our next category, Diagnostic Researcher of the Year. We recognize a trailblazer in research. This award celebrates an expert whose pioneering work has pushed the boundaries of diagnostics, sciences and practices. Their discoveries and innovation have paved the way for new frontiers in healthcare. And the award for Diagnostic Researcher of the Year goes to Dr. Chaitali Nikam. Dr. Nikam's exceptional contribution to diagnostic research and public health, especially in TB diagnostics, has significantly advanced in healthcare landscape. Her innovation approach continues to inspire progress in the field. Now we are going to speech.
We'd like to thank Voice of Healthcare for identifying my contribution to the field of public health as well as quantitative diagnostics. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next category is Healthcare Educator in Diagnostics. Education shapes the future, and this award recognizes excellence in educating and mentoring the next generation of diagnostic professionals. The honor of Healthcare Educator in Diagnostic Award goes to Dr. Monica Shashank. Dr. Shashank, with over 25 years of experience, has been instrumental in educating and mentoring the next generation of diagnostic professionals. Through her leadership in the mentoring-led Pragati project and comprehensive training programs, she is shaping the future-ready workforce that ensures the highest standard of quality in diagnostics. Now your winning speech.
So at the outset, I would like to thank Voice of Healthcare and the jury of Voice of Healthcare for recognizing my efforts and acknowledging it. At Dr. B.R. Laboratory, we started a program called Pragati. And what we realized is that the technicians, the laboratory workforce, are the unsung heroes who are there to help the patients for their final diagnosis, for getting their final reports. So we started this program of training them not only for the analytical part of it, but the preventative part of it, which we discussed in the recent session also. It's a very important part of it, right from the sample collection to phlebotomy to logistics to a little part of it, as per NABL guidelines. The entire good laboratory practices covering all the 4 phases of testing: pre-analytic, analytic, and post-analytic. Till now, we have done almost 10 workshops with 500 plus beneficiaries from this workshop pan-India. And I assure you we'll continue this exercise of training this workforce in the future as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next category, Microbiologist of the Year. Microbiology plays a vital role in advancing diagnostic techniques and healthcare. This award honors an individual whose remarkable achievement in microbiology have left an indelible mark on the field. The winner of Microbiologist of the Year goes to Dr. Kirti Ramchandani. Dr. Ramchandani is a key contributor to antimicrobial resistance program and TB control in Madhya Pradesh, making remarkable strides in advancing microbiology and public health.
I'm Dr. Abhiraj Ramchandani, the better half of Dr. Kirti Ramchandani. Actually, she's the better half. She could not make it today because of her ailing mother. So I would like to thank Voice of Healthcare and the organization for such a beautiful diagnostic extravaganza. And also, on behalf of Dr. Kirti, I would like to say that thanks a lot for recognizing her efforts and making it a memorable evening for the family. And also, thanks to her parents, her teachers, and her students who have made this day possible. Thank you very much.
Our next category is Emerging Leader in Diagnostics. Every field needs rising stars to lead the way into the future. This award celebrates a dynamic professional who is transforming diagnostics with innovative approaches, fresh ideas, and boundless energy. The winner of Emerging Leader in the Diagnostics is Mr. Sankalp Gupta. Mr. Gupta is Director and CEO of Dr. B.R. Clinical Laboratory. With his exceptional leadership, he has successfully scaled the organization to 12 state-of-art labs with 6 NABL-accredited facilities, setting new benchmarks for innovation, accessibility, and societal impact on the healthcare sector. So, your winning speech, please.
Thank you so much to the jury and to the organizers for bestowing this award. I would just want to thank the team behind all the work that we do. There are some 600 odd people who are working with motto of serves best and serves all. And I would just want to thank them. Thank you.
Our next award is Molecular Biologist of the Year. Biochemistry and molecular biology are the cornerstone of diagnostic advancements. This award acknowledges innovative contributions that have driven precision and efficiency in diagnostics. And the award for Molecular Biologist of the Year goes to Dr. Praveen Putdar. With 30 years in diagnostics, Dr. Praveen has pioneered molecular testing, established advanced labs, and published 100 plus research papers transforming care in cancer and genetic diseases. Congratulations, sir. Your winning speech, sir.
First, I would like to thank Voice of Healthcare and juries for selecting me for this award. Actually, I started my career in molecular medicine in 1995 when I went to NIH. Before that, I was not knowing anything molecular biology. But that time, it was not so much developed in India. Now, the molecular biology now everyone knows about it. So, I am really thankful for this, and I'm very glad to accept this award on behalf of all my friends and colleagues and my staff members. And thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Moving on to our next category, Diagnostic Innovator of the Year. Creativity and innovation are the cornerstone of progress. So this award acknowledges exceptionally ingenuity in developing groundbreaking diagnostic tools or methodologies that redefine the way we approach healthcare. And the honor of Diagnostic Innovator of the Year goes to Dr. Chirantan Bose. Dr. Bose, Head of Molecular and Precision Oncology at MOC, manages 50,000 plus cancer cases annually across 26 centers with 100 plus publications and groundbreaking work in genomic AI labs and predictive oncology models. He is transforming personalized cancer care. So your winning speech, please.
Thank you, Voice of Health, and the entire jury for recognizing whatever little amount of work we are doing. I would just like to share, this special category, which I am very happy and glad on behalf of MOC Mumbai Oncocare Center that I work for. We are possibly now India's largest chain of daycare medical oncology facilities, where we have tried to bring very cost-effective, high-quality cancer care for patients across the country and beyond. The innovation work, which I think I'm very thankful to VOH for recognizing, is can we predict cancer patients when we start their treatment as to how they are going to respond to their chemotherapies and target therapies with the help of molecular technologies like liquid biopsies and artificial intelligence. So it's a work in progress, but thank you for recognizing.
Thank you, sir. Our next award, Diagnostic Entrepreneur of the Year. Visionary Leadership Transform Industries. This award recognizes an entrepreneur who has created successful ventures that drive innovation and progress within the diagnostic sector. And the award for Diagnostic Entrepreneur of the Year goes to Ms. Anu Motri. Ms. Motri is CEO of Pre-analytical Technologies. She blends innovation with social impact, driving accessibility to advanced medical technologies and inspire transformative leadership and innovation in healthcare. Our next category is Excellence in Diagnostic Leadership. Leadership lights the path forward. This award honors transformative leadership that has driven progress, inspired change, and set new standards in diagnostics. The award for Excellence Diagnostic Leadership goes to Mr. Deepak Sahani. Mr. Sahani, founder and CEO of Healthians, with over 18 years of experience, built Healthians into a trusted service that brings healthcare to over 2 billion households, prioritizing accessibility, affordability, and innovation. So, winning speech, please.
Thank you. Thank you, VOC. I don't know how much I have given to diagnostics, but diagnostics has given me a lot. From taking awards to be at a jury, and specifically diagnostic coming at a center stage in the last 10 years. I remember in a whole healthcare award, there used to be one diagnostic award. Today you have 20, 30 diagnostic awards alone, and thanks to a lot of work that you guys have done. I think that's what is needed to really put this on the front track. And I seriously hope that we will be a big $70 million industry, 7x of what we are, like China, in the next 10 years for diagnostics. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, and congratulations. Our next category is Excellence in Lab Management, which honors individuals who have demonstrated outstanding leadership in optimizing laboratory operations and ensuring high standard of quality, accuracy, and efficiency in diagnostic practices. And the award of Excellence in Lab Management goes to Dr. Reena Nakra. Dr. Nakra's visionary leadership in lab management and her dedication to driving innovation in diagnostics have set new standards in the industry. Her commitment to excellence in adoption of cutting-edge technology have made lasting impact on healthcare. She's not here, but because of some work issues. Our next award, Lifetime Excellence Award in Radiology, is a prestigious recognition that celebrates a lifetime dedication, innovation, and leadership in the field of radiology. And we proudly honor this too, Dr. Harsh Mahajan, whose significant contribution to diagnostic imaging and commitment to mentoring future radiologists have set new standards in the industry. Our next award, Lifetime Achievement in Diagnostics. Some contributions span decades and create ripples that last for generations. This category recognizes a distinguished career dedicated to the advancement and excellence of diagnostics. Ladies and gentlemen, the Lifetime Achievement in Diagnostic Award goes to Dr. Rajiv Gautam. Dr. Gautam is a passionate biotechnologist with over 30 years of experience in the corporate sector. His exceptional leadership has been instrumental in shaping the medical diagnostic landscape, driving Purva India's growth, and establishing new manufacturing facilities that have transformed the industry. His dedication and contribution have made an indelible mark on the field. So that was all about individual category and individuals who have redefined the diagnostic landscape. Their dedication and innovation have truly been inspiring. Now, let's shift gears and shine the spotlight on organizations, the driving forces behind groundbreaking initiatives, cutting-edge technologies, and transformative services in the diagnostic sector. These organizations are not just business, they are the catalyst for change, shaping the future of healthcare diagnostic with their vision and impact. So let's dive into the organization category and honor the collective efforts that are paving the way for healthcare tomorrow. Our first category in the organization is Best Impact Initiative in Diagnostics. This award recognizes a project or initiative that has significantly improved the landscape of healthcare, diagnostics, creating a lasting impact on patient care and overall healthcare delivery. And the Best Impact Initiative in Diagnostic Award goes to Hello Health. Hello Health has transformed diagnostics with multi-parametric diagnostic system, enabling instant test results and reducing waiting times. This innovation enhances patient care by providing timely and accurate diagnosis, ultimately improving treatment efficiency and patient outcomes. So, Vinny,
I am Sandeep Bhatia, the founder of Hello Health. I have with me son Aditya, who's my co-founder. We're really thankful to Voice of Healthcare. Thanks Naveen, thanks Sanjay for this award. Our vision is diagnostics for all. And at least I foresee that every citizen in this country, in Bharat, 90 crore of them unfortunately do not have access to good diagnostic facilities. Each one of them should have test facility, should be able to get their results immediately closer to where they are at a very affordable cost. That's the vision. Hoping to achieve it, this award will give us the motivation to actually do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Our next category is Most Trusted Histopathology Center of the Year. This award recognizes a histopathology center that has constantly demonstrated excellence, reliability, and trust in providing critical diagnostic services to patients and healthcare providers. The award for Most Trusted Histopathology Center of the Year goes to Histopia Lab. Founded by Dr. Nikita Oza in 2021, Histopia Lab has been instrumental in assisting surgeons with decision-making during surgeries through their frozen-on-beat service with cutting-edge technology and a dedicated team. Histopia Lab has become a trusted name in providing precision and timely histopathology results, benefiting patients across Mumbai and beyond. Congratulations.
First and foremost, thank you Voice of Healthcare for bestowing the award to Histopia Lab. I'm very much sure you're all the giants are sitting in which histopathology is practiced and they are signing out reports. What stands out with Histopia Lab that not only we're doing histopathology and looking after oncopathology samples, is also what service that we provide is frozen on wheels. The frozen section has also been, we have seen all the conference and the bigger hospitals having frozen sections. Histopia Lab has made possible, even in the remote area, in a smaller setup, we have provided this facility of frozen section, which has not only helped the patient, but also helped in managing the oncosurgery. With this, I would like to conclude. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Our next category is Best Sample Logistics Company of the Year. Moving to Best Sample, this award recognizes a company that has demonstrated excellence in ensuring the reliable, efficient, and timely transportation of diagnostic sample, which plays a crucial role in the speed and accuracy of healthcare delivery. The award for Best Sample Logistics Company of the Year goes to Credent Connect and Care Private Limited. The strong network spanning over 452 cities, Credent has been a pioneer in transforming the logistics sector with innovative services like laboratory service, home direction, and cold chain logistics. Their commitment to operational excellence and timely delivery has made them a trusted partner in the healthcare industry.
First of all, I would like to thank Voice of Health for honoring us this award. Secondly, I just want to share this award with Karan Sharma. He's the CEO of Credent Connect and Care, for standing by my side and supporting. My special thank is to Mr. Tarun Sharma. He's the co-founder of Credit Connect and Care. With his vision and his leadership, we are up here. And most importantly, special thanks to all diagnostic companies for trusting us for so we can handle their pre-analytical phase. So thank you, diagnostic companies.
Thank you, sir. The next award is for Innovative Diagnostic Company of the Year, recognizing a company that has transformed the diagnostic industry with groundbreaking ideas and solutions, driving progress in healthcare. And the Innovative Diagnostic Company of the Year award goes to Smart QR Technologies Private Limited. They have transformed point-of-care diagnostics with their innovative products, including HemoQR for non-invasive hemoglobin testing, Pre-PAP QR for affordable cervical cancer screening, and InGene for molecular diagnostics. Their commitment to making diagnostics accessible and affordable has positively impacted millions of lives. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Voice of Healthcare, for this award. I think this award is a reflection to our commitment making healthcare really, really accessible and affordable to not only the people of Bharat but globally. We are proud to say that we are making Bharat for the globe. Thank you so much.
Our next category, Most Trusted Diagnostic Center of the Year. Trust is the foundation of any healthcare service, and this award celebrates a diagnostic center that has earned unwavering reliability and faith amongst its patients. So the Most Trusted Diagnostic Center of the Year award goes to Onquest Laboratories Limited. Their commitment to providing high-quality, accessible diagnostic services, particularly in the hemo-oncology segment, has earned them the trust of patients across India. I think we should not stop clapping till the award ceremony is going on. Thank you, sir. Your speech.
Hi. So Onquest is a company promoted by promoters of Dabur. So this award, the credit goes to our promoter, Dr. Anand Burman and Mr. Aditya Burman, and each and every member of Onquest family who have put in the hard work all this more than 22 years, sir. And of course, a mentor like Dr. Gaur, who have been the pillar of this company. So this is for all of them. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Voice of Health and the team, of course, Onquest team members and all the industry who supported us. I think only one thing, what said it most trustworthy. Only thing what matters in healthcare is trust. You can have whatever you have. If you don't have trust, thank you for that. I'm sure this motivates us to work more personally. And I'd like to say, what started with here, this is thank you, Voice of Healthcare, making diagnostic as a voice of healthcare. Thank you, everyone.
The next category, Patient-Centric Diagnostic Company of the Year. Patient-centered care lies at the heart of diagnostics. And this award celebrates a company excelling in personalized, patient-focused services. So the award, Patient-Centric Diagnostic Company of the Year, goes to POCT Group. Their dedication to providing accessible and affordable healthcare through personalized patient-focused service has had a significant impact across India. Congratulations to the POCT Group for their exceptional work in transforming healthcare and improving public health management.
thank you so much, Voice of Healthcare and the jury members for nominating us and finally receiving this award. I think that's a testimony which the PUCT group has put in almost for more than 18 years in the public health department, where almost on everyday basis 1 lakh patients coming from a very lower strata of the Indian population are being catered and getting that quality diagnostics. So thank you so much once again, and we look forward to this.
Our next category, excellence in molecular diagnostics innovation. Molecular diagnostics have unlocked new possibilities in disease detection, monitoring and treatment. This award celebrates groundbreaking advancements in this field. The Excellence in Molecular Diagnostics Innovation Award goes to Cepheid India Private Limited. Cepheid has transformed molecular diagnostics with state-of-art Gen expert solutions and groundbreaking innovations like Expert Test Ultra, transforming TB diagnosis globally. Congratulations to the team for their extraordinary contribution to the field. A big hand for them.
So first of all, this is my first time I'm attending such an event, but it is so heartening to see the work which UH is doing. And thank you for recognizing our efforts from Cepheid perspective. And I think I relate to a couple of comments which were made by the audience earlier. Yes, this is an inflection point for healthcare industry in India. So much of commitment from the government and the private. But I think it is not the job of only people who are working like us in the diagnostic, molecular diagnostic, but it's a partnership which is going to happen between clinicians, us, people who are supplying the molecular diagnostic, and the front end, the labs and the hospitals, all together have to really work in tandem to go forward. We are looking forward to multiple partnerships going forward. And thank you, VOH, for providing us this platform to come together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Our next category is Genetic Testing Lab of the Year. The award recognizes the leading genetic testing lab driving innovation and delivering exceptional accuracy in genetic testing. The award for Genetic Testing Lab of the Year goes to Medgenome Labs Limited. Medgenome is leading the way with its genetic testing with groundbreaking innovation and exceptional accuracy that has significantly advanced personalized healthcare. Congratulations to the entire team. Let's have a round of applause for them. Sir, a willing speech.
I thank VOH for giving this award for Medgenome, and I'm really I'm happy to be part of this group here and get this award as for Medgenome. See, I've been most of because I'm one of the first members of Medgenome. I've been there since inception for the last 11 years. So when we started 11 years back, genomic testing was not, there was a lot of gaps, there's a lot of barriers like cost. Testing was sent to foreign countries to be done there, sample was exported. So we wanted to reduce this barrier, and we are very happy that we were able to achieve that by giving good quality testing, but at very low prices. We were able to bring down the prices so that it is accessible to me across the country. And there is still more requirement, more need, more reach has to be there. Currently, it is more for the first tier and second tier cities. It has to reach the inner parts of the country, and hope we are very happy that this award will help us be motivated in ensuring that we will be able to make this available, this genetic testing available for the other parts of the country also. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Moving on to our next category, Diagnostic App of the Year. Technology has reshaped diagnostics, and this award honors a digital application that enhances access, efficiency, and patient outcomes. The Diagnostic App of the Year award goes to Redcliffe Labs. Redcliffe Labs with its commitment to making quality diagnostics accessible across India. Redcliffe has redefined patient care through its seamless digital services. Congratulations to the team for leading the way in healthcare innovation. Let's have a round of applause for our winners. So, speech.
No, it's absolutely an honor to receive this award. Thanks you, viewers, for doing this on a regular basis. I think this really puts us on a pedestal. Diagnostic historically has been a support industry for healthcare, but the work that they're doing, putting diagnostic at the forefront of innovation, technology, and the voice. So, congratulations to you as well for putting us on the forefront. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Our next category is Emerging IVD Company of the Year. The Emerging IVD Company Award recognizes a company that has demonstrated exceptional innovation, rapid growth, and commitment to advancing the field in vitro diagnostics. The Emerging IVD Company of the Year award goes to Diagnostic Pharma Private Limited. An IIT Bombay incubated startup is transforming diagnostics industry with FDA and CDSC approved innovations focused on creating affordable solutions for global healthcare. Their work in molecular diagnostics and AI-driven tools addresses high-burden diseases and public health challenges. Let's have a round of applause for our winner.
Yeah. Good evening to all of you. I am Dr. Vinay Saini from Diagnostic Pharma Private Limited, along with Dr. Chetali Nikam. She is a great innovator and she is guiding us for validation and quality control from thyroid care. And one more thing, actually, we are grateful to Voice of Healthcare, Dr. Naveen Mishal, Mr. Shah and entire team for this hard work. First time we came here and we realized that ADMI group should be associated with the Voice of Healthcare to make this forum more strengthening, and this is a great encouragement to all of us how we can provide the affordable diagnostics in India and other parts of the world. So this is great motivation. Thank you so much for your hard work, dedications and insight of Voice of Healthcare. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Congratulations. Moving on to our next category, Best Make in India Diagnostics Manufacturer of the Year. The spirit of self-reliance shines brightly in the healthcare sector, and this award recognizes a diagnostic manufacturer that has contributed significantly to India's Make in India initiative through innovation and excellence. And the award for Best Make in India Diagnostic Manufacturer of the Year goes to Merrill Life Sciences Private Limited. Merrill Life Sciences Private Limited has built a robust portfolio, a relentless focus on research, and a commitment to empowering India's healthcare ecosystem. They are shaping a future of precision, accessibility, and self-reliance. Let's have a round of applause for them. Can we have louder claps?
Good evening. I have a message from our promoters. So good evening, esteemed guests, members of Voice of Healthcare, and fellow industry leaders. On behalf of Merrill, I am deeply honored to accept the award for the Best Make in India Manufacturer of the Year. This recognition is a testament to our unwavering commitment to healthcare innovation and excellence. At Merrill, we take immense pride in not just bringing the latest technology to India, but in innovating and developing cutting-edge technologies right here in India through rigorous research and development. Our mission is to take advanced diagnostic solutions more accessible and cost-effective, ensuring that every patient across the country benefits from high-quality care. Our work has also positioned us as a trusted supplier to the World Health Organization and a global player in diagnostics, showcasing India's capabilities on the world stage. Yet our focus remains steadfast on addressing the healthcare needs of our nation, empowering lives and driving better health outcomes. This award definitely fuels our vision further, inspiring us to continue pushing boundaries and making a meaningful difference in the lives of people. Thank you for this incredible honor. Together, let us build a healthier future for all. Thank you very much. Thank you, VA.
Thank you, sir. Our next category is Best IVD Company of the Year. In vitro diagnostic companies lead in precision and innovation, and this award honors one such leader making significant impact. The award for Best IVD Company of the Year goes to Horiba India. Horiba India is a subsidiary of globally renowned Horiba Group, has constantly delivered innovative diagnostic solutions with a legacy of excellence in a robust footprints across India and South Asia. Horiba has redefined healthcare with cutting-edge technology. Their state-of-the-art reagent manufacturing facility in Nagpur stands as a testament to their commitment to quality and sustainability in diagnostics. So, will you speak, please?
On behalf of Horiba, thanks to Voice of Healthcare for recognizing our contribution. Being a Japanese company, we are very much particular about the quality part and the processes part and the ethics part of the business. One thing I can say, this award is for our more than 30,000 users, current users in India and SAARC countries. And all over the world, there are many more. But in India, I can say we are catering to a last mile customer. If you know Sukama and Dantewada, from there, Naxalite belt to the reference labs with highest workload, with advanced solutions. So we have customer range from top to bottom, from every part of the India, and thanks to them for this award.
Thank you, sir. I request all the winners to please stay back for a group picture and also to motivate the other winners as well. Next, we have Diagnostic Startup of the Year. Startups bring fresh perspective and cutting-edge technologies. This award celebrates a rising star in the diagnostics industry who is driving change and creating waves of innovation. The Diagnostic Startup of the Year award goes to Orange Health. Orange Health, known for its on-demand rapid diagnostic services, is setting new benchmark in the industry with exceptional customer trust, doctor partnership, and top ratings. Congratulations to the team on this well-deserved recognition.
I'm accepting this award on behalf of all the 1,000-odd people in the company who have been working hard for the last 4 years, making this a reality. And I wish to say thank you to VOH and to the industry stalwarts, all of you who are here, for encouraging youngsters like us to come and join you in this industry. This encouragement means a lot. I think it's the best industry we could have chosen to start up in, because everyone has been so welcoming and encouraging. Thank you so much.
The next category is Best Diagnostic Device of the Year. Revolutionary products and devices can transform diagnostics. This award celebrates a breakthrough innovation that has set new benchmarks. So the award for Best Diagnostic Device of the Year goes to Shimadzu Analytical India Private Limited. With their leadership in clinical technologies, Shimadzu continues to transform diagnostics, offering unmatched precision, reliability, and integrated solutions that address healthcare, environmental, and industrial needs. So let's applaud for their groundbreaking contribution to the industry. Let's have a round of applause for winners. The acceptance speech.
First of all, I'd like to thank the team for organizing such a wonderful event. And we are originally from Japan. And this year, we will celebrate 150 years anniversary. Our original business started in Japan with small scientific instruments or apparatus like flask or beakers. Today, in this segment, clinical and diagnostics in India, we are #1 supplier for scientific instruments like HPLC or mass spec. So this is, I can say, not because of our effort, but because of each of you. The requirement or opinion or feedback from the customers have always helped us to improve our service. So as a responsible manufacturer or solution provider, we will soon come up with another cutting-edge solutions for powered animal.
Thank you, sir. Our next category is Best Standalone Lab of the Year Best. Standalone diagnostic lab that has set the benchmark for excellence in diagnostics and patient satisfaction. The award for Best Standalone Lab of the Year Best goes to Leo Diagnostics. Let's have a round of applause for all our winners. Congratulations to the team for their remarkable contribution in providing superior healthcare solutions and elevating the standard of care in the western region of our country and beyond.
So good evening, everyone. I am accepting this award on behalf of my sister, Mukta Ravani. She is the founder director of Leo Diagnostics, and she is the pillar and the poweress, relentlessly working day and night to ensure that all her patients get the best quality service. Leo Diagnostics is a NABH approved lab, and we are an 8-year-old lab at Pune. It's a mid-sized laboratory, and I thank Voice of Healthcare for recognizing us for this award. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next category, Best Standalone Lab of the Year South. Diagnostic lab that has set the benchmark for excellence in diagnostics and patient satisfaction in South, and their commitment to quality and care stands tall. The award for Best Standalone Lab of the Year South goes to Matrix Diagnostics. Matrix Diagnostics excels in providing high-quality medical diagnostic services with cutting-edge equipment and a focus on fast turnaround times, ensuring the best care for patients. Congratulations to the team for their exceptional contribution in enhancing healthcare.
Thank you. Good evening all. Thank you to Voice of Health, sir. This is amazing insight and event, their team and efforts. Thanks to we are in Hyderabad now. We are planning to expand all pan India, coming 2-3 years. Thanks to Voice of Health, good platform to know about good insights and things. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next category, Best Path Lab Center East. Pathology is the cornerstone of accurate diagnosis and impactful healthcare delivery. This award recognizes a center that has excelled in precision and service. And the award for Best Path Lab Center East goes to Ninayan Healthcare Private Limited. Ninayan has rapidly grown into a market leader in Eastern India, setting new standards for turnaround time in super special parameters like oncogenomics and genetic disorders. With state-of-the-art facilities and commitment to accuracy, Ninayan continues to serve the community with unparalleled expertise. Congratulations to the team.
Hello, good evening everyone. I would like to first thank you, the viewers, for recognizing us. I am just on behalf of my company, Ninayan Healthcare, to get this achievement. We are just a 6-year company, and we are basically, our motto is the best service with most reliable prices. So we are in the coming year, we are also in the chain labs. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Last but not the least, and let us celebrate a diagnostic chain that exemplifies excellence in network, service, quality, and patient care standards. This award honors the lifeline of the diagnostics, delivering consistent and exceptional services across their network. The award for Best Diagnostic Lab Chain of the Year goes to Dr. Lal Path Labs. The organization has grown exponentially, continuing to uphold its legacy of trust and excellence in diagnostic and healthcare services. Their journey has been one of the continuous innovation, delivering reliable and precise diagnostic solutions across the nation. With this, ladies and gentlemen, we conclude the celebration of innovation, excellence, and dedication in the field of diagnostics. A heartfelt congratulations to all our winners and nominees. You inspired us to dream bigger and aim higher. As we wrap up the evening, we would like to invite all our winners to join us on stage with their trophies for a grand group photograph. So let this moment of victory serve as a testament to your incredible achievement and as an inspiration to all to reach even greater heights in the year to come. And let's clap for all the winners. Thank you everyone for being part of the third National Diagnostic Forum and Awards 2025. And we wish to see you all next year in the fourth National Diagnostic Forum and Awards. The high tea is served. I request everyone to have a networking over tea. Thank you.